Abraham Lincoln, The Prairie Years, Volume 1, by Carl Sandburg. Preface. For 30 years and more I have planned to make a certain portrait of Abraham Lincoln. It would sketch the country lawyer and prairie politician who was intimate with the settlers of the Knox County neighborhood where I grew up as a boy, and where I heard the talk of men and women who had eaten with Lincoln, given him a bed overnight, heard his jokes and lingo, remembered his silences and his mobile face. The mayor of Galesburg in 1858, Henry Sanderson, is the only individual of casual record who carried warm cistern water to a bathtub for Lincoln and saw Lincoln taking a bath. There in Galesburg, Clark E. Carr, author of The Illini, repeated Bill Greene's remark about Lincoln. He can make a cat laugh. And there Lincoln, when bantered about his backwardness with women, answered, "A woman is the only thing I am afraid of that I know will not hurt me." The folklore Lincoln, the maker of stories, the stalking and elusive Lincoln is a challenge for any artist. He has enough outline and lights and shadows and changing tints to call out portraits of him in his Illinois backgrounds and settings, even had he never been elected president. Perhaps poetry, art, human behavior in this country, which has need to build on its own traditions, would be served by a life of Lincoln stressing the 52 years previous to his presidency. Such a book would imply that if he was what he was during those first 52 years of his life, it was nearly inevitable that he would be what he proved to be in the last 4. Then, too, the vortex in which he stood during the last 4 years of his life was forming in the years he was growing. The embryo of modern industrial society was taking shape. The history of transportation, of world colonization and world markets based on power-driven machinery, of international trade, finance, and standardization weave through the destiny of Lincoln. He wore homemade moccasins as a boy, rawhide boots from a factory as a young man, and dressed calfskin shoes in still later years. A vast play of economic action in whatever impressionistic manner must move in the record of Lincoln. And then Lincoln, from a child on, was intensely companionable, keenly sensitive to the words and ways of people around him. Therefore, those people, their homes, occupations, songs, proverbs, schools, churches, politics, should be set forth with the incessant suggestion of change that went always with the Western pioneer life. They are the backgrounds on which the Lincoln life moved, had its rise and flow, and was molder and molded. Of all the sources from which men are to gather impressions of the personality of Lincoln, the foremost singly important one is the collection of his letters and papers, the speeches and writings of the man himself. This is the high document always to be lived with and brooded over, to be scrutinized and forgotten and gone back to and searched again with all gifts of imagination, intuition, experience, prayer, silence, sacrifice, and the laughter next door to tears. The first widely read biography of Lincoln, excluding campaign sketches, was by Josiah Gilbert Holland of New York, who characterized Lincoln as a Christian gentleman. Wardhill Lamon's book in 1872 attacked the claims of Holland. 16 years later came the notable biography wherein William H. Herndon, the law partner of Lincoln, set forth a mass of documents, recollections, impressions. With the same period goes the 10-volume History of Abraham Lincoln by John G. Nicolay and John Hay, and Henry C. Whitney's Life on the Circuit with Lincoln. The evidence seemed about complete when Ida Tarble made her investigation that put fresh color into the early life of Lincoln, theretofore pictured as drab and miserable beyond the fact. Death and time have obliterated people and houses that Miss Tarble visited nearly 30 years ago, with notebook, camera, and portfolio. Her services as a recorder and writer, her sketches, interviews, photographs, surveys of that period of so many now vanished vestiges, are an achievement and a leading contribution. Since then, further essential testimony has come from Henry B. Rankin, a law student under Lincoln, and Jesse W. Wyke, who had so loyally and ably collaborated with Herndon. Also, there have come the researches of Dr. William E. Barton. His painstaking, extended investigations are of material value. Rankin and Barton have softened the tinting that has clung through report and gossip to Mary Todd Lincoln, and have so placed the Anne Rutledge legend that it may stand as a tragic lyric rather than as a lurid melodrama. Meantime, the University of Illinois directed the production of a solid, crowded statement of the Lincoln-Douglas debates, followed by a monumental 5-volume centennial history of the state of Illinois. Meantime also, the collection and classification of materials by the Illinois State Historical Society and the Chicago Historical Society has proceeded, while the Huntington, McClellan, and Morgan collections and others such as those of Oliver R. Barrett, Joseph B. Oakleaf, Frederick H. Meserve, Clark Bissett, Emanuel Hertz, besides many more, have increased beyond all proportions at first considered probable. Several thousand books, pamphlets, brochures have been written and printed about Lincoln. The bibliography of Daniel Fish, published in 1906, listed 1,080 books. J.B. Oakleaf of Moline, Illinois, bringing the Fish enumeration to the year 1925, adds 1,600 items. In a single private collection are biographies of Lincoln in French, 5 in number, German, 4, Italian, Portuguese, Russian, Yiddish, Greek, Turkish, Japanese, 3, Chinese, 2, and Hawaiian. At intervals, and often with curious surprise, come new glints of illumination on Lincoln. Thus reminiscences gathered by Allen Thorndike Rice, Dorothy Lemon, A.K. McClure, Horace White, Eleanor Atkinson's haunting sketch of Dennis Hanks, the old Salem League publications, the transcript by Henry C. Whitney of the lost speech of 1856, the reprint in 1921 by the Women's Club of Elizabethtown, Kentucky, of the history of that community as written by Samuel Haycraft and published in a local newspaper in 1869. Besides these materials, I have used the reminiscences of Thomas G. Lowry, whose published volume was limited to 200 copies, and notes taken in extended conversations with Joseph W. Pfeiffer, former governor of Illinois and during many years an intimate of Leonard Swett and Richard Oglesby. In the McClellan manuscripts of the John Hay Library of Brown University, in the collections of the Chicago and Illinois Historical Societies, and in private collections, I have met 65 unpublished letters and papers in Lincoln's handwriting. I visited the Shenandoah Valley farm state of Lincoln's grandfather, the Lincoln birthplace, and the Kentucky and Indiana regions, traveled down the Mississippi River, walked the docks of New Orleans, spent weeks in Springfield, Petersburg, New Salem, Bloomington, and towns in Illinois where Lincoln lived. Lincoln's last speech in Illinois, at Tolano, I first met in a file of the New York Herald. Old newspaper files in the Chicago Public Library and various source materials in the Newberry Library were of service. The 40 large volumes of newspaper clippings about Lincoln, gathered by the Chicago Historical Society during the centennial year of 1909, yielded letters, sketches, interviews, and memoirs of worthy authenticity. Local newspaper files such as the Galesburg Republican Register, the Galesburg Evening Mail, the Bloomington Pantograph, the Alton Telegraph, supplied quaint original material. Oliver R. Barrett loaned me an almost complete file of the New York Herald, covering a critical period when that newspaper had at Springfield a correspondent with fine understanding of Lincoln. Also, Mr. Barrett supplied many rare copies of newspapers published in Illinois during the 40 years previous to 1860. Such items as letters and papers of Alexander Stephens characterizing Lincoln, the Lincoln and Herndon office as seen through the letters of Herndon to Theodore Parker in Joseph Fort Newton's book, the monographs of William H. Townsend on Lincoln as defendant and litigant, the diary of Orville H. Browning, the researches of Cole and Pease in Illinois history, the Tracy uncollected letters, the studies of William E. Todd in Wheat, Railroads, Finance from 1840 to 1860, and his remarkable paper, The Fight for the Northwest. These are but a few instances of documents and material brought forth in the past 8 years that go to form the Lincoln impression. We might list also the Atlantic Monthly publication of The Bear Hunt Doggerel from the manuscript owned by J. Pierpont Morgan, the Black Hawk War history, and the biography of Stephen A. Douglas written by Frank Stevens of Sycamore, Illinois, The Louis A. Warren brochure, From White House to Log Cabin, biographies of James A. Buchanan and Lyman Turnbull, the Herndon broadsides, and a letter of Mrs. Lincoln reprinted by H. E. Barker of Springfield, Illinois, besides that copy of the Cleveland, Ohio, Plain Dealer, which publishes for the first time the text of a letter written by Mrs. Lincoln to her husband. The Addison G. Proctor recollections of the 1860 Chicago Republican Convention, and the writings of Lincoln edited by Arthur Lapsley, with the introduction by Theodore Roosevelt. And so out of the way a volume as the autobiography of John James Ingalls of Kansas, one comes across the first statement of an exact figure as how much money Lincoln's campaign managers in Illinois spent to nominate him for president in 1860. No letter written by Lincoln to his wife has ever come to light publicly during all the years in which the streams of biography have run on endlessly. Such a letter, and a long quaint one, constituting a rarely fine document on the relationship between Lincoln and his wife, is loaned for use in this book through the courtesy of Alexander W. Hanna of Chicago. In the same year of 1925, we have seen the publication by Oliver R. Barrett of the 1858 address showing Lincoln with head bent in defeat just before the fall elections, hinting, with no cheap regrets, at the treachery of supposed friends, and mentioning how he and his associates had been bespattered with every imaginable odious epithet. The Barrett collection began more than 30 years ago when Oliver R. Barrett, as a boy of 15, started to gather letters, manuscripts, photographs of Lincoln and reminiscences from men and women who had met Lincoln in life. There in Pittsfield, county seat of Pike County, Illinois, the old settlers had heard Lincoln deliver speeches, had sat at turkey dinners with him, and had passed the Gilmer house, where Lincoln, going to a conference in the house, had lifted Lizzie Gilmer off the front gate, kissed her, and put her back on the gate. They remembered the little red-headed boy, John G. Nicolay, who was a printer's devil at the office of the Pike County Free Press, and the boy John Hay, who went to school and wrote contributions for the Free Press. There Barrett grew up. Later he was a Peoria lawyer, familiar with the orgmathorial humor and savor of the old Eighth Circuit bar and the stump politics of central Illinois. Then he moved to Chicago. Keen in the scrutiny of evidence and shrewd in his analysis of documents, a man droll, inventive, quizzical, and lovable in the company of children, a long-distance walker, a fisherman, storyteller, bookman, a man who takes a 10 or 15-mile hike at midnight or dawn when the impulse moves him, a man who enjoys being ungrammatical when with ungrammatical people, with the restless urge of the Pony Express rider modulated by the peaceful preoccupations of the antiquarian. Oliver R. Barrett requires further portraiture. As a collaborator and commentator, he has given honest values to some of these pages. Frederick H. Meserve gave full access to his collection of 200,000 photographs and was ready with seasoned counsel on Lincoln photographs. He loaned the bronze life mask for the 2 photographs by Edward Steichen. They deliver the enigmatic Lincoln whose range of laughter and tears was far and deep. Going farther, month by month in stacks and bundles of fact and legend, I found invisible companionships that surprised me. Perhaps a few of those presences lurk and murmur in this book. Note: when I tried to make a complete list of all the persons who gave valuable time and help toward the making of this book, the series of names grew so long that it would overbalance the plan of the book to include them in proper style, with just and measured acknowledgments. I can only say that I am grateful beyond words to the many who associated their efforts, offered free comment, worthy counsel, and performed errands. Chapter 1. In the year 1776, when the 13 American colonies of England gave to the world that famous piece of paper known as the Declaration of Independence, there was a captain of Virginia militia living in Rockingham County named Abraham Lincoln. He was a farmer with a 210-acre farm deeded to him by his father, John Lincoln, one of the many English, Scotch, Irish, German, Dutch settlers who were taking the green hills and slopes of the Shenandoah Valley and putting their plows to ground never touched with the farming tools by the red men, the Indians, who had held it for thousands of years. The work of driving out the red men so that the white men could farm in peace was not yet finished. In the summer of that same year of 1776, Captain Abraham Lincoln's company took a hand in marches and fights against the Cherokee tribes. It was a time of much fighting. To the south and west were the red men. To the north and east were white men, the regiments of British soldiers, and Virginia was sending young men and corn and pork to the colonial soldiers under General George Washington. Amos Lincoln, a kinsman of Abraham, up in Massachusetts, was one of the white men who, the story ran, rigged out as Indians, went on board a British ship and dumped a cargo of tea overboard to show their disobedience, contempt, and defiance of British laws and government. Later, Amos was a captain of artillery in the colonial army. There was a Hananiah Lincoln who fought at Brandywine under Washington and became a captain in the 12th Pennsylvania Regiment. And Hananiah was a first cousin of Abraham. Jacob Lincoln, a brother of Abraham, was at Yorktown, a captain under Washington at the finish of the Revolutionary War. These Lincolns in Virginia came from Berks County in Pennsylvania. Though they were fighting men, there was a strain of Quaker blood running in them. They came in part from people who wore black clothes only, used the word thee instead of you, kept silence or spoke as the spirit of the heart moved, and held war to be a curse from hell. They were a serene, peaceable, obstinate people. Now Abraham Lincoln had taken for a wife a woman named Bathsheba Herring, and she bore him 3 sons there amid the green hills and slopes of the Shenandoah Valley, and they were named Mordecai, Josiah, and Thomas. And she bore 2 daughters named Mary and Nancy. This family of a wife and 5 children, Abraham Lincoln took on horses in the year 1782 and moved to Kentucky. For years his friend Daniel Boone had been coming back from trips to Kentucky, sometimes robbed of all his deerskins and bearskins and furs of fox and mink, sometimes alone and without the lusty young bucks who had started with him for Kentucky. And listening to Boone's telling of how the valleys were rich with long slopes of black land and blue grass, how there were game and fish and tall timber and clear running waters, and seeing the road near his farm so often filled with parties of men and families headed for the wilderness beyond the mountains, he began thinking about taking up land for himself over there. It was his for 40 cents an acre. He wanted to be where he could look from his cabin to the horizons on all sides, and the land all his own. Was that it? He didn't know. It called to him, that country Boone was talking about. Boone and his friends had worn a trail following an old buffalo path down the Shenandoah Valley to Lexington and around to Cumberland Gap in Tennessee, then northwest into Kentucky. It had become more than a trail. It was called the Wilderness Road. It was the safest way to Kentucky because the British and the Indians still had a hold on the Ohio River water route, the only other way to reach Kentucky. Moving to Kentucky had been in Abraham Lincoln's thoughts for some time, but he didn't finally decide to go until the state of Virginia started a land office and made new laws to help straighten out tangled land titles in Kentucky. While Bathsheba was still carrying in her arms the baby Thomas, it happened that Abraham Lincoln sold his farm, and in accordance with the laws of Virginia, she signed papers giving up her rights to her husband's land, declaring in writing on the 24th day of September, 1781, that she freely and voluntarily relinquished the same without the force, threats, or compulsion of her husband. Then they packed their belongings, especially the rifle, the axe, and the plow, and joined a party which headed down the Wilderness Road through Cumberland Gap and up north and west into Kentucky. Tall mountains loomed about them, with long blue shadows at sunup and sundown as they traveled, camped, broke camp, and traveled again. As they watched the mountains, they slanted their keenest eyes on any moving patch of shrub or tree. The red men who ambushed enemies might be there. There had been papers signed, and the land by law belonged to the white men, but the red men couldn't understand or didn't wish to understand how the land was gone from them to the white men. Besides, the red men had been fighting among themselves for favorite hunting grounds and fishing waters. There had been hundreds of years of fighting. Now they were fighting white men by the same weapons, ways, and ambushes as they fought red men. And so, though the scenery was good to look at, the white men traveling the wilderness road kept a keen eye on the underbrush and had scouts ahead at the turn of the road and scouts behind. Some towns and villages then were paying $1 or $2 apiece for Indian scalps. Coming through safe to Kentucky, Abraham Lincoln located on the Green River where he filed claims for more than 2,000 acres. He had been there 3 or 4 years when one day, as he was working in a field, the rifle shot of an Indian killed him. His children and his children's children scattered across Kentucky, Tennessee, Indiana, and Illinois. Tom Lincoln, the child of Abraham and Bathsheba, while growing up, lived in different places in Kentucky, sometimes with his kith and kin, sometimes hiring out to farmers, mostly in Washington County, and somehow between whiles managing to learn the carpenter's trade and cabinet making. He bought a horse and paid taxes on it. He put in a year on the farm of his uncle, Isaac Lincoln, on the Watauga River in East Tennessee. He moved to Hardin County in Kentucky while still a young bachelor and bought a farm on Mill Creek, paid taxes on the farm, kept out of debt, and once bought a pair of silk suspenders for $1.50 at a time when most men were using homemade hickory bark galluses. As Tom Lincoln came to his full growth, he was about 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing about 185 pounds. His muscles and ribs close-knit, so that one time a boy joking with him tried to find the places between his ribs, but couldn't put a finger in between any place where a rib ended and the muscle began. His dark hazel eyes looked out from a round face, from under coarse black hair. He was a slow, careless man with quiet manners, would rather have people come and ask him to work on a job than to hunt the job himself. He liked to sit around and have his own thoughts. He wasn't exactly lazy. He was sort of independent and liked to be where he wasn't interfered with. A little slab of bacon with hoe cake or a little cornbread and milk every day, and he was satisfied. He drank whiskey, but not often. The sober Baptists saw more of him than those who were steady at licking up liquor. He was a wild buck at fighting when men didn't let him alone. A man talked about a woman once in a way Tom Lincoln didn't like, and in the fight that came, Tom bit a piece of the man's nose off. His neighbors knew him as a good man to let alone, and his neighbors knew him for a good workman, a handy man with an axe, the saw, the draw knife, and the hammer. Though he was short-spoken, he knew yarns, could crack jokes, and had a reputation as a storyteller when he got started. He never had much time for the alphabet, could read some, and could sign his name. Church meetings interested him. He had been to cabins on Sunday mornings. The worshipers sat where it was half dark. Windows hadn't been cut in the walls. Light came in through the door. Words of the sermon came from a preacher in half shadows. And he had gone to service in the evening when the cabin was lighted by the burning logs of the fireplace. Sometimes he felt stirred inside when a young woman kneeling on the floor would turn a passionate, longing face to the roof of the cabin and call, "Jesus, I give everything to thee. I give thee all. I give thee all. I am wholly thine." He had heard different preachers. Some he liked better than others. Some he was suspicious of. Others he could listen to by the hour. There was a Reverend Jesse Head he had heard preach over at Springfield in Washington County, and he had a particular liking for Jesse Head, who was a good chair maker, a good cabinet maker, and an active exhorter in the branch of the Methodist Church that stood against Negro slavery and on that account had separated from the regular church. When Tom joined the Baptists, it was in that branch of the church which was taking a stand against slavery. Chapter 2. During those years when Tom Lincoln was getting into his 20s, the country in Hardin County and around Elizabethtown was still wilderness, with only a few farms and settlements. Kentucky had been admitted to the United States. There were places in the state where civilization had dented the wilderness, but it was still a country of uncut timber, land unknown to the plow, a region where wolves and bear, wild animals, and the Indians still claimed their rights and titles, with tooth and fang, claw and club and knife. They talked in Elizabethtown about Miles Hart, who lived nearby, and how he was killed by the Indians after he had used up his powder, how his wife Elizabeth and her 2 children were taken by the Indians, and how, on the outer march with the Indians, she was sent away, as Indian squaws were, by herself to build a fire in the snow and give birth to her child. The child lived 6 months, but his mother was several years in the hands of the Indians before a Frenchman bought her near Detroit and sent her back to her relatives in Kentucky, where she again married and was raising a family. It was nearly 20 years since Elder John Gerard, the Baptist preacher, had come to Hardin County. He preached 9 months, and then one day, when a hunting party was surprised by Indians, all got away except Elder Gerard, who was lame, and whether the Indians killed him, burned him at the stake, or took him along as a slave, nobody ever heard. There were many things to talk about around Elizabethtown. There was a Negro living there called General Braddock, a free man. He had been given his freedom because, when his master's cabin was attacked by Indians, he had killed 9 of the red men and saved the lives of his owner's family. There was a time when Henry Helm and Danver Trees were killed by the Indians. A red man wrestled a gun away from a white man and had his war axe raised to bring down and split the head of the white man. It was then Nicholas Miller, quick as a cat, made a jump, snatched the white man away, and killed the Indian. One man who saw it, John Glenn, said, "Miller snatched the white man from the Indian as he would a chicken from a hawk." There was talk about how, even though the wilderness life was full of danger, men kept coming on, the Wilderness Road and the Ohio River bringing more and more settlers year by year, some speaking in one form or another the language of Daniel Boone, calling himself an instrument ordained by God to settle the wilderness. Also, there were those who knew that Dragging Canoe, chief of the Chickamauga tribe of Indians, after a powwow when white men and red signed papers at Watauga, had pointed his finger northwest toward Kentucky, saying words translated as bloody ground and dark and difficult to settle. It seemed that the ground, the soil, and the lay of the land in Kentucky had an old name among the Indians as a land for war. As the crossroads grew into settlements in Hardin County, there was hard feeling between the crowd around Elizabethtown and the settlers in the valley over near Hodgson's Mill, about where the county seat should be located and the courthouse built. On election days, when the members of the county board were chosen, the voters clashed. The hard feeling lasted nearly 10 years. At least 50 combats of fist and skull took place, though it was generally understood that the only time the fighting was not strictly fair and square, rough and tumble combat was when a young man named Bruce tried to gash his enemies by kicking them with shoes pointed with sharp iron pieces shaped like gaffs, which are fastened to the feet of fighting cocks, Bruce himself being a rooster fight sport. The first jail in Elizabethtown cost the county $42.60. The sheriff was discouraged with it, and in 1797 a new jail was built, costing $700, with stocks and whipping post. Many of the prisoners were in for debt, and both white and black men were lashed on their naked backs at the public whipping post. The stocks were built so that each prisoner had to kneel with his hands and head clamped between 2 grooved planks. If the prisoner was dead drunk, he was laid on his back with his feet in the stocks and kept there till he was sober. The same year the jail was built, it happened that a man in for debt set fire to it when the jailer was away. The prisoner was nearly roasted to death, but was saved, though the jail burned down, after which he was indicted for arson and acquitted because he was a first-rate bricklayer and the town needed his work. The time of the grand raising of the courthouse in 1795 in the middle of August was remembered. On that day 40 strong men raised the frames and big logs into place, while many women and children looked on, and at noon the men all crowded into the haycraft double-log house to eat hearty from loaves of bread baked in a clay oven, roast shotes, chickens, ducks, potatoes, roast beef with cabbage and beans, old-fashioned baked custard and pudding, pies, pickles, and fixins. Grand juries held their sessions in the woods alongside the courthouse. In 1798, their entire report was, "We present Samuel Forrester for profane swearing." On several occasions, they mentioned Isaac Haynes, the sheriff, for profane swearing. The sheriff was a distiller, and his still house was, in one year, recommended for use as the county jail. When people spoke of the time Jacob was hung, they meant the year 1796 and the Negro slave, Jacob, who was reproved for sloth and killed his owner with an axe. A jury fixed the value of the slave at 80 pounds, or $400. He broke jail, was taken again, and on hanging day the sheriff hired another black man to tie the noose and drive the cart from under, leaving the murderer hanging in midair from the scaffold. A large crowd came in Sunday clothes, with lunch baskets, to see the law take its course. If in that county they wished to speak of lighter things, they could talk about pancakes. It was a saying that a smart woman, a cook who was clever, could toss a pancake off the skillet up through the top of the chimney and run outdoors and catch it coming down. Eggs were 5 cents a dozen, and one year a defendant in a case at law got a new trial on showing that in his case the jury, after retiring and before agreeing on a verdict, did eat, drink, fiddle, and dance. Such were some of the community human crossweaves in the neighborhood where Tom Lincoln spent the years just before he married. Chapter 3. Tom Lincoln was looking for a woman to travel through life with, for better or worse. He visited at the place of Christopher Bush, a hard-working farmer who came from German parents and had raised a family of sons with muscle. There was no back out in 'em. They never shunned a fight when they considered it necessary, and nobody ever heard one of them cry enough. So there were 2 daughters with muscle and with shining faces and steady eyes. Tom Lincoln passed by Hannah and gave his best jokes to Sarah Bush. But it happened that Sarah Bush wanted Daniel Johnson for a husband, and he wanted her. Another young woman Tom's eyes fell on was a brunette sometimes called Nancy Hanks, because she was a daughter of Lucy Hanks, and sometimes called Nancy Sparrow because she was an adopted daughter of Thomas and Elizabeth Sparrow and lived with the Sparrow family. Lucy Hanks had welcomed her child Nancy into life in Virginia in 1784, and had traveled the wilderness road carrying what was to her a precious bundle through Cumberland Gap and on into Kentucky. The mother of Nancy was 19 years old when she made this trip, leaving Nancy's father, who had not married her, back in Virginia. She could croon in the moist evening twilight to the shining face in the sweet bundle. Hush thee, thy father's a gentleman. She could toss the bundle into the air against a far, hazy line of blue mountains, catch it in her 2 hands as it came down, let it snuggle to her breast and feed while she asked, "Here we come. Where from?" And after they had both sunken in the depths of forgetful sleep, in the early dark and past midnight, the tug of a mouth at her nipples in the gray dawn matched in its freshness the first warblings of birds and the morning stars leaving the earth to the sun and the dew. And while Nancy was still learning to walk and talk, her mother Lucy was talked about in and around Harrodsburg, Kentucky, as too free and easy in her behavior, too wild in her ways. A grand jury had taken up the case of Lucy Hanks at one session in Harrodsburg and named her to be investigated for immoral tendencies. And whether some man on the jury or some officer of the law had a spiteful heart against Lucy, or whether it was a roistering, jesting grand jury, like the one that before agreeing on a verdict did eat, drink, fiddle, and dance, was not clear. What was clear in the years that had passed was that Lucy Hanks was strong and strange, loved love, and loved babies, had married a man she wanted, Henry Sparrow, and 9 children had come, and they were all learning to read and write under her teaching. Since she had married, the talk about her running wild had let down. After she married Henry Sparrow, her daughter Nancy went under the roof of Thomas Sparrow, a brother of Henry, and Elizabeth Hanks Sparrow, a sister of Lucy. Under the same roof was an adopted boy named Dennis Hanks, a son of a Nancy Hanks who was one of 3 sisters of Lucy. There were still other Nancy Hankses in Hardin County, and those who spoke of any Nancy Hankses often had to mention which one they meant. Tom Lincoln had seen this particular Nancy Hanks living with the sparrows, and noticed she was shrewd and dark and lonesome. He had heard her tremulous voice and seen her shaken with sacred desires in church camp meetings. He had seen her at preachings in cabins, when her face stood out as a sort of picture in black against the firelights of the burning logs. He knew she could read the Bible, and had read in other books. She had seen a few newspapers and picked out pieces of news and read her way through. Her dark skin, dark brown hair, keen little gray eyes, outstanding forehead, somewhat accented chin and cheekbones, body of slender build, weighing about 130 pounds, these formed the outward shape of a woman carrying something strange and cherished along her ways of life. She was sad with sorrows like dark stars in blue mist. The hope was burned deep in her that beyond the harsh clay paths, the everyday scrubbing, washing, patching, fixing, the babble and the gabble of today, there are pastures and purple valleys of song. She had seen tall hills there in Kentucky. She had seen the stark backbone of Muldra's Hill become folded in thin evening blankets, with a lavender mist sprayed by sunset lights. And for her there were the tongues of promises over it all. She believed in God, in the Bible, in mankind, in the past and future, in babies, people, animals, flowers, fishes, in foundations and roofs, in time and in the eternities outside of time. She was a believer, keeping in silence behind her gray eyes more beliefs than she spoke. She knew. So much of what she believed was yonder, always yonder. Every day came scrubbing, washing, patching, fixing. There was so little time to think or sing about the glory she believed in. It was always yonder. The day came when Thomas Lincoln signed a bond with his friend Richard Berry in the courthouse at Springfield in Washington County, over near where his brother Mordecai was farming, and the bond gave notice, "There is a marriage shortly intended between Thomas Lincoln and Nancy Hanks." It was June 10th, 1806. 2 days later, at Richard Berry's place, Beechland, a man 28 years old and a woman 23 years old came before the Reverend Jesse Head, who later gave the county clerk the names of Thomas Lincoln and Nancy Hanks as having been joined together in the holy estate of matrimony, agreeable to the rules of the Methodist Episcopal Church. After the wedding came the inn fare, the Kentucky-style wedding celebration. One who was there said, "We had bear meat, venison, wild turkey and ducks, eggs wild and tame, maple sugar lumps tied on a string to bite off for coffee or whiskey, syrup in big gourds, peach and honey, a sheep that 2 families barbecued whole over coals of wood burned in a pit and covered with green boughs to keep the juices in, and a race for the whiskey bottle." The new husband put his June bride on his horse, and they rode away on the red clay road along the timber trails to Elizabethtown. Their new home was in a cabin close to the courthouse. Tom worked at the carpenter's trade, made cabinets, door frames, window sash, and coffins. A daughter was born, and they named her Sarah. Tom's reputation as a solid, reliable man, whose word could be depended on, was improved after his quarrels with Denton Geohagen. He took a contract to cut timbers and help put up a new sawmill for Geohagen. And when Geohagen wouldn't pay, he went to law and won the suit for his pay. Geohagen then started 2 suits against Lincoln, claiming the sawmill timbers were not cut square and true. Lincoln beat him in both suits, and noticed that afterward people looked to him as a reliable man whose word could be depended on. It was about this time that building of the 3rd Hardin County Jail was finished in Elizabethtown, with an old-time dungeon underground. The first jailer was Reverend Benjamin Ogden, who was a Methodist preacher, also a chairmaker and worker in wood. In May and the blossom time of the year 1808, Tom and Nancy, with little Sarah, moved out from Elizabethtown to the farm of George Brownfield, where Tom did carpenter work and helped farm. The Lincolns had a cabin of their own to live in. It stood among wild crabapple trees. and the smell of wild crabapple blossoms and the low crying of all wild things came keen that summer to the nostrils of Nancy Hanks. The summer stars that year shook out pain and warning, strange laughters for Nancy Hanks. Chapter 4. The same year saw the Lincolns move to a place on the big South Fork of Nolan's Creek, about 2.5 miles from Hodgenville. They were trying to farm a little piece of ground and make a home. The house they lived in was a cabin of logs cut from the timber nearby. The floor was packed down dirt. One door, swung on leather hinges, let them in and out. One small window gave a lookout on the weather, the rain or snow, sun and trees, and the play of the rolling prairie and low hills. A stick clay chimney carried the fire smoke up and away. One morning in February of this year, 1809, Tom Lincoln came out of his cabin to the road, stopped a neighbor and asked him to tell the granny woman, Aunt Peggy Walters, that Nancy would need help soon. On the morning of February 12th, a Sunday, the granny woman was there at the cabin, and she and Tom Lincoln and the moaning Nancy Hanks welcomed into a world of battle and blood, of whispering dreams and wistful dust, a new child, a boy. A little later that morning, Tom Lincoln threw some extra wood on the fire and an extra bearskin over the mother, went out of the cabin and walked 2 miles up the road to where the Sparrows, Tom and Betsy, lived. Dennis Hanks, the 9-year-old boy adopted by the Sparrows, met Tom at the door. In his slow way of talking, he was a slow and a quiet man, Tom Lincoln told them, "Nancy's got a baby boy." A half-sheepish look was in his eyes, as though maybe more babies were not wanted in Kentucky just then. The boy, Dennis Hanks, took to his feet down the road to the Lincoln cabin. There he saw Nancy Hanks on a bed of poles cleated to a corner of the cabin, under warm bearskins. She turned her dark head from looking at the baby to look at Dennis and threw him a tired, white smile from her mouth and gray eyes. He stood by the bed, his eyes wide open, watching the even, quiet breaths of this fresh, soft, red baby. "What you going to name him, Nancy?" the boy asked. "Abraham," was the answer. "After his grandfather." Soon came Betsy Sparrow. She washed the baby, put a yellow petticoat and a linsey shirt on him, cooked dried berries with wild honey for Nancy, put the one-room cabin in better order, kissed Nancy and comforted her, and went home. Little Dennis rolled up in a bearskin and slept by the fireplace that night. He listened for the crying of the newborn child once in the night, and the feet of the father moving on the dirt floor to help the mother and the little one. In the morning he took a long look at the baby and said to himself, "Its skin looks just like red cherry pulp squeezed dry, in wrinkles." He asked if he could hold the baby. Nancy, as she passed the little one into Dennis's arms, said, "Be keerful, Dennis, for you air the fust boy he's ever seen." And Dennis swung the baby back and forth, keeping up a chatter about how tickled he was to have a new cousin to play with. The baby screwed up the muscles of its face and began crying with no let-up. Dennis turned to Betsy Sparrow, handed her the baby, and said to her, "Aunt, take him. He'll never come to much." So came the birth of Abraham Lincoln that 12th of February in the year 1809. In silence and pain, from a wilderness mother on a bed of corn husks and bearskins, with an early, laughing child prophecy he would never come to much. And though he was born in a house with only one door and one window, it was written he would come to know many doors, many windows. He would read many riddles and doors and windows. The Lincoln family lived 3 crop years on the farm where baby Abraham was born. It was a discouraging piece of land with yellow and red clay, stony soils, thick underbrush, land known as barrens. It was called the Rock Spring Farm because at the foot of one of its sloping hills the rocks curved in like the beginning of a cave. Coats of moss spotted the rocks and rambled with quiet streaks of green over the gray. A ledge of rock formed a beckoning roof with room for people to stand under, and at the heart of it, for its center, was a never-ending flow of clear, cool water. With the baby she called Abe in her arms, Nancy Hanks came to this rock spring more than once, sitting with her child and her thoughts, looking at running water and green moss. The secrets of the mingled drone and the hush of the place gave her reminders of Bible language. Be ye comforted, or peace be still. Cooking, washing, sewing, spinning, weaving, helping keep home for a man and 2 babies, besides herself, in a one-room cabin, took a good deal of her time. If there were flies creeping over the face of the baby Abe, she had to drop her work and shoo the flies away. There were few hours in the year she was free to sit with her child and her thoughts, listening to the changing drone and hush of Rock Spring, saying, "Be ye comforted," or "Peace be still." The baby grew, learning to sit up, to crawl over the dirt floor of the cabin. The gristle became bone. The father joked about the long legs getting longer. The mother joked about how quick he grew out of one shirt into another. Sparrows and Hankses who came visiting said, "He's solemn as a papoose." An easy and light bundle he was to carry when the family moved to a farm on Knob Creek, 8 miles from Hodgenville, on the main highway from Louisville to Nashville. Chapter 5. On the Knob Creek farm, the child Abraham Lincoln learned to talk, to form words with tongue and the roof of the mouth and the force of the breath from the lungs and throat. Pappy and Mammy, the words of his people meaning father and mother, were among the first syllables. He learned what the word name meant. His name was Abraham, the same as Abraham in the Bible, the same as his grandfather Abraham. It was Abe for short. If his mother called in the stark, "Is that you, Abe?" he answered, "Yes, Mammy, it's me." The name of the family he belonged to was Lincoln, or Lincoln, though most people called it Linkern, and it was sometimes spelled Linkhorn. The family lived there on Knob Creek Farm, from the time Abe was 3 or so till he was past 7 years of age. Here he was told Kentucky meant the state he was living in. Knob Creek Farm, the Rock Spring Farm where he was born, Hodgenville, Elizabethtown, Muldra's Hill, these places he knew, the land he walked on, was all part of Kentucky. Yet it was also part of something bigger. Men had been fighting, bleeding, and dying in a war for a country, our country. A man couldn't have more than one country any more than he could have more than one mother. The name of the mother country was the United States, and there was a piece of cloth with red and white stripes having a blue square in its corner, filled with white stars, and this piece of cloth they called a flag. The flag meant the United States. One summer morning his father started the day by stepping out of the front door and shooting a long rifle into the sky. His father explained it was the day to make a big noise because it was the 4th of July, the day that the United States first called itself a free and independent nation. His folks talked like other folks in the neighborhood. They called themselves poor people. A man learned in books was edicated. What was certain was sartain. The syllables came through the nose. Joints were gents. Fruit spiled instead of spoiling. In corn planting time, they drapped the seeds. They went on errands and brung things back. Their dogs follered the coons. Flannel was flannin. A bandana, a bandaner. A chimney, a chimbly. A shadow, a shatter. And mosquitoes, plain skeeters. They gathered crops. A creek was a crick. A cover, a kiver. A man silent was a say-nothin'. They asked, "Have ye et?" There were dialogues. "Kin ye?" "No, I can't." And if a woman had an idea of doing something, she said, "I had a idee to." They made their own words. Those who spoke otherwise didn't belong, were puttin' on. This was their wilderness lingo. It had gnarled bones and gaunt hours of their lives in it. Words like independent bothered the boy. He was hungry to understand the meanings of words. He would ask what independent meant, and when he was told the meaning, he lay awake nights thinking about the meaning of independent. Other words bothered him, such as predestination. He asked the meaning of that and lay awake hours at night thinking about the meaning of the meaning. Chapter 6. 7-year-old Abe walked 4 miles a day going to the Knob Creek School to learn to read and write. Zachariah Riney and Caleb Hazel were the teachers who brought him along from ABC to where he could write the name Abraham Lincoln and count numbers beginning with 1, 2, 3, and so on. He heard twice 2 is 4. The schoolhouse was built of logs with a dirt floor, no window, 1 door. The scholars learned their lessons by saying them to themselves out loud till it was time to recite. Alphabets, multiplication tables, and the letters of spelled words were all in the air at once. It was a blab school, so they called it. The Louisville and Nashville Pike running past the Lincoln cabin had many different travelers. Covered wagons came with settlers moving south and west, or north to Ohio and Indiana. There were peddlers with knickknacks to spread out and tell the prices of. Congressmen, members of the legislature meeting at Lexington, men who had visited Henry Clay at Ashland. Coming back from a fishing trip with 1 fish, Abe met a soldier who came from fighting in the Battle of New Orleans with General Jackson, and Abe, remembering his father and mother had told him to be good to soldiers, handed the soldier the 1 fish. The Lincolns got well acquainted with Christopher Columbus Graham, a doctor, a scientist, who was beginning to study and write books about the rocks, flowers, plants, trees, and wild animals of Kentucky. Graham slept in the bed while the Lincolns slept on the floor of the cabin, more than once. He told in the evening talk about days camping with Daniel Boone and running backward with Boone so as to make foot tracks pointing forward to mislead the Indians. He talked about stones, leaves, bones, snakeskins he was carrying in a sack back to Louisville. He mentioned a young storekeeper at Elizabethtown named John James Audubon, who had marvelous ways with birds and might someday write a great book about birds. The boy Abe heard traveling preachers and his father talk about the times when they held church meetings in cabins, and every man had his rifle by his side. And there were other men with rifles outside the cabin door, ready for Indians who might try to interrupt their Sabbath worship. And the boy never liked it when the talkers slung around words like independent and predestination, because he lay awake thinking about those long words. Abe was the chore boy of the Knob Creek farm as soon as he grew big enough to run errands, to hold a pine knob at night lighting his father at a job, or to carry water, fill the wood box, clean ashes from the fireplace, hoe weeds, pick berries, grapes, persimmons for beer making. He hunted the timbers and came back with walnuts, hickory, and hazelnuts. His hands knew the stinging blisters from using a hoe handle back and forth a summer afternoon, and in autumn the mash of walnut stain that wouldn't wash off, with all the rinsing and scrubbing of Nancy Hanks's homemade soap. He went swimming with Austin Gollaher. They got their backs sunburnt so the skin peeled off. Wearing only a shirt, no hat or pants, Abe rode a horse hitched to a bull-tongue plow of wood shod with iron. He helped his father with seed corn, beans, onions, potatoes. He ducked out of the way of the heels of the stallion and brood mares his father kept and paid taxes on. The father would ride away to auctions, once coming home with dishes, plates, spoons, and a wash basin, another time with a heifer, and again with a wagon that had been knocked down to the highest bidder for 8.5 cents. Abe and his sister picked pails of currants and blueberries for Mother Nancy to spread in the sun to dry and put away for winter eating. There were wild grapes and pawpaws. There were bee trees with wild honey. There were wild crab apples and red haws. If it was a good corn year, the children helped shell the corn by hand and put it between 2 big flat stones, grinding it into cornmeal. The creeks gave them fish to fry. Tom Lincoln took his gun and brought back prairie turkey, partridge rabbit, sometimes a coon, a bear, or a deer. And the skins of these big animals were tanned, cut and sewed into shirts, trousers, moccasins. The coonskins made caps. There were lean times and fat, all depending on the weather, the rains or floods, how Tom Lincoln worked, and what luck he had fishing and hunting. There were times when they lived on the fat of the land and said God was good. Other times when they just scraped along and said they hoped the next world would be better than this one. It was wilderness. Life dripped with fat and ease, or it took hold with hunger and cold. All the older settlers remembered winter in the year 1795, when Cold Friday came. Kentucky was cold as Canada, and cows froze to death in the open fields. The wilderness is careless. Between the roadway over the top of Muldra's Hill and the swimming hole where Abe Lincoln and Austin Gollaher ducked each other, there are tall hills more correctly called limestone bluffs. They crowd around Knob Creek and shape the valley's form. Their foundations are rocks. Their measurements seem to be those of low mountains rather than hills. They seem to be aware of proportions and to suggest a quiet importance and secrets of fire, erosion, water, time, and many repeated processes that have stood them against the sky, so that human settlers in the valley feel that around them are speakers of reserves and immensities. The valley through which Knob Creek wanders there near Muldra's Hill, shooting its deep rushes of water when the hill rains flush the bottoms, has many keepers of the darker reticences of the crust of the earth and the changers that hold on to their lives there. That basic stream has a journal of its movement among pools inconceivably quiet in their mirrorings during days when the weather is fair and the elements of the sky at ease, and again of movement among those same pools when the rampages between the limestone banks send the water boiling and swirling. The naming of Muldra's Hill was a rich act in connotation, for it has whisperings of namelessly shrewd and beautiful wishes that the older and darker landscapes of Ireland breathe. Trees crowd up its slopes with passionate footholds, as though called by homes in the rocky soil. Their climbings have covered sides and crests till they murmur, "You shall see no tall hills here unless you look at us." Caverns and ledges thrust their surprises of witchery and wizardry, of gnomes and passwords, or again of old-time intimations and analogues, memories of reckless rains leaving wave prints to hint. Or say Muldra's Hill and the Knob Creek Valley are old-timers in the making of the world, old-timers alongside of the two-footed little mover known as man. In the bottomlands, the honeysuckle ranges with a strength nothing less than fierce. So deep are its roots that, unless torn away by the machines of man, the bees count on every year a boomer harvest of its honey stuff. Black and brown butterflies, spotted and streaked with scrolls and alphabets of unknown tongues from the world of wings, these come back every year to the honeysuckle. Redbud, wild rose, and white daisies that look like scatterings of snow on green levels rise up with their faces yearly. Birds have made the valley a home. Oncoming civilization has not shut off their hopes. Homes for all are here. The martins learned 1,000 years before the white man came that 10 martins that fight with despair can kill and pick the eyes out of the head of a hawk that comes to slaughter and eat martins. And horses have so loved the valley, and it has so loved them in return, that some of the fastest saddle and riding nags remembered of men got their flying starts here. Such was the exterior of the place and neighborhood where Abe Lincoln grew up, from 3 to 7 years of age, where he learned traveler's talk, where he learned to write and sign his name, where, in fact, he learned the meanings of names and how to answer, "Yes, it's me," if his mother called in the dark, "Is that you, Abe?" Chapter 7. In the year 1816, Tom Lincoln was appointed road surveyor. The paper naming him for that office said he was named in place of George Redmond to repair the road leading from Nolan to Pendleton, which lies between the Big Hill and the Rolling Fork. It further commanded that all hands that assisted said Redmond do assist Lincoln in keeping said road in repair. It was a pasty red clay road. That the county was beginning to think about good roads showed that civilization was breaking through on the wilderness, and that Tom Lincoln was named as road surveyor showed they were holding some respect for him as a citizen and taxpayer of that community. At the county courthouse, the recorder of deeds noticed that Thomas Lincoln signed his name, while his wife, Nancy, made her mark. Knob Creek settlers, taking their corn to Hodgen's Mill or riding to Elizabethtown to pay their taxes at court or collect bounties on wolfskins at the county courthouse, talked a good deal about land titles, landowners, landlords, land laws, land lawyers, land sharks. Tom Lincoln about that time was chopping down trees and cutting brush on the Knob Creek land, so as to clear more ground, raise corn on it, and make a farm out of it. And he wasn't satisfied. He was suspicious that even if he did get his 30 acres cleared and paid for, the land might be taken away from him. This was happening to other settlers. They had the wrong kind of papers. Pioneers and settlers who for years had been fighting Indians, wolves, foxes, mosquitoes, and malaria had seen their land taken away. They had the wrong kind of papers. Daniel Boone, the first man to break a path from civilization through and into the Kentucky wilderness, found himself one day with all his rich bluegrass Kentucky lands gone. Not an acre of his big farms left. He had the wrong kind of papers. That was why he moved from Kentucky to Missouri. Though Tom Lincoln was paying taxes on his 30-acre farm, he was sued as a trespasser. He had to prove he wasn't a squatter, which he did. He went to court and won his suit. His little 30-acre piece was only one of many pieces of a 10,000-acre tract, surveyed in 1784 and patented to one man, Thomas Middleton, in 1786. Poor white men were having a harder time to get along. Hardin County had been filling up with Negroes, slave black men, bought and sold among the rich and well-to-do. The Hodgins, LaRues, and other first families usually had 1 or 2, or 6 or a dozen, Negroes. More than half the population of Hardin County were colored, and it seemed that as more slave black men were brought in, a poor white man didn't count for so much. He had a harder time to get along. He was free with the freedom of him who cannot be sold nor bought, while the black man's slave was free with the security of the useful horse, mule, cow, goat, or dog whose life and health is worth money to the owner. Already in parts of Kentucky and farther south, the poor white men, their women and children, were using the name of nigger for the slaves, while there were black slaves and families of quality who used the name of po-white for white people who owned only their clothes, furniture, a rifle, an axe, perhaps a horse and a plow, and no land, no slaves, no stables, and no property to speak of. While these changes were coming in Kentucky, the territory of Indiana came into the Union as a state whose law declared, "All men are born equally free and independent," and "the holding of any part of the human creation in slavery or involuntary servitude can only originate in usurpation and tyranny." In crossing the Ohio River's 2 shores, a traveler touched 2 soils, one where the buying and selling of black slaves went on, the other where the Negro was held to be part of human creation and was not property for buying and selling. But both soils were part of the Union of States. Letters and reports reaching Hardin County about this time told of rich black lands in Indiana with more bushels of corn to the acre than down in Kentucky, government land with clear title, the right kind of papers for $2 an acre. This helped Tom Lincoln to decide in the year 1816 to move to Indiana. He told the family he would build a flatboat, load the household goods on it, float by creeks to the Ohio River, leave the household goods somewhere along the river while he went afoot up into Indiana, located his land, and registered it. Then he would come back, and the family, afoot and on horseback, would move to the new farm and home. Chapter 8. The boy Abe had his thoughts, some running ahead, wondering how Indiana would look, some going back to his 7 little years in Kentucky. Here he had curled around his mother's apron, watched her face and listened to her reading the Bible at the cabin log fire, her fingers rambling through his hair, the hands patting him on the cheek and under the chin. God was real to his mother. He tried to make pictures in his head of the face of God far off and away in the sky, watching Kentucky, Hodgenville, Knob Creek, and all the rest of the world he had made. His thoughts could go back to the first time on a winter night around the fire when he lay flat on his stomach listening to his father as he told about his brothers, Mordecai and Josiah, and their father, Abraham Lincoln, who had staked out claims for more than 2,000 acres of land on the Green River. One day, Abraham Lincoln and his 3 boys were working in a field. All of a sudden, the father doubled up with a groan of pain and crumpled to the ground, just after the boys had heard a rifle shot and the whining of a bullet. "Indians!" the boys yelled to each other. And Mordecai ran to a cabin. Josiah started across the fields and woods to a fort to bring help, while Tom Lincoln, little knee-high Tom, stooped over his father's bleeding body and wondered what he could do. He looked up to see an Indian standing over him, and a shining bangle hanging down over the Indian's shoulder close to the heart. The Indian clutched upward with his hands, doubled with a groan, and crumpled to the ground. Mordecai, with a rifle at a peephole in the cabin, had aimed his rifle at the shining bangle hanging down close to the Indian's heart, and Tom was so near he heard the bullet plug its hole into the red man. And for 2 years after that, Mordecai Lincoln hated Indians with a deadly hate. If he heard that Indians were loose anywhere in a half-day's riding, he took his best rifles, pistols, and knives and went Indian killing. There was Dr. Christopher Columbus Graham from Louisville telling how the Indians were chasing Daniel Boone, and Boone saw a grapevine climbing high up a big oak, and he cut the grapevine near the root, took a run and a swing, and made a jump of 40 feet, so the Indians had to lose time finding sight and smell of his foot tracks again. And there were caves worth remembering about in that part of Kentucky, and especially the biggest one of all, Mammoth Cave, 50 miles south. They said 1,000 wagons could drive in, and there would be room for another 1,000. And there was the foxy Austin Gollaher, his playmate. Up a tree he climbed one time, Abe dropped a pawpaw down into a coonskin cap. He guessed it was Austin's cap he was putting a smear of pawpaw mash in, but Austin had seen the trick coming and changed caps, so he had to wipe the smear out of his own cap. Once he was walking on a log across Knob Creek when the rains had raised the creek. Just under the log and under his feet was the rush of the yellow muddy water. The log was slippery, his feet slippery. His feet went up in the air. He tumbled to the bottom of the creek. He came up, slipped again, came up with his nose and eyes full of water, and then saw Austin Gollaher on the bank holding out a long pole. He took hold of the pole, and Austin pulled him back to the bank. Maybe he would grow up. His feet would be farther away from his head and his chin if he grew up. He could pick apples without climbing a tree or throwing clubs, if he grew up. Maybe then, after growing up, he would know more about those words he heard men saying, independent, predestination. Daniel Boone. Yes, he could understand about Daniel Boone, wearing moccasins and a buckskin shirt. But George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and the president in Washington, James Madison, they were far off. They were sort of like God. It was hard to make pictures of their faces. How many times he had gone to the family Bible, opened the big front cover, and peeped in at the page which tells what the book is. There were the words, "The Holy Bible," containing the Old and New Testaments, with arguments prefixed to the different books and moral and theological observations illustrating each chapter, composed by the Reverend Mr. Osterwald, Professor of Divinity. And then pages and pages filled with words spelled out like the words in the spelling book he had in school. So many words, heavy words, mysterious words. About wolf heads he could understand. He saw a man in Elizabethtown one time carrying 2 big wolf heads. The man had shot the wolves and was going to the courthouse where they paid money for wolf heads. Yes, this he could understand. Wolves kill sheep and cattle in the fields. They come to the barns for pigs and chickens. He had heard them howling and sniffing on winter nights around the Knob Creek cabin and up the hills and gorges. And there was his mother, his mammy, the woman other people called Nancy or Nancy Hanks. It was so dark and strange about her. There was such sweetness, yet there used to be more sweetness and a fresher sweetness. There had been one baby they buried. Then there was Sally, and him, little Abe. Did the children cost her something? Did they pull her down? The baby that came and was laid away so soon, only 3 days after it came, in so little a grave. That hurt his mother. She was sick and tired more often after that. There were such lights and shadows back in her eyes. She wanted. What did she want? There were more and more days he had to take care of her, when he loved to bring cool drinking water to her, or anything she asked for. Well, a boy 7 years old isn't supposed to know much. He goes along and tries to do what the big people tell him to do. They have been young and seen trouble. Maybe they know. He would get up in the morning when they called him. He would run to the spring for water. He was only 7 years old, and there were lots of frisky tricks he wanted to know more about. He was a shirt-tail boy. 3 boys teased him one day when he took corn to Hodgen's mill. They wouldn't be satisfied till he had punched their noses. A clerk in the store at Elizabethtown gave him maple sugar to sit on a syrup keg and suck while his mother bought salt and flour. And the clerk was the only man he knew who was wearing store clothes, Sunday clothes, every day of the week. The 2 pear trees his father planted on the Rock Spring farm. The faces of 2 goats a man kept down in Hodgenville. Dennis Hanks saying, "Abe, your face is solemn as a papoose." It wouldn't be easy to forget that Saturday afternoon in corn planting time, when other boys dropped the seed corn into all the rows in the big 7-acre field, and Abe dropped the pumpkin seed. He dropped 2 seeds at every other hill and every other row. The next Sunday morning there came a big rain in the hills. It didn't rain a drop in the valley, but the water came down the gorges and slides and washed ground, corn, pumpkin seeds, and all clear off the field. A dark blur of thoughts, pictures, memories, and hopes moved through the head of little 7-year-old Abe. The family was going to move again. There was hope of better luck up north in Indiana. Tom's older brother, Josiah, was farming along the Big Blue River. Rich black cornland was over there in Indiany, more bushels to the acre than anywhere in Kentucky. Chapter 9. In the fall of the year 1816, Abe watched his father cut down trees, cut out logs, and fasten those logs into a flatboat on Knob Creek. Abe ran after tools his father called for, sometimes held a hammer, a saw, and a knife in his hands, ready to give his father the next one called for. If his father said, "Fetch me a drink of water," the boy fetched. His legs belonged to his father. He helped carry chairs, tables, household goods, and carpenter's tools, loading them onto the flatboat. These, with 400 gallons of whiskey, 10 barrels, Tom had loaded onto the boat, made quite a cargo. Tom Lincoln, who was not much of a drinking man, had traded his farm for whiskey, which was a kind of money in that day, and $20 cash. Nancy Hanks and Sarah and Abe stayed on the farm while the husband and father floated down Knob Creek to Salt River and into the Ohio River. Tom was out of luck when the flatboat turned over so that the tool chest, household goods, and 4 barrels of whiskey slid out of the boat. Most of the whiskey and some of the other goods he managed to fish up from the river bottom. Then he crossed the Ohio River, landed on the Indiana side at Thompson's Ferry, and left his whiskey and household goods at the house of a man called Posey. He started off on foot into the big timbers of what was then Perry County, later divided into Spencer County. He decided to live and to farm on a quarter section of land on Little Pigeon Creek. He notched the trees with his axe, cleared away brush, and piled it, as the government land laws required. This was his claim, later filed at the land office in Vincennes, Indiana, as the southwest quarter of Section 32, Town 4 South, Range 5 West, to be paid for at $2 an acre. His Indiana homestead was now ready for a cabin and a family. He walked back to the Knob Creek home in Kentucky and told the family he reckoned they'd all put in the winter up in Indiany. They had 50 miles to go in a straight line, as the crow flies, but about 100 miles with all the zigzags and curves around hills, timbers, creeks, and rivers. Pots, pans, kettles, blankets, the family Bible, and other things were put into bags and loaded onto 2 horses. Nancy and Sarah climbed on one horse, Tom and Abe on the other. When it was hard going for the horses, the father and mother walked. Part of the way on that 100-mile ride made little Abe's eyes open. They were going deeper into the wilderness. In Kentucky, there were 10 people to the square mile, and in Indiana, only 3. As Abe sat on the horse plodding along, he saw miles and miles of beeches, oaks, elms, hard and soft maples, hung and run over with the scarlet streamers and the shifting gray hazes of autumn. Then they came to the Ohio River. The Frenchmen, years before, named it La Belle Rivière, meaning it was a sheen of water as good to look at as a beautiful woman. There she lay, the biggest stretch of shining water his eyes had ever seen, and Abe thought how different it was from Knob Creek, which he could walk across on a log, if he didn't let his feet slip from under. They crossed the river, and at the house of the man called Posey, they got a wagon, loaded the barrels of whiskey and the household goods, and drove 16 miles to their claim. The trail was so narrow that a few times Tom Lincoln got off the wagon with an axe and cut brush and trees so the wagon could pass through. It was a hired wagon and horses they came with, and the wagon and horse team were taken back to Posey. Tom Lincoln, his wife, boy, and girl had arrived on a claim at Little Pigeon Creek, without a horse or a cow, without a house, with a little piece of land under their feet and the wintry sky high over. Naked they had come into the world. Almost naked they came to Little Pigeon Creek, Indiana. The whole family pitched in and built a pole shed of half-faced camp. On a slope of ground stood 2 trees about 4 feet apart, east and west. These formed the 2 strong corner posts of a sort of cabin with 3 sides, the 4th side open, facing south. The sides and the roof were covered with poles, branches, brush, dried grass, mud. Chinks were stuffed where the wind or the rain was trying to come through. At the open side, a log fire was kept burning night and day. In the 2 far corners inside the camp were beds of dry leaves on the ground. To these beds the sleepers brought their blankets and bearskins. Here they lived a year. In the summertime and fair weather, the pole shed was snug enough. When the rainstorms or wind and snow broke through and drenched the place, or when the south or southwest wind blew the fire smoke into the camp, so those inside had to clear out, it was a rough life. The mother sang. Nancy Hanks knew songs her mother Lucy had heard in Virginia. The ballad of Fair Ellender told of the hero coming home with the brown girl who had lands and gold. Fair Ellender taunted, "Is this your bride? She seemeth me plagued brown." And for that the brown girl leaped over a table corner and put a slim little knife through Fair Ellender's heart. Then out came the hero's sword, and he cut off the brown girl's head and slung it agin the wall. Then he put the sword through his own heart. And there was the ballad of Wicked Polly, who danced and ran wild and told the old folks, "I'll turn to God when I get old, and he will then receive my soul." But when death struck her down while she was young and running wild, she called for her mother, and with rolling eyeballs cried, "When I am dead, remember well, your wicked Polly screams in hell." Tom chopped logs for a cabin 40 yards away, while Abe did the best he could helping Nancy and Sarah trim the branches off the logs, cut brush, clear ground for planting, hoe weeds, tend the log fire. The heaviest regular chore of the children was walking a mile away to a spring and carrying a bucket of water back home. Their food was mostly game shot in the woods nearby. They went barefoot most of the year. In the winter, their shoes were homemade moccasins. They were up with the sun and the early birds in the morning. Their lighting at night was fire logs and pine knots. In summer and early fall, the flies and mosquitoes swarmed. In the new cabin Tom Lincoln was building, and on his Little Pigeon Creek farm, the Lincoln family was going to live 14 years. Chapter 10. As Abe Lincoln, 7 years old, going on 8, went to sleep on his bed of dry leaves in a corner of the pole shed there on Little Pigeon Creek in Indiana in the winter of 1816, he had his thoughts, his feelings, his impressions. He shut his eyes, and looking-glasses began to work inside his head. He could see Kentucky and the Knob Creek farm again. He could see the Ohio River shining so far across that he couldn't begin to throw a stone from one side to the other. And while his eyes were shut, he could see the inside of the pole shed, the floor of earth and grass, the frying pan, the cooking pot, the water pail he and his sister carried full of water from the spring a mile away, and the log fire always kept burning. And sometimes his imagination, his shut eyes and their quick-changing looking-glasses, would bring the whole outdoor sky and land indoors, into the pole shed, into the big shifting looking-glasses inside of his head. The mystery of imagination, of the faculty of reconstruction and piecing together today the things his eyes had seen yesterday, this took hold of him, and he brooded over it. One night he tried to sleep while his head was working on the meaning of the heavy and mysterious words standing dark on the pages of the family Bible. The stories his mother told him from those pages, all the people in the world drowned, the world covered with water. Even Indiana and Kentucky, all people drowned, except Noah and his family. The man Jonah swallowed by a whale, and after days coming out of the belly of the whale. The last day to come, the stars dropping out of the sky, the world swallowed up in fire. And one night this boy felt the southwest wind blowing the log fire smoke into his nostrils. And there was a hoot owl crying, and a shaking of branches in the beeches and walnuts outside, so that he went to the south opening of the shed and looked out on a winter sky with a high-quarter moon and a white shine of thin frost on the long open spaces of the sky. And an old wonder took a deeper hold on him, a wonder about the loneliness of life down there in the Indiana wilderness, and a wonder about what was happening in other places over the world, places he had heard people mention, cities, rivers, flags, wars, Jerusalem, Washington, Baltimore. He might have asked the moon, "What do you see?" And the moon might have told him many things. That year of 1816, the moon had seen 16,000 wagons come along one turnpike in Pennsylvania, heading west with people hungry for new land, a new home, just like Tom Lincoln. Up the Mississippi River that year had come the first steamboat to curve into the Ohio River and land passengers at Louisville. The moon had seen the first steamboat leave Pittsburgh and tie up at New Orleans. New wheels, wagons were coming, an iron horse snorting fire and smoke. Rolling mills, ingots, iron, steel were the talk of Pennsylvania. A sheet copper mill was starting in Massachusetts. The moon can see 8 million people in the United States, white men who had pushed the Indians over the eastern mountains, fighting to clear the Great Plains and the southern valleys of the red men. At Fallen Timbers and at Tippecanoe in Indiana, and down at the Great Bend of the Tallapoosa, the pale faces and copper faces had yelled and grappled, and Weatherford had said, "I have done the white people all the harm I could. If I had an army, I would fight to the last. My warriors can no longer hear my voice. Their bones are at Talladega, Tallushatchees, and Muckfall, and Tohopeka. I can do no more than weep." The red men had been warned by Jefferson to settle down and be farmers, to double their numbers every 20 years as the white people did, the whites in new swarms continually advancing upon the country like flocks of pigeons. The moon had seen 2 men, sunburned, wind-bitten, and scarred, arrive at the White House just 4 years before Abe Lincoln was born. The two men had been on a 3-year trip, leaving Washington in 1802, riding and walking across the Great Plains, the Rockies and Sierras, to the Pacific Coast country, and then back to Washington. What those two, Lewis and Clark, had to tell opened the eyes of white people to what a rich, big country they lived in. Out along that trail, Jefferson could see new swarms advancing like flocks of pigeons. And how had these 8 million people come to America, for the moon to look down on and watch their westward swarming? Many were children of men who had quarreled in the old countries of Europe, and fought wars about the words and ways of worshiping God and obeying His commandments. They were Puritans from England, French Huguenots, German Pietists, Hanoverians, Moravians, Saxons, Austrians, Swiss, Quakers, all carrying their Bibles. Also, there were Ulster Presbyterians from North Ireland and Scotch Presbyterians. They came by their own wish. Others who came not by their own wish were 50,000 thieves and murderers sent from British prisons and courts. Dr. Samuel Johnson, the same man who said, "Patriotism is the last refuge of a scoundrel," had called Americans a race of convicts. Convicted men in England, offered the choice of hanging or being shipped to America, had given the answer, "Hang me." The moon had seen boys and girls by thousands kidnapped off the streets of English cities and smuggled across to America. And each year, for 50 years, there had come 1,000 to 1,500 indentured servants, men and women who had signed papers to work for a certain master, the law holding them to work till their time was up. The moon had seen sailing ships start from ports in Europe and take from 6 weeks to 6 months crossing the Atlantic. Aboard those ships often were stench, fumes, vomiting, many kinds of sicknesses, fever, dysentery, scurvy, the mouth rot, and the like, all of which come from old and sharply salted food and meat, also from bad and foul water. Such were a few of the things known to the fathers and grandfathers of part of the 8 million people in America that the moon was looking down on in the winter nights of 1816. And in the years to come, the moon would see more and more people coming from Europe. Seldom had the moon in its thousands of years of looking down on the earth and the human family seen such a man as the Napoleon Bonaparte, whose bayonets had been going in Europe for 15 years, shoving kings off thrones, changing laws, maps, books, raising armies, using them up, and raising new armies, until people in some regions were saying, "The red roses of this year grow from the blood-wet ground of the wars we fought last year." And at last the terrible Napoleon was caged, jailed on the lonely island of St. Helena. Crying for the liberty and equality of France to be spread over the world, he had led armies to believe and dream of beating down all other armies in Europe that tried to stand against him. Then he was a lean shadow. He had become fat. The paunch stuck out farther than is allowed to conquerors. He had hugged armfuls of battle flags to his breast while telling an army of soldiers, "I cannot embrace you all, but I do so in the person of your general." He hurt his ears when, captured and being driven in an open carriage, he heard sarcastic people along the streets mock at him with the call, "Long live the Emperor!" He would die far from home with regrets, the first man to be Napoleonic. When Napoleon sold to Jefferson the Great Plains between Mississippi River and the Rocky Mountains, the moon saw only a few Indians, buffalo hunters, and drifters living there. The price for the land was $15 million. Jefferson had to argue with people who said the price was too high. Such things the moon had seen. Also, out of the war-taxed and war-crippled Europe, the moon could see steady lines of ships taking people from that part of the round world across the water to America. Also, lines of ships sailing to Africa with whiskey, calico, and silk, and coming back loaded with Negroes. And as the wagons by thousands a year were slipping through the passes of the Allegheny Mountains, heading west for the $2 an acre government land, many steered clear of the South. They couldn't buy slaves, and they were suspicious of slavery. It was safer to go farming where white men did all the work. At first, the stream of wagons and settlers moving west had kept close to the Ohio River. Then it began spreading in a fan shape up north and west. The moon could see along the pikes, roads, and trails leading west, broken wagon wheels with prairie grass growing up over the spokes and hubs. And nearby, sometimes, a rusty skillet, empty moccasins, and the bones of horses and men. In the hot dog days, in the long rains, in the casual blizzards, they had stuck it out, and lost. There came a saying, a pithy, perhaps brutal folk proverb, "The cowards never started, and the weak ones died by the way." Such were a few of the many, many things the moon might have told little Abe Lincoln, nearly 8 years old, on a winter night in 1816 on Little Pigeon Creek, in the Buckhorn Valley in southern Indiana. A high-quarter moon with a white shine of thin frost on the long open spaces of the sky. He was of the blood and breath of many of these things, and would know them better in the years to come. Chapter 11. During the year 1817, little Abe Lincoln, 8 years old, going on 9, had an axe put in his hands and helped his father cut down trees and notch logs for the corners of their new cabin, 40 yards from the pole shed where the family was cooking, eating, and sleeping. Wild turkey, ruffed grouse, partridge, coon, rabbit were to be had for the shooting of them. Before each shot, Tom Lincoln took a rifle ball out of a bag and held the ball in his left hand. Then, with his right hand holding the gunpowder horn, he pulled the stopper with his teeth, slipped the powder into the barrel, followed with the ball. Then he rammed the charge down the barrel with a hickory ramrod held in both hands, looked to his trigger flint and feather in the touch hole. Then he was ready to shoot, to kill for the home skillet. Having loaded his rifle just that way several thousand times in his life, he could do it in the dark or with his eyes shut. Once Abe took the gun as a flock of wild turkeys came toward the new log cabin, and standing inside, shot through a crack and killed one of the big birds. And after that, somehow, he never felt like pulling the trigger on game birds. A mile from the cabin was a salt lick where deer came. There the boy could have easily shot the animals as they stood rubbing their tongues along the salty slabs or tasting of a saltish ooze. His father did the shooting. The deer killed gave them meat for Nancy's skillet, and the skins were tanned, cut, and stitched into shirts, trousers, mitts, moccasins. They wore buckskin. Their valley was called the Buckhorn Valley. After months, the cabin stood up, 4 walls fitted together with a roof, a one-room house 18 feet square, for a family to live in. A stick chimney plastered with clay ran up outside. The floor was packed in smooth dirt. A log fire lighted the inside. No windows were cut in the walls. For a door there was a hole cut to stoop through. Bedsteads were cleated to the corners of the cabin. Pegs stuck in the side of a wall made a ladder for young Abe to climb up in a loft, to sleep on a hump of dry leaves. Rain and snow came through chinks of the roof onto his bearskin cover. A table and 3-legged stools had the top sides smoothed with an axe, and the bark side under in the style called punchin'. A few days of this year in which the cabin was building, Nancy told Abe to wash his face and hands extra clean. She combed his hair, held his face between her 2 hands, smacked him a kiss on the mouth, and sent him to school. 9 miles and back. Abe and Sally hand in hand, hiking 18 miles a day. Tom Lincoln used to say Abe was going to have a real education, explaining, "You were a-goin' to larn readin', writin', and ciphering." He learned to spell words he didn't know the meaning of, spelling the words before he used them in sentences. In a list of words of 8 syllables accented upon the 6th was the word incomprehensibility. He learned that first, and then such sentences as, "Is he to go in?" and "Ann can spin flax." Some neighbors said, "It's a poor make-out of a school," and Tom complained it was a waste of time to send the children 9 miles just to sit with a lot of other children and read out loud all day in a blab school. But Nancy, as she cleaned Abe's ears in corners where he forgot to clean them, and as she combed out the tangles in his coarse sandy black hair, used to say, "Abe, you go to school now and larn all you kin." And he kissed her and said, "Yes, Mammy," and started with his sister on the 9-mile walk through timberland where bear, deer, coon, and wildcats ran wild. Fall time came with its early frost, and they were moved into the new cabin, when horses and a wagon came breaking into the clearing one day. It was Tom and Betsy Sparrow and their 17-year-old boy, Dennis Hanks, who had come from Hodgenville, Kentucky, to cook and sleep in the pole shed of the Lincoln family till they could locate land and settle. Hardly a year had passed, however, when both Tom and Betsy Sparrow were taken down with the milk sick, beginning with a whitish coat on the tongue. Both died and were buried in October on a little hill in a clearing in the timbers nearby. Soon after, there came to Nancy Hanks Lincoln that white coating of the tongue. Her vitals burned, the tongue turned brownish, her feet and hands grew cold and colder, her pulse slow and slower. She knew she was dying, called for her children, and spoke to them her last choking words. Sarah and Abe leaned over the bed. A bony hand of the struggling mother went out, putting its fingers into the boy's sandy black hair. Her fluttering guttural words seemed to say he must grow up and be good to his sister and father. So, on a bed of poles cleated to the corner of the cabin, the body of Nancy Hanks Lincoln lay, looking tired, with a peace settling in the pinched corners of the sweet, weary mouth, silence slowly etching away the lines of pain and hunger drawn around the gray eyes, where now the eyelids closed down in the fine pathos of unbroken rest. A sleep without interruption settling about the form of the stooped and wasted shoulder bones, looking to the children who tiptoed in, stood still, cried their tears of wanting and longing, whispered, "Mammy, Mammy," and heard only their own whispers answering, looking to these little ones of her brood as though new secrets had come to her in place of the old secrets given up with the breath of life. And Tom Lincoln took a log left over from the building of the cabin, and he and Dennis Hanks whipsawed the log into planks, planed the planks smooth, and made them of a measure for a box to bury the dead wife and mother in. Little Abe, with a jackknife, whittled pine wood pegs, and then, while Dennis and Abe held the planks, Tom bored holes and struck the whittled pegs through the bored holes. This was the coffin, and they carried it the next day to the same little timber clearing nearby, where a few weeks before they had buried Tom and Betsy Sparrow. It was the way of the deer run leading to the saltish water. Light feet of shy hoofs ran over these early winter graves. So the woman, Nancy Hanks, died, 36 years old, a pioneer's sacrifice, with memories of monotonous, endless, everyday chores, of mystic Bible verses read over and over for their promises, and with memories of blue, wistful hills, and a summer when the crabapple blossoms flamed white, and she carried a boy child into the world. She had looked out on the fields of blue-blossoming flax and hummed, "Hey, Betty Martin, tiptoe, tiptoe." She had sung of bright kingdoms by and by, and seen the early frost leaf its crystals on the stalks of buttonweed and redbud. She had sung, "You may bury me in the east, you may bury me in the west, and we'll all rise together in that morning." Chapter 12. Some weeks later, when David Elkin, elder to the Methodist Church, was in that neighborhood, he was called on to speak over the grave of Nancy Hanks. He had been acquainted with her in Kentucky, and to the Lincoln family and a few neighbors he spoke of good things she had done, sweet ways she had of living her life in this vale of tears, and her faith in other life yonder past the River Jordan. The milk-sick took more people in that neighborhood the same year, and Tom Lincoln whipsawed planks for more coffins. One settler lost 4 milk cows and 11 calves. The nearest doctor for people or cattle was 35 miles away. The wilderness is careless. Lonesome and dark months came for Abe and Sarah. Worst of all were the weeks after their father went away, promising to come back. Elizabethtown, Kentucky was the place Tom Lincoln headed for. As he footed it through the woods and across the Ohio River, he was saying over to himself a speech, the words he would say to Sarah Bush Johnson down in Elizabethtown. Her husband had died a few years before, and she was now in Tom's thoughts. He went straight to the house where she was living in Elizabethtown, and speaking to her as Miss Johnston, he argued, "I have no wife and you no husband. I came a purpose to marry you. I knowed you come from a gal and you knowed me from a boy. I've no time to lose, and if you're willin', let it be done straight off." Her answer was, "I got debts." She gave him a list of the debts. He paid them. A license was issued, and they were married on December 2nd, 1819. He could write his name. She couldn't write hers. Trying to explain why the two of them took up with each other so quickly, Dennis Hanks at a later time said, "Tom had a kind of way with women, and maybe it was something she took comfort in to have a man that didn't drink and cuss none." Little Abe and Sarah, living in the lonesome cabin on Little Pigeon Creek, Indiana, got a nice surprise one morning when 4 horses and a wagon came into their clearing and their father jumped off, then Sarah Bush Lincoln, the new wife and mother, then John, Sarah, and Matilda Johnston, Sarah Bush's 3 children by her first husband. Next off the wagon came a feather mattress, feather pillows, a black walnut bureau, a large clothes chest, a table, chairs, pots and skillets, knives, forks, spoons. Abe ran his fingers over the slick of wood of the bureau, pushed his fist into the feather pillows, sat in the new chairs, and wondered to himself, because this was the first time he had touched such fine things, such soft, slick things. "Here's your new mammy," his father told Abe as the boy looked up at a strong, large-boned, rosy woman with a kindly face and eyes, with a steady voice, steady ways. The cheekbones of her face stood out, and she had a strong jawbone. She was warm and friendly for Abe's little hands to touch, right from the beginning. As one of her big hands held his head against her skirt, he felt like a cold chick warming under the soft feathers of a big wing. She took the corn husks Abe had been sleeping on, piled them in the yard, and said they would be good for a pig pen later on. And Abe sunk his head and bones that night in a feather pillow and a feather mattress. 10 years pass with that cabin on Little Pigeon Creek for a home, and that farm and neighborhood the soil for growth. There the boy Abe grows to be the young man, Abraham Lincoln. 10 years pass, and the roots of a tree spread out, finding water to carry up to branches and leaves that are in the sun. The trunk thickens, the forked limbs shine wider in the sun. They pray with their leaves in the rain and the whining wind. The tree arrives, the mystery of its coming, spreading, growing, a secret not even known to the tree itself. It stands with its arms stretched to the corners the 4 winds come from, with its murmured testimony. We are here. We arrived. Our roots are in the earth of these years. And beyond that short declaration, it speaks nothing of the decrees, fates, accidents, destinies that made it an apparition of its particular moment. Abe Lincoln grows up. His father talks about the waste of time in education, and it is enough to larn readin', writin', cipherin'. But the staunch, yearning stepmother, Sarah Bush Lincoln, comes between the boy and the father listens to the stepmother and lets her have her way. Chapter 13. When he was 11 years old, Abe Lincoln's young body began to change. The juices and glands began to make a long, tall boy out of him. As the months and years went by, he noticed his lean wrists getting longer, his legs too, and he was now looking over the heads of other boys. Men said, "Land o' Goshen, that boy air a-growin'." As he took on more length, they said he was shooting up into the air like green corn in the summer of a good corn year. So he grew. When he reached 17 years of age, and they measured him, he was 6 feet, nearly 4 inches high, from the bottoms of his moccasins to the top of his skull. These were years he was handling the axe. Except in the spring plowing time and the fall fodder pulling, he was handling the axe nearly all the time. The insides of his hands took on callus thick as leather. He cleared openings in the timber, cut logs and puncheons, split firewood, built pig pens. He learned how to measure with his eye the half-circle swing of the axe so as to nick out the deepest possible chip from off a tree trunk. The trick of swaying his body easily on the hips so as to throw the heaviest possible weight into the blow of the axe. He learned that. On winter mornings he wiped the frost from the axe handle, sniffed sparkles of air into his lungs, and beat a steady cleaving of blows into a big tree, till it fell, and he sat on the main log and ate his noon dinner of cornbread and fried salt pork, and joked with the gray squirrels that frisked and peeped at him from high forks of nearby walnut trees. He learned how to make his axe flash and bite into a sugar maple or a sycamore. The outside and the inside look of black walnut and black oak, hickory and jack oak, elm and white oak, sassafras, dogwood, grapevine, sumac. He came on their secrets. He could guess close to the time of the year, to the week of the month, by the way the leaves and branches of trees looked. He sniffed the seasons. Often he worked alone in the timbers, all day long with only the sound of his own axe, or his own voice speaking to himself, or the crackling and swaying of branches in the wind, and the cries and whirs of animals, or brown and silver-gray squirrels, of partridges, hawks, crows, turkeys, sparrows, and the occasional wildcats. The tricks and whimsies of the sky, how to read clear skies in cloudy weather, the creeping vines of ivy and wild grape, the recurrence of dogwood blossoms in spring, the ways of snow, rain, drizzle, sleet, the visitors of sky and weather coming and going hour by hour. He tried to read their secrets. He tried to be friendly with their mystery. So he grew to become hard, tough, wiry. The muscle on his bones and the cords, tendons, cross-weaves of fiber, and nerve centers, these became instruments to obey his wishes. He found with other men he could lift his own end of a log, and more, too. One of the neighbors said he was as strong as 3 men. Another said, "He can sink an ox deeper into the wood than any man I ever saw." And another, "If you heard him felling trees in a clearing, you would say there was 3 men at work by the way the trees fell." He was more than a tough, long, raw-boned boy. He amazed men with his man's lifting power. He put his shoulders under a new-built corn crib one day and walked away with it to where the farmer wanted it. 4 men, ready with poles to put under it and carry it, didn't need their poles. He played the same trick with a chicken house. At the new growing town of Gentryville nearby, they said the chicken house weighed 600 pounds, and only a big boy with a hard backbone could get under it and walk away with it. A blacksmith shop, a grocery, and a store had started up on the crossroads of the Gentry farm. And one night after Abe had been helping thresh wheat on Dave Turnham's place, he went with Dennis Hanks, John Johnston, and some other boys to Gentryville, where the farmhands sat around with John Baldwin, the blacksmith, and Jones, the storekeeper, passed the whiskey jug, told stories, and talked politics and religion and gossip. Going home late that night, they saw something in a mud puddle alongside the road. They stepped over to see whether it was a man or a hog. It was a man, drunk, snoring, sleeping off his drunk, on a frosty night outdoors in a cold wind. They shook him by the shoulders, doubled his knees to his stomach, but he went on sleeping, snoring. The cold wind was getting colder. The other boys said they were going home, and they went away, leaving Abe with the snoring sleeper in the mud puddle. Abe stepped into the mud, reached arms around the man, slung him over his shoulders, carried him to Dennis Hanks' cabin, built a fire, rubbed him warm, and left him sleeping off the whiskey. And the man afterward said Abe saved his life. He told John Hanks, "It was a mighty clever Abe to tote me to a warm fire that night." So he grew, living in that Pigeon Creek cabin for a home, sleeping in the loft, climbing up at night to a bed just under the roof, where sometimes the snow and the rain drove through the cracks, eating sometimes at a table where the family had only one thing to eat: potatoes. Once at the table, when there were only potatoes, his father spoke a blessing to the Lord for potatoes. The boy murmured, "Those are mighty poor blessings." And Abe made jokes once when company came and Sally Bush Lincoln brought out raw potatoes, gave the visitors a knife apiece, and they all peeled raw potatoes and talked about the crops, politics, religion, gossip. Days when they had only potatoes to eat didn't come often. Other days in the year they had yeller-legged chicken with gravy and corn dodgers and shortening and berries and honey. They tasted of bear meat, deer, coon, quail, grouse, prairie turkey, catfish, bass, perch. Abe knew the sleep that comes after long hours of working outdoors, the feeling of simple food changing into blood and muscle as he worked in those young years, clearing timberland for pasture and corn crops, cutting loose the brush, piling it and burning it, splitting rails, pulling the crosscut saw and the whipsaw, driving the shovel plow, harrowing, planting, hoeing, pulling fodder, milking cows, churning butter, helping neighbors at house raisings, log rollings, corn huskings. He found he was fast, strong, and keen when he went against other boys in sports. On farms where he worked, he held his own at scuffling, knocking off hats, wrestling. The time came when around Gentryville and Spencer County he was known as the best wrastler of all, the champion. In jumping, foot racing, throwing the maul, pitching the crowbar, he carried away the decisions against the lads of his own age always, and usually won against those older than himself. He earned his board, clothes, and lodging, sometimes working for a neighbor farmer. He watched his father while helping make cabinets, coffins, cupboards, window frames, doors. Hammers, saws, pegs, cleats, he understood firsthand. Also the scythe and the cradle for cutting hay and grain, the corn cutter's knife, the leather piece to protect the hand while shucking corn, and the horse, the dog, the cow, the ox, the hog. He could skin and cure the hides of coon and deer. He lifted the slippery 200-pound hog carcass head down, holding the hind hocks up for others of the gang to hook and swing the animal clear of the ground. He learned where to stick a hog in the underside of the neck so as to bleed it to death, how to split it in two and carve out the chops, the parts for sausage grinding, for hams, for cracklings. Farmers called him to butcher for them at 30 cents a day, this when he was 16 and 17 years old. He could knock a beef in the head, swing a maul and hit a cow between the eyes, skin the hide, halve it and quarter it, carve out the tallow, the steaks, kidneys, liver. And the hiding places of fresh spring water under the earth crust had to be in his thoughts. He helped at well digging. The wells Tom Lincoln dug went dry one year after another. Neighbors said Tom was always digging a well and had his land honeycombed. And the boy Abe ran the errands and held the tools for the well digging. When he was 18 years old, he could take an axe at the end of the handle and hold it out in a straight horizontal line, easy and steady. He had strong shoulder muscles and steady wrists early in life. He walked 34 miles in one day, just on an errand, to please himself, to hear a lawyer make a speech. He could tell his body to do almost impossible things, and the body obeyed. Growing from boy to man, he was alone a good deal of the time. Days came often when he was by himself all the time except at breakfast and supper hours in the cabin home. In some years, more of his time was spent in loneliness than in the company of other people. It happened, too, that this loneliness he knew was not like that of people in cities who can look from a window on streets where faces pass and repass. It was a wilderness loneliness he became acquainted with, solved, filtered through body, eye, and brain, held communion with in his ears, in the temples of his forehead, in the works of his beating heart. He lived with trees, with the bush wet with shining raindrops, with the burning bush of autumn, with a lone wild duck riding a north wind and crying down on a line north to south, the faces of open sky and weather, The axe, which is an individual one-man instrument. These he had for companions, books, friends, talkers, chums of his endless changing soliloquies. His moccasin feet in the wintertime knew the white spaces of snowdrifts piled in whimsical shapes against timber slopes, or blown in levels across the fields of last year's cut corn stalks. In the summertime his bare feet toughened in the gravel of green streams, while he laughed back to the chatter of blue jays in the red-haw trees, or while he kept his eyes ready in the slough-quack grass for the cow-snake, the rattler, the copperhead. He rested between spells of work in the springtime when the upward push of the coming out of the new grass can be heard, and the autumn weeks when the rustle of a single falling leaf lets go a whisper that a listening ear can catch. He found his life thrown in ways where there was a certain chance for a certain growth, and so he grew. Silence found him. He met silence. In the making of him as he was, the element of silence was immense. Chapter 14. It was a little country of families living in one-room cabins. Dennis Hanks said at a later time, "We lived the same as Indians, exceptin' we took an interest in politics and religion." Cash was scarce. Venison hams, bacon slabs, and barrels of whiskey served as money. There were seasons when storekeepers asked customers, "What kind of money have you today?" because so many sorts of wildcat dollar bills were passing around. In sections of timberland, wild hogs were nosing out a fat living on hickory nuts, walnuts, acorns. It was said the country would be full of wild hogs if the wolves didn't find the litters of young pigs a few weeks old and kill them. Farmers lost 30 and 40 sheep in a single wolf raid. Toward the end of June came fly time, when cows lost weight and gave less milk because they had to fight flies. For 2 or 3 months at the end of summer, horses weakened, unless covered with blankets, under the attacks of horseflies. Where one lighted on a horse, a drop of blood oozed. Horses were hitched to branches of trees that gave loose rein to the animals, room to move and fight flies. Men and women went barefoot except in the colder weather. Women carried their shoes in their hands and put them on just before arrival at church meetings or at social parties. Rains came, loosening the topsoil of the land where it was not held by grass roots. It was a yellow clay that softened to slush. In this yellow slush many a time Abe Lincoln walked ankle deep. His bare feet were intimate with the clay dust of the hot hog days, with the clay mud of spring and fall rains. He was at home in clay. In the timbers with his axe on the way to chop, his toes, heels, soles, the balls of his feet climbed and slid in banks and sluices of clay. In the cornfields, plowing, hoeing, cutting, and shucking, again his bare feet spoke with the clay of the earth. It was in his toenails and stuck on the skin of his toe knuckles. The color of clay was one of his own colors. In the short and simple annals of the poor, it seems there are people who breathe with the earth and take into their lungs and blood some of the hard and dark strength of its mystery. During 6 and 7 months each year in the 12 fiercest formative years of his life, Abraham Lincoln had the pads of his foot soles bare against clay of the earth. It may be that the earth told him in her own tough gypsy slang 1 or 2 knacks of living worth keeping. To be organic with running wildlife and quiet rain, both of the same moment, is to be the carrier of wave lines the earth gives up only on hard usage. Chapter 15. He took shape in a tall, long-armed corn husker. When rain came in at the chinks of the cabin loft where he slept, soaking through the book Josiah Crawford loaned him, he pulled fodder 2 days to pay for the book, made a clean sweep, till there wasn't a blade left on a cornstalk in the field of Josiah Crawford. His father was saying the big boy looked as if he had been rough-hewn with an axe and needed smoothing with a jack-plane. "He was the ganglinest, awkwardest feller that ever stepped over a 10-rail snake fence. He had to duck to git through a door. He 'peared to be all jints." His stepmother told him she didn't mind his bringing dirt into the house on his feet. She could scour the floor, but she asked him to keep his head washed or he'd be rubbing the dirt on her nice whitewashed rafters. He put barefoot boys to wading in a mud puddle near the horse trough, picked them up one by one, carried them to the house upside down, and walked their muddy feet across the ceiling. The mother came in, laughed an hour at the foot tracks, told Abe he ought to be spanked, and he cleaned the ceiling so it looked new. The mother said, "Abe never spoke a cross word to me in his life since we lived together." And she said Abe was truthful. When Tilda Johnston leaped onto Abe's back to give him a scare on a lonely timber path, she brought the big axeman to the ground by pulling her hands against his shoulders and pressing her knee into his backbone. The axe blade cut her ankle, and strips from Abe's shirt and Tilda's dress had to be used to stop the blood. By then, she was sobbing over what to tell her mother. On Abe's advice, she told her mother the whole truth. As time went by, the stepmother of Abe became one of the rich, silent forces in his life. Besides keeping the floors, pots, pans, kettles, and milk crocks spick and span, weaving, sewing, mending, and managing with sagacity and gumption, she had a massive, bony, human strength backed with an elemental faith that the foundations of the world were mortised by God with unspeakable goodness of heart toward the human family. Hard as life was, she was thankful to be alive. Once she told Abe how her brother Isaac, back in Hardin County, had hot words with a cowardly young man who shot Isaac without warning. The doctors asked Isaac if they could tie him down while they cut his flesh and took out the bullet. He told them he didn't need to be tied down. He put 2 lead musket balls between his teeth and ground his teeth on them while the doctors cut a slash 9 inches long and 1 inch deep till they found the bullet and brought it out. Isaac never let out a moan or a whimper. He set his teeth into the musket balls, ground them into flat sheets, and spat them from his mouth when he thanked the doctors. Sally Bush, the stepmother, was all of a good mother to Abe. If he broke out laughing when others saw nothing to laugh at, she let it pass as a sign of his thoughts working their own way. So far as she was concerned, he had a right to do unaccountable things. Since he never lied to her, why not? So she justified him. When Abe's sister Sarah married Aaron Grigsby, and a year after died with her newborn child, it was Sally Bush who spoke comfort to the 18-year-old boy of Nancy Hanks, burying his sister and the wraith of a child. A neighbor woman sized him up by saying, "He could work when he wanted to, but he was no hand to pitch in like killing snakes." John Romine made the remarks, "Abe Lincoln worked for me, but was always reading and thinking. I used to get mad at him for it. I say he was awful lazy. He would laugh and talk, crack his jokes and tell stories all the time. Didn't love work half as much as his pay. He said to me one day that his father taught him to work, but he never taught him to love it." A misunderstanding came up one time between Abe Lincoln and William Grigsby. It ended with Grigsby so mad he challenged Abe to a fight. Abe looked down at Grigsby, smiled, and said the fight ought to be with John Johnston, Abe's stepbrother. The day was set for the fight. Each man was there with his seconds. The mauling began, with the 2 fighters stripped to the waist, beating and bruising each other with bare knuckles. A crowd stood around, forming a ring, cheering, yelling, hissing, till after a while they saw Johnston getting the worst of it. Then the ring of people forming the crowd was broken as Abe Lincoln shouldered his way through, stepped out, took hold of Grigsby and threw that fighter out of the center of the fight ring. Then Abe Lincoln called out, "I'm the big buck of this lick." And looking around so his eyes swept the circle of the crowd, he let loose the challenge, "If any of you want to try it, come on and wet your horns." A riot of wild fist-fighting came then between the 2 gangs, and for months around the Jones grocery store there was talk about which gang whipped the other. After a fox chase with horses, Uncle Jimmy Larkin was telling how his horse won the race, was the best horse in the world, and never drew a long breath. Abe didn't listen. Uncle Jimmy told it again, and Abe said, "Why don't you tell us how many short breaths he drew?" It raised a laugh on Jimmy, who jumped around threatening to fight till Abe said quietly, "Now, Larkin, if you don't shut up, I'll throw you in that water." Asked by Farmer James Taylor if he could kill a hog, he answered, "If you will risk the hog, I'll risk myself." He had the pride of youth that resents the slur, the snub, besides the riotous blood that has always led youth in reckless exploits. When he was cutting up didos one day at the Crawford farmhouse, Mrs. Crawford asked, "What's going to become of you, Abe?" And with mockery of swagger, he answered, "Me? I'm going to be President of the United States." His father's yellow cur, which always yelped and gave warning when Abe and John Johnston tried to get off for a coon hunt or a trip to Jones's store, was picked up and taken along one night on a coon hunt. The skin of the coon they killed that night was sewed onto the yaller cur, which ran for home, was caught by bigger dogs and torn to pieces. Sore at some action of Josiah Crawford, who had purple veins on a large nose, Abe nicknamed him Blue Nose, so that the nickname stuck. He drew a red ear at a husking bee, kissed Green Taylor's girl, and in a fight the next day hit Green Taylor with an ear of corn, making a gash and a scar for life. For the day of the marriage of his sister Sarah to Aaron Grigsby, he wrote Adam and Eve's Wedding Song, telling in doggerel how the Lord made woman from a rib taken from Adam's side. The 3 final verses read, "The woman was not taken from Adam's feet, we see, so he must not abuse her, the meaning seems to be. The woman was not taken from Adam's head, we know, for show she must not rule him, 'tis evidently so. The woman she was taken from under Adam's arm, so she must be protected from injuries and harm." A farcical poem from Abe's pen was recited with the climatic verse, "But Betsy, she said, you cursed bald head, my suitor you never can be. Beside, your ill shape proclaims you an ape, and that can never answer for me." A favorite that Abe asked Dennis Hanks to sing began with the lines, "The turbaned Turk that scorns the world and struts about with his whiskers curled," while Dennis had still another beginning, "Hail Columbia, happy land, if you ain't drunk, then I'll be damned." But when Abe tried singing "Poor Old Ned," Dennis would say he had the tune wrong and couldn't sing anyhow. Visitors to the Lincoln House were shown in a copybook the scribbling, "Abraham Lincoln, his hand and pen, he will be good, but God knows when." In the hanging ballad of John Anderson's Lamentations, Abe made his own verses, of which these are 2. "Much intoxication my ruin has been, and my dear companion hath barbarously slain. In yonder cold graveyard the body doth lie, whilst I am condemned, and shortly must die. Remember John Anderson's death, and reform, before death overtakes you, and vengeance come on. My grief's overwhelming. In God I must trust. I am justly condemned. My sentence is just." Driving a horse at the mill, he was sending the whiplash over the nag and calling, "Get up, you old hussy! Get up, you old hussy!" The horse let fly a hind foot that knocked down the big boy just as he yelled, "Get up!" He lay bleeding, was taken home, washed, put to bed, and lay all night unconscious. As his eye winkers opened the next day and he came to, his tongue struggled and blurted, "You old hussy," thus finishing what he started to say before the knockdown. He grew as hickory grows, the torso lengthening and toughening. The sap mounted, the branches spread, leaves came with wind clamor in them. A scorn sprang up betwixt him and the Grigsbys, who forgot to invite him to the double wedding of Reuben and Charles Grigsby on the same day marrying Betsy Ray and Matilda Hawkins. Shoats were roasted with fancy fixings. Dancers tripped, singing "Weevily Wheat." The brides and grooms were put to bed, but the young buck Abe Lincoln was not there. It was then he put into circulation a piece of writing titled "The Chronicles of Reuben." It read,
Now there was a man whose name was Reuben, and the same was very great in substance, in horses and cattle and swine, and a very great household. It came to pass, when the sons of Reuben grew up, that they were desirous of taking to themselves wives, and being too well known as to honor in their own country, they took a journey into a far country, and there procured for themselves wives. It came to pass also that when they were about to make the return home, they sent a messenger before them to bear the tidings to their parents. These, inquiring of the messengers what times their sons and wives would come, made a great feast, and called all their kinsmen and neighbors in, and made great preparations. When the time drew nigh, they set out 2 men to meet the grooms and their brides, with a trumpet to welcome them and to accompany them. When they came near unto the house of Reuben the father, the messenger came on before them and gave a shout, and the whole multitude ran out with shouts of joy and music, playing on all kinds of instruments. Some were playing on harps, some on viols, and some blowing on ram's horns. Some also were casting dust and ashes towards heaven, and chief among them all was Josiah, blowing his bugle and making sounds so great the neighbor hills and valleys echoed with the resounding acclamation. When they had played and their harps had sounded till grooms and brides approached the gates, Reuben the father met them and welcomed them to his house. The wedding feast being now ready, they were all invited to sit down and eat. Placing their bridegrooms and their wives at each end of the table, waiters were then appointed to serve and wait on the guests. When all had eaten and were full and merry, they went out again and played and sung till night. And when they had made an end of feasting and rejoicing, the multitude dispersed, each going to his own home. The family then took seats with their waiters to converse while preparations were being made in an upper chamber for the brides and grooms to be conveyed to their beds. This being done, the waiters took the 2 brides upstairs, placing one in a bed at the right hand of the stairs and the other on the left. The waiters came down, and Nancy the mother then gave directions to the waiters of the bridegrooms, and they took them upstairs, but placed them in the wrong beds. The waiters then all came downstairs, but the mother, being fearful of a mistake, made inquiry of the waiters, and, learning the true facts, took the light and sprang upstairs. It came to pass she ran to one of the beds and exclaimed, "Oh, Lord, Reuben, you're in bed with the wrong wife." The young men, both alarmed at this, sprang up out of bed and ran with such violence against each other they came near knocking each other down. The tumult gave evidence to those below that the mistake was certain. At last they all came down and had a long conversation about who made the mistake, but it could not be decided. So endeth the chapter. One of the Grigsbys put a copy of the Chronicles in Abe Lincoln's handwriting up under the roof rafters of a house, where it was to stay hidden till carpenters came to put on a new roof. It was a lampoon, boisterous with the laughter of a strong young man, and yet keen with an accuracy of intentions that could deliver the thrust. Being too well known as to honor in their own country, they took a journey into a far country, and there procured for themselves wives. And the fling at Blue Nose, Josiah Crawford, in chief among them all was Josiah blowing his bugle. Further back of its immediate surface of drollery, it had a finger of derision pointed at pretensions of grandeur, a whirl of little javelins at the assumption that Ivanhoe on a high horse, or Babylonians in golden slippers, might come and be at ease among the barefoot farmers and the flea-bitten mares working on the land of Spencer County, Indiana. Betsy Ray said years afterwards, "Yes, they did have a joke on us. They said my man got into the wrong room, and Charles got into my room. But it wasn't so. Lincoln wrote that for mischief. Abe and my man often laughed about it."
Chapter 16. While young Abe was growing up, he heard his father and John and Dennis Hanks tell neighbors this and that about their families, what kind of men and women they had for relatives, kinfolk, blood connections. and young Abe learned there were things the Lincolns and Hankses didn't care to tell the neighbors concerning Abe's mother Nancy and his grandmother Lucy. About 1825, Lucy Hanks, the grandmother of Abe, had died, nearly to 60 years of age, the mother of 8 children, James, Thomas, Henry, George, Elizabeth, Lucy, Peggy, and Polly. James and Henry had become ministers of the gospel. The children were all well brought up, and spoken of as honest, industrious, law-abiding, and God-fearing citizens. Their father, Henry Sparrow, had married Lucy Hanks in 1791. She could read and write, though her father and brothers couldn't. Such things the Lincolns and Hankses were free to talk about with any of their neighbors, either in corn-shucking time or in the winter around the stove in Jones's store. They were proud of Lucy Hanks and her husband and the 8 children respectably brought up. They were less free to say that Nancy Hanks, the mother of Abe, was born in Virginia in 1784 when Lucy Hanks was 19 years old and 7 years before Lucy married. And Joseph Hanks, the father of Lucy, had taken his family to Kentucky that same year. In November 1789, a grand jury of Mercer County had named Lucy Hanks as a loose woman. The clerk of the court was ordered to issue a summons for her arrest by the sheriff. Then 5 months had gone by, and Lucy Hanks came to the courthouse in Harrodsburg, Kentucky, and signed a certificate that she would marry Henry Sparrow on that day, or as she wrote it, any other day. And she had waited a year to show him perhaps what kind of life she could lead for the sake of a man she wanted to marry. And at the end of that year came the wedding of Lucy Hanks and Henry Sparrow. And it turned out to be a love match. Then 2 years passed, and Joseph Hanks, the father of Lucy, died and left a will. To his son William, father of the same John Hanks who worked in the cornfields with young Abe Lincoln, was bequeathed 1 gray horse called Gilbert, and he left his son Thomas 1 sorrel horse called Major, while the son Joseph fell heir to 1 sorrel horse called Bald, besides 150 acres of land. To his daughter Elizabeth he gave 1 heifer yearling called Gentle. To his daughter Polly 1 heifer yearling called Lady, and to his daughter Nancy 1 heifer yearling called Piety. The residue then went to his wife Nanny. Thus the dead man had remembered in his will and given a piece of his property to 4 sons, 3 daughters, and his wife. He named and mentioned all of his family, except Lucy. She was the disobedient child, the daughter who had erringly darkened his door-sills, and he died with a heart hardened against her, unforgiving to the last. Yet it seemed that his punishment of Lucy made little difference with his daughter Nancy, who lived to make a mistake like that of Lucy. For in 1799, Nancy's son, Dennis Hanks, who later helped Abe Lincoln build corn cribs around Gentryville, was born several years before his mother married Levi Hall and moved to Indiana to die in the same plague that took away her husband and her niece Nancy Hanks, the mother of Abe Lincoln. Thus life came and went, and there were men and women who seemed to have been candles lighted and to be seen till a sudden gust of wind had come and their lights no longer met the eyes. They had been, they no longer were. One of the sisters of Lucy Hanks worth talking about was Betsy, the one given the heifer called Gentle. She had married Thomas Sparrow. They wanted children of their own, but the wanted children didn't come. So they took into their house the children of others. When Lucy Hanks married Henry Sparrow, then Betsy and Tom Sparrow took in Nancy Hanks and raised Nancy Hanks till she married Tom Lincoln. To outsiders, Nancy Hanks was sometimes known as Nancy Sparrow. They took in Dennis Hanks when Levi Hall married Nancy Hanks, the mother of Dennis. Yes, one of the sisters worth talking about was the big-hearted, ready-handed Betsy Sparrow, with her door open and welcome to the children not so welcome in the homes of her sisters. She it was who had gone 2 miles down the road the morning little Abe Lincoln was born to help wash the new baby and put a yellow petticoat on him. Such were tissues of fact twisted through and around the births and the deaths of the men and the women of the Lincoln and Hanks clan, talked about sometimes in hushed and sober moments, sometimes perhaps late at night when monotonous multitudinous rain came on the roof in late winter and early spring, when a chill was still on the air and the frost not yet out of the ground, and the logs of the home fire threw shadows that lengthened, lessened, and lengthened again along the puncheon floor and among the rafters where seed corn hung. Back in the shadows of the years had lived the dark, strange woman, Lucy Hanks, with flame streaks in her hair. And the years had beaten on her head, and circumstances had squeezed at her heart and tried to smother her hopes. And she had lived to pick a man she wanted to marry, and borne him 8 children, and brought them up to read and write in a time when few could read, and still fewer could write so much as their own names. Young Abe Lincoln was free to have his thoughts about this mother of his mother. He could ask himself about what is called good and what is called bad, and how they are crisscrossed in the human mesh. He could ask whether sinners are always as crooked as painted, whether people who call themselves good are half the time as straight as the way they tell it. Maybe he ought to go slow in any deep or fixed judgments about people. Did the ghost of his lovable mother or the phantom of his lovely grandmother seem to whisper something like that? Chapter 17. A mile across the fields from the Lincoln home was the Pigeon Church, a log-built meeting house put up in 1822 after many discussions among members about where to locate. On June 7, 1823, William Barker, who kept the minutes and records, wrote that the church received Brother Thomas Lincoln by letter. He was elected the next year with 2 neighbors to serve as a committee of visitors to the Gilead Church, and served 3 years as church trustee. Strict watch was kept on the conduct of members, and Tom served on committees to look into reported misconduct between husbands and wives, brothers and sisters, of neighbor against neighbor. William Barker once entered the subscriptions for the support of the church as follows: "We the undersigned do assign our names to pay the several sums annexed to our names in produce this fall to be delivered betwixt the 1st and 20th of December. The produce is as follows: corn, wheat, whiskey, pork, linen, wool, or any other article or material to do the work with. The produce will be delivered at the meeting house in good marchanable produce." Among the subscribers was recorded, "Undersigned, Thomas Lincoln in cord manufactured pounds, 24. Along with the earliest settlers in Indiana had come Catholic priests and Baptist and Presbyterian preachers and Methodist circuit riders. Churches had been organized, and the members, with prayer and song, hewed the logs and raised the frames of their meeting houses for worship. Time had been when the circuit rider traveled with Bible in one hand and rifle in the other, preaching to members, sinners, and scorners in settlers' cabins or in timber groves. To the members, the Bible and the lands, names, stories, texts, and teachings of the Bible were overshadowing realities to be read, thought over, interpreted, and used in daily life. To grow in grace, and to arrive at grace abounding, to be strong in spirit, to cast out delusion, were matters connected definitely with the daily life of arising, building a fire, breaking the ice sheets on water, and starting a kettle to boil, and then going forth to the chores of the barn and the horse trough, the corn crib, the pig pen. Such biblical words as malice, mercy, and charity were topics of long explanations. Most of the church people could read only the shortest words in the Bible, or none at all. They sat in the log meeting house on the split log benches their own axes had shaped, listening to the preacher reading from the Bible by the light of fire logs. The pronunciation of the words Egypt, Mesopotamia, Babylon, Damascus set minds to work imagining places less real to them than Rockport, Boonville, Vincennes, Cincinnati. Epithets and texts enunciated often by preachers became tissues of their spiritual lives. The words meant something beyond the actual words in weeping and wailing and gnashing of teeth, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, by the waters of Babylon. They could see the direct inference to be drawn from, "The fathers have eaten our sour grapes and the children's teeth are set on edge," or the suggestions in "Let not your heart be troubled," or "Let him who is without sin cast the first stone,"
Or, as ye would that others should do unto you, do ye even so unto them. Their own morning glories, honeysuckle and blooming perennials, came to leafage out of the rhythmic text. Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They toil not, neither do they spin. And yet I say unto you, that even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. They felt enough portents in the two words, Jesus wept, for the arrangement of that as a verse by itself. At the Pigeon Church, one of the favorite hymns was, How tedious and tasteless the hours, and another, Oh, to grace, how great a debtor, and another began with the lines, When I can read my title clear to mansions in the skies. To confess, to work hard, to be saving, to be decent, were the actions most praised and pleaded for in the sermons of the preachers. Next to denying Christ, the worst sins were drinking, gambling, fighting, loafing among the men, and gossiping, backbiting, sloth, and slack habits among the women. A place named Hell, where men, women, and children burned everlastingly in fires, was the place where sinners would go. In a timber grove one summer Sunday afternoon, a preacher yelled, shrieked, wrung his hands in sobs of hysterics, until a row of women were laid out to rest and recover in the shade of an oak tree. After they had moaned, shaken, danced up and down, worn themselves out with the jerks, and fainted. And young Abe Lincoln, looking on with sober face and quiet heart, was thoughtful about what he saw before his eyes. The Sabbath was not only a day for religious meetings. After the sermon, the members who rode horses many miles to the meeting house talked about crops, weather, births and deaths, the growing settlements, settlers just come, politics, Indians, and land titles. Families had prayers in the morning on a rising, grace at breakfast, noon prayers and grace at dinner, grace at supper, and evening prayers at bedtime. In those households, the manger at Bethlehem was a white miracle. The Black Friday at Golgotha and the rocks rolled away for the resurrection were nearby realities of terror and comfort, dark power and sustenance. The Sabbath day, Christmas, Easter were days for sober thoughts and sober faces, resignation, contemplation, rest, silence. Verses in the Gospel of St. John had rhythm and portent. I am the way, the truth, and the life. He that believeth in me shall not perish, but shall have everlasting life. Besides a wisdom of short syllables covering all the wants of life in the Lord's Prayer, they found a melodious movement of musical intention in the arrangement of its simple words. It was like a walk from a green valley to a great mountain to pronounce with thoughtful cadence, Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. The glisten of dewdrops on wheat straws, in the gray chill of daybreak on harvest fields, shone in the solemn assurance of, Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. There was occupation of the imaginative gift, a challenge even to the sleeping or crying senses of color and form, hidden in the picture of Jacob's ladder stretching from the man in earth slumber up beyond the limits of sky. In the drama of Jonah entering the belly of the whale and later issuing forth from that darkness, in the swift stride of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, in the coat of many colors worn by Joseph in the dream of 7 years of famine to come upon Egypt, in the flawless and clear-eyed sheep-boy David walking with sling and stone to win battle against the stiff-necked giant Goliath by reason of one fierce stone pounded home to the forehead of the swaggerer, in the massive prefigurements of preparation for calamity or destruction of mortal pride to be found in the episodes of Noah's Ark and the upthrust and come-down of the Tower of Babel. After a day of plowing corn, watching crop pests, whittling bean poles, capturing strayed cattle and fixing up a hole in a snake rail fence, while the housewife made a kettle of soap, hoed the radishes and cabbages, milked the cows, and washed the baby,
There was a consolation leading to easy slumber in Beatitudes. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. It was not their business to be sure of the arguments and the invincible logic that might underlie the Bible promises of heaven and threats of hell. It was for this the preacher was hired and paid by the corn, wheat, whiskey, pork, linen, wool, and other produce brought by the members of the church. The exquisite foretokening, "In my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you," was but a carrying farther of the implications of that cry from the ramparts of the unconquerable. "O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory?" Beyond Indiana was something else. Beyond the timber and underbrush, the malaria, milk-sick, blood, sweat, tears, hands hard and crooked as the roots of walnut trees, there must be something else. Young Abraham Lincoln saw certain of these Christians with a clean burning fire, with inner reckonings that prompted them to silence or action or speech, and they could justify themselves with a simple and final explanation that all things should be done decently and in order. Their door-strings were out to sinners deep in mire, to scorners seemingly past all redemption. The Jesus who lived with lawbreakers, thieves, lepers, crying, "Unclean!" was an instrument and a light vivifying into everyday use the abstractions behind the words malice, mercy, charity. They met understanding from the solemn young Lincoln, who had refused to join his schoolmates in torturing a live mud turtle, and had written a paper arguing against cruelty to animals, who, when 11 years old, took his father's rifle and shot a prairie turkey, and had never since shot any game at all, who could butcher a beef or hog for food, but didn't like to see rabbit blood, who wanted to be a river steamboat pilot, but gave up in simple obedience when his father told him he was needed at home, who as a 9-year-old boy helped get a traveling preacher to speak some sort of final ceremonial words over the winter grave of Nancy Hanks Lincoln, who would bother to lug on his shoulders and save from freezing the body of a man overloaded with whiskey, who had seen one of his companions go insane, and who used to get up before daylight and cross the fields to listen to the crooning falsetto cackling and disconnected babbling of one whose brain had suddenly lost control of things done decently and in order. The footsteps of death, silent as the moving sundial of a tall sycamore, were a presence. Time and death, the partners who operate, leaving no more track than mist, had to be reckoned in the scheme of life. A day is a shooting star. The young Lincoln tried to rhyme this sentiment. Time, what an empty vapor 'tis, and days how swift they are, swift as an Indian arrow, fly on like a shooting star. The present moment just is here, then slides away in haste. That we can never say they're ours, but only say they're past. His mother Nancy Hanks and her baby that didn't live, his sister Sarah and her baby that didn't live. Time and the empty vapor had taken them. The rain and the snow beat on their graves. The young man who was in his right mind and then began babbling week in and week out the droolings of a disordered brain. Time had done it without warning. On both man and the animals, time and death had their way. In a single week, the milk-sick had taken 4 milk cows and 11 calves of Dennis Hanks, while Dennis, too, had nearly gone under with a hard week of it. At the Pigeon Creek settlement, while the structure of his bones, the build and hang of his torso and limbs, took shape, other elements, invisible yet permanent, traced their lines in the tissues of his head and heart. Chapter 18. Pioneers are half gypsy. The lookout is on horizons from which at any time another and stranger wander song may come calling and take the heart, to love or to kill, with gold or with ashes, with bluebirds burbling in ripe cornfields, or with rheumatism or hog cholera or mortgages, rust and bugs eating crops and farms into ruin. They are luck hunters, and luck, is it yonder?
Over the horizon over yonder, is there a calling and a calling? The pioneers so often are believers in luck. Out yonder. And always the worker on land who puts in crops and bets on the weather and gambles in seed corn and hazards his toil against so many whimsical, fateful conditions, has a pull on his heart to believe he can read luck signs and tell good luck or bad luck to come, in dreams of his sleep at night, in changes of the moon, in the manners of chickens and dogs, and little seeming accidents that reveal the intentions and operations of forces beyond sight and smell. They have noticed certain coincidences operating to produce certain results in the past. And when again those coincidences arise, they say frankly, "I'm superstitious. What happened before is liable to happen again." The simple saying among simple people, "If a bird lights in a window, there will be death in that house," goes back to the fact that there have been deaths, and many of them, in houses to which a bird came and sat on a windowsill and picked his wings and put on dark assumptions. Down in Indiana, as Abe Lincoln grew up, he cherished his sweet dreams and let the bitter ones haunt him, and tried to search out from the muddled hugger-mugger of still other dreams whether the meaning was to be sweet or bitter. His father had portentous dreams. His father told how in a night's sleep once he saw a wayside path to a strange house. He saw the inside walls, the chairs, the table, the fireplace in that house. At the fireside a woman was sitting, and her face, eyes, and lips came clear. She was paring an apple. She was the woman to be his wife. This was the dream, and in his night's sleep it came again and again. He could not shake it off. It haunted him till he went to the path, followed the path to the house, went inside, and there saw the woman, sitting at the fireside, paring an apple. Her face, eyes, and lips were those he had seen so often in his night's sleep, and the rest of his dream came to pass. Tom Lincoln had told this to his son Abe, and the boy searched his dreams for meanings. He learned to say of certain coincidences, "I'm superstitious," feeling that what had happened before under certain combinations of events would probably happen again. Even the water underground, the streams and springs, were whimsical, unreliable, ran by luck, it seemed, in southern Indiana. Not far from the Lincolns was a region where rivers dipped down into limestone and faded out of sight. Lost Rivers, they were called. In Wyandotte Cave, a walker could go 15 miles around the inside. In some counties, there was no telling when a good well would give out and say, "No more water here." Abe's father hired a man to come with a witch hazel and tell by the way the magic stick pointed where to dig a well that wouldn't go dry. The well was dug where the witch hazel said it should be dug, and that well went dry just as others before had on the Lincoln farm. Besides superstitions, there were sayings to be spoken and guessed about, old pieces of whim and wisdom out of bygone generations of Kentuckians, of English, Scotch, and Irish souls. Potatoes growing underground must be planted in the dark of the moon, while beans growing above ground must be planted in the light of the moon. The posts of a rail fence would sink in the ground if not set in the dark of the moon. Trees for rails must be cut in the early part of the day and in the light of the moon. If in planting corn you skipped a row, there would be a death in the family. If you killed the first snake you saw in the spring, you would win against all your enemies that year. If rheumatism came, skunk grease or red worm oil rubbed where the ache was would cure it. Steal a dish rag, people said, and hide it in the tree stump, and your wart will go away. If you have many warts, tie as many knots in a string as there are warts, and bury the string under a stone. A dog crossing a hunter's path means bad luck, unless he hooks his two little fingers together and pulls till the dog is out of sight. Feed gunpowder to dogs, and it will make them fierce. To start on a journey and see a white mule is bad luck. If a horse breathes on a child, the child will have the whooping cough. Buckeyes carried in the pocket keep off the rheumatism. When a man is putting up a crop of hay or shucking a field of corn or driving a load of wood, the weather has a particular interest for him. Out of the lives of farmers, timber workers, ox drivers, in Kentucky and Indiana, have come sayings. If the sun shines while it is raining, it will rain again the next day. Birds and hens singing during the rain indicate fair weather. If roosters crow when they go to roost, it is a sign of rain. The first thunder in the spring wakes up the snakes from their winter sleep. When chickens get on a fence during a rain and pick themselves, it is a sign of clear weather. When the rain gets thick and heavy, almost like mist, it will turn cold. If a bobwhite says bob only once, there will be rain. Rain from the east rains 3 days at least. If it rains before 7, it will clear before 11. If there is lightning in the north, it will rain in 24 hours. Lightning in the south means dry weather. If a man can't skin, he must hold a leg while someone else does, was a saying among the butcher gangs Abe Lincoln worked with. Men in those gangs would indicate a short distance by saying it was far as you can throw a bull by the tail. A strong whiskey would make a rabbit spit in a dog's face. There were admonitions, spit against the wind and you spit in your own face. Or, don't see all you see and don't hear all you hear. Then, too, there were sayings spoken among the men only, out of barn life and handling cattle and hogs. The daily chores required understanding of the necessity of habits of men and animals. And naturally in field and kitchen, among young and old, there were the phrases and epithets. As plain as the nose on your face, as easy as licking a dish, as welcome as the flowers in May, as bare as the back of my hand, before the cat can lick her ear, as red as a spanked baby. And there were eloquent Irish with blessings, maledictions, and proverbs. Better be red-headed than be without a head. No man can live longer at peace than his neighbors like. I think his face is made of a fiddle. Every one that looks on him loves him. She's as dirty as a slut that's too lazy to lick herself. A liar must have a good memory. It's an ill fight where he that wins has the worst of it. Hills look green that are far away. It will be all the same after you're dead 100 years. Among the young people were whimsies often spoken and seldom believed. Fancy was on a loose leash in some of these. If you can make your first and little finger meet over the back of your hand, you will marry. If you spit on a chunk of firewood and speak your sweetheart's name, he will come before it burns out. The new moon must never be seen through the trees when making a wish. If a butterfly comes into the house, a lady will call wearing a dress the color of the butterfly. If you sing before breakfast, you will cry before night. If the fire roars, there will be a quarrel in the family. If 2 hens fight in the barnyard, there will be 2 ladies calling. If your ears burn, somebody is gossiping about you. If your hand itches, you will get a present or shake hands with a stranger. If your right foot itches, you are going on a journey. If the left foot itches, you are going where you are not wanted. If your nose itches away from home, you are wanted at home. But if your nose itches at home, someone is coming to see you. If your right eye itches, you will cry, and if it is a left eye, you will laugh. If you break a looking glass, you will have 7 years of bad luck. If you let a baby under a year old look in the mirror, it will die. It is bad luck to step over a broom. Among the games played at parties by young people in Indiana was the farm classic Skip to My Lou, which tells of a little red wagon painted blue, a mule in the cellar kicking up through, chickens in the haystack, shoo, 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 flies in the cream jar, shoo, 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 rabbits in the bean patch, 2 by 2. Hurry up, slowpoke, do-oh-do. Hurry up, slowpoke, do-oh-do. Hurry up, slowpoke, do-oh-do. Skip to my Lou, my darling. I'll get her back in spite of you. I'll get her back in spite of you. I'll get her back in spite of you. Skip to my Lou, my darling. Gone again, what shall I do? Gone again, what shall I do? Gone again, what shall I do? Skip to my Lou, my darling. I'll get another one sweeter than you. I'll get another one sweeter than you. I'll get another one sweeter than you. Skip to my Lou, my darling. And there were other classics, such as Way Down in the Pawpaw Patch, I'll Chaw Hay on the Corner, Pig in the Parlor, Old Bald Eagle Sail Around, and Pop Goes the Weasel. The game of Old Sister Phoebe, with a quaint British strain, had song couplets. Old Sister Phoebe, how merry were we the night we sat under the juniper tree, hi ho, the juniper tree, hi ho. Take this hat on your head, it will keep your head warm, and take a sweet kiss, it will do you no harm. It will do you no harm, but a great deal of good, and so take another while kissing goes good. In Thus the Farmer Sows His Seed, an ancient human dialogue is rehearsed. Come, my love, and go with me, and I will take good care of thee. I am too young, I am not fit, I cannot leave my mamma yet. You're old enough, you are just right, I asked your mamma last Saturday night. Among a people who spun their own wool and wove their own cloth, as their forefathers had done, there was the inheritance of the game of Weevily Wheat, danced somewhat like the Virginia reel, with singing passages. Oh, Charlie, he's a fine young man, oh, Charlie, he's a dandy. He loves to hug and kiss the girls and feed 'em on good candy. The higher up the cherry tree, the riper grows the cherries. The more you hug and kiss the girls, the sooner they will marry. My pretty little pink, I suppose you think I care but little about you, but I'll let you know before you go, I cannot do without you. It's left hand round your weevily wheat, it's both hands round your weevily wheat. Come down this way with your weevily wheat, it's swing, oh swing your weevily wheat. Among the best remembered favorites in the neighborhood around the Lincoln farm in Indiana were Skip to My Lou, Old Sister Phoebe, Thus the Farmer Sows His Seed, and Weevily Wheat. They had patriotic songs for the 4th of July, chief of which was Hail Columbia, printed as follows. Hail Columbia, happy land, hail ye heroes, heaven-born band, who fought and bled in freedom's cause, who fought and bled in freedom's cause. And when the storm of war is gone, enjoy the peace your valor won. Let independence be your boast, ever mindful when it cost, ever grateful for the prize. May its altar reach the skies. Chapter 19. The farm boys in their evenings at Jones's store in Gentryville talked about how Abe Lincoln was always reading, digging into books, stretching out flat on his stomach in front of the fireplace, studying till midnight and past midnight, picking a piece of charcoal to write on the fire shovel, shaving off what he wrote, and then writing more, till midnight and past midnight. The next thing, Abe would be reading books between the plow handles, it seemed to them. And once trying to speak a last word, Dennis Hanks said, "There's something peculiarsome about Abe." He wanted to learn, to know, to live, to reach out. He wanted to satisfy hungers and thirsts he couldn't tell about, this big boy of the backwoods. And some of what he wanted so much, so deep down, seemed to be in books. Maybe in books he would find the answers to dark questions pushing around in the pools of his thoughts and the drifts of his mind. He told Dennis and other people, "The things I want to know are in books. My best friend is the man who'll get me a book I ain't read." And sometimes friends answered, "Well, books ain't as plenty as wildcats in these parts of Indiany." This was one thing meant by Dennis when he said there was something peculiarsome about Abe. It seemed that Abe made the books tell him more than they told other people. All the other farm boys had gone to school and read The Kentucky Preceptor, but Abe picked out questions from it, such as who had the most right to complain, the Indian or the Negro. And Abe would talk about it, up one way and down the other, while they were in the cornfield pulling fodder for the winter. When Abe got hold of a storybook and read about a boat that came near a magnetic rock, and how the magnets in the rock pulled all the nails out of the boat so it went into pieces and the people in the boat found themselves floundering in water, Abe thought it was funny and told it to other people. After Abe read poetry, especially Bobby Burns's poems, Abe began writing rhymes himself. When Abe sat with a girl, with their bare feet in the creek water, and she spoke of the moon rising, He explained to her it was the earth moving and not the moon. The moon only seemed to rise. John Hanks, who worked in the fields barefooted with Abe, grubbing stumps, plowing, mowing, said, "When Abe and I came back to the house from work, he used to go to the cupboard, snatch a piece of cornbread, sit down, take a book, cock his legs up high as his head, and read. Whenever Abe had a chance in the field while at work or at the house, he would stop and read." He liked to explain to other people what he was getting from books. Explaining an idea to someone else made it clearer to him. The habit was growing on him of reading out loud. Words came more real if picked from the silent page of the book and pronounced on the tongue. New balances and values of words stood out if spoken aloud. When writing letters for his father or the neighbors, he read the words out loud as they got written. Before writing a letter, he asked questions such as, "What do you want to say in the letter? How do you want to say it? Are you sure that's the best way to say it? Or do you think we can fix up a better way to say it?" As he studied his books, his lower lip stuck out. Josiah Crawford noticed it was a habit and joked Abe about the stuck-out lip. This habit, too, stayed with him. He wrote in his sum book, or arithmetic, that compound division was when several numbers of divers denominations are given to be divided by one common divisor, and worked on the exercise in multiplication. If 1 foot contain 12 inches, I demand how many there are in 126 feet. Thus the schoolboy. What he got in the schools didn't satisfy him. He went to 3 different schools in Indiana besides 2 in Kentucky, altogether about 4 months of school. He learned his ABC, how to spell, read, write, and he had been with the other barefoot boys in butternut jeans learning manners under the school teacher, Andrew Crawford, who had them open a door, walk in, and say, "Howdy do." Yet what he tasted of books in school was only a beginning, only made him hungry and thirsty, shook him with a wanting and a wanting of more and more of what was hidden between the covers of books. He kept on saying, "The things I want to know are in books. My best friend is the man who'll get me a book I ain't read." He said that to Pitcher, the lawyer over at Rockport, nearly 20 miles away, one fall afternoon, when he walked from Pigeon Creek to Rockport and borrowed a book from Pitcher. Then when fodder pulling time came a few days later, he shucked corn from early daylight till sundown along with his father and Dennis Hanks and John Hanks, but after supper he read the book till midnight. And at noon he hardly knew the taste of his cornbread because he had the book in front of him. It was 100 little things like these which made Dennis Hanks say there was something peculiarsome about Abe. Besides reading the family Bible and figuring his way all through the old arithmetic they had at home, he got hold of Aesop's Fables, Pilgrim's Progress, Robinson Crusoe, and Weems's The Life of Francis Marion. The book of fables, written or collected thousands of years ago by the Greek slave known as Aesop, sank deep in his mind. As he read through the book a second and third time, he had a feeling there were fables all around him, that everything he touched and handled, everything he saw and learned, had a fable wrapped in it somewhere. One fable was about a bundle of sticks and a farmer whose sons were quarreling and fighting. There was a fable in 2 sentences which read, "A coachman, hearing one of the wheels of his coach make a great noise, and perceiving that it was the worst one of the 4, asked how it came to take such a liberty. The wheel answered that from the beginning of time, creaking had always been the privilege of the weak." And there were shrewd, brief incidents of foolery such as this. A waggish, idle fellow in a country town, being desirous of playing a trick on the simplicity of his neighbors, and at the same time putting a little money in his pocket at their cost, advised that he would on a certain day show a wheel carriage that should be so contrived as to go without horses. By silly curiosity, the rustics were taken in, and each succeeding group who came out from the show were ashamed to confess to their neighbors that they had seen nothing but a wheelbarrow. The style of the Bible, of Aesop's fables, the hearts and minds back of those books, were much in his thoughts.
His favorite pages in them he read over and over. Behind such proverbs as "Muzzle not the ox that treadeth out the corn," and "He that ruleth his own spirit is greater than he that taketh a city," there was a music of simple wisdom and a mystery of common everyday life that touched deep spots in him, while out of the fables of the ancient Greek slave he came to see that cats, rats, dogs, horses, plows, hammers, fingers, toes, people, all had fables connected with their lives, characters, places. There was perhaps an outside for each thing as it stood alone, while inside of it was its fable. One book came, titled "The Life of George Washington, with Curious Anecdotes Equally Honorable to Himself and Exemplary to His Young Countrymen," embellished with 6 steel engravings by M.L. Weems, formerly rector of Mount Vernon Parish. It pictured men of passion and proud ignorance in the government of England, driving their country into war on the American colonies. It quoted the far-visioned warning of Chatham to the British Parliament: "For God's sake, then, my lords, let the way be instantly opened for reconciliation. I say instantly, or it will be too late forever." The book told of war, as at Saratoga. The horse is a mastiff of true British breed. Lord Balcarras was heard from rank to rank, loud animating his troops, while on the other hand, fierce as a hungry Bengal tiger, the impetuous Arnold precipitated heroes on the stubborn foe. Shrill and terrible from rank to rank resounds the clash of bayonets. Frequent and sad the groans of the dying. Pairs on pairs, Britons and Americans, with each his bayonet at his brother's breast, fall forward together, faint shrieking in death, and mingle their smoking blood. Washington, the man, stood out as when he wrote, "These things so harassed my heart with grief that I solemnly declared to God, if I knew myself, I would gladly offer myself a sacrifice to the butchering enemy, if I could thereby ensure the safety of these my poor distressed countrymen." The Weems book reached some deep spots in the boy. He asked himself what it meant that men should march, fight, bleed, go cold and hungry for the sake of what they called freedom. "Few great men are great in everything," said the book, and there was a cool sap in the passage. His delight was in that of the manliest sort, which, by stringing the limbs and swelling the muscles, promotes the kindliest flow of blood and spirits. At jumping with a long pole, or heaving heavy weights, for his years he hardly had an equal. Such book talk was a comfort against the same thing over again, day after day. So many mornings the same kind of water from the same spring, the same fried pork and cornmeal to eat, the same drizzles of rain, spring plowing, summer weeds, fall fodder pulling, each coming every year, with the same tired feeling at the end of the day. So many days alone in the woods or the fields, or else the same people to talk with, people from whom he had learned all they could teach him. Yet there ran through his head the stories and sayings of other people, the stories and sayings of books, the learning his eyes had caught from books. They were a comfort. They were good to have because they were good by themselves, and they were still better to have because they broke the chill of the lonesome feeling. He was thankful to the writer of Aesop's fables because that writer stood by him and walked with him, an invisible companion, when he pulled fodder or chopped wood. Books lighted lamps in the dark rooms of his gloomy hours. Well, he would live on. Maybe the time would come when he would be free from work for a few weeks, or a few months, with the books, and then he would read. God, then he would read. Then he would go and get at the proud secrets of his books. His father. Would he be like his father when he grew up? He hoped not. Why should his father knock him off a fence rail when he was asking a neighbor passing by a question? Even if it was a smart question, too pert and too quick, it was no way to handle a boy in front of a neighbor. No, he was going to be a man different from his father. The books. His father hated the books. His father talked about too much edication. After readin', writin', arithmetic, that was enough, his father said. He, Abe Lincoln, the boy, wanted to know more than the father, Tom Lincoln, wanted to know. Already Abe knew more than his father. He was writing letters for the neighbors. They hunted out the Lincoln farm to get young Abe to find his bottle of ink with blackberry briar root and copras in it, and his pen made from a turkey buzzard feather, and write letters. Abe had a suspicion sometimes his father was a little proud to have a boy that could write letters and tell about things in books, and outrun and outwrestle and rough and tumble any boy or man in Spencer County. Yes, he would be different from his father. He was already so. It couldn't be helped. In growing up from boyhood to young manhood, he had survived against lonesome, gnawing monotony and against floods, forest and prairie fires, snake bites, horse kicks, ague, chills, fever, malaria, milk sick. A comic outline against the sky he was, hiking along the roads of Spencer and other counties in southern Indiana in those years, when he read all the books within a 50-mile circuit of his home. Stretching up on the long legs that ran from his moccasins to the body frame with its long, gangling arms covered with linsey woolly, then the lean neck that carried the head with its surmounting coonskin cap or straw hat, it was again a comic outline, yet with a portent in its shadow. His laughing howdy, his yarns and drollery opened the doors of men's hearts. Starting along in his 11th year came spells of abstraction. When he was spoken to, no answer came from him. He might be 1,000 miles away. The roaming, fathoming, searching, questioning operations of the minds and hearts of poets, inventors, beginners who take facts stark, these were at work in him. This was one sort of abstraction he knew. There was another. The books took him, coils of multiplied melancholies wrapped their blue frustrations inside him, all that Hamlet, Koheleth, Schopenhauer have uttered, in a mesh of foiled hopes. There was absolutely nothing to excite ambition for education, he wrote later of that Indiana region. Against these blues, he found the best warfare was to find people and trade with them his yarns and drolleries. John Baldwin, the blacksmith, with many stories and odd talk and eye slants, was a help and a light. Days came when he sank deep in the stream of human life and felt himself kin in all that swam in it, whether the waters were crystal or mud. He learned how suddenly life can spring a surprise. One day in the woods, he was sharpening a wedge on a log. The axe glanced, nearly took his thumb off, and left a white scar after healing. "You never cuss a good axe," was a saying in those timbers. Chapter 20. 16-year-old Abe had worked on the farm of James Taylor at the mouth of Anderson Creek, on that great highway of traffic, the Ohio River. Besides plowing and doing barn and field work, he ran the ferry boat across the Ohio. 2 travelers wanted to get on a steamboat one day, and after Abe sculled them to it and lifted their trunks on board, they threw him a $50 apiece. It gave him a new feeling. The most he had ever earned before that was butchering for 30 cents a day, and when one of the $50 slipped from him and sank in the river, that too gave him a new feeling. At Anderson Creek Ferry, he saw and talked with settlers, land buyers and sellers, traders, hunters, peddlers, preachers, gamblers, politicians, teachers, and men shut-mouthed about their business. Occasionally came a customer who looked as if he might be one of the half-horse, half-alligator men haunting the Ohio watercourse those years. There was river talk about Mike Fink, known on the Ohio as the snapping turtle, and on the Mississippi as the snag, the toughest of the half-horse, half-alligator crowd. He was a famous marksman, and aiming his rifle from his keelboat floating the Ohio, had shot off the tails of pigs running loose in the bottomlands. Once Mike ordered his wife off his barge, covered her with autumn leaves while he threatened to shoot her, set fire to the leaves so that Mrs. Fink ran with clothes and hair on fire and jumped into the river, to hear her husband saying, "Ye will make eyes at the men on other boats, will ye?" Along the waterfront of Louisville, Mike Fink had backed up his claim. "I can outrun, outhop, outjump, throw down, drag out, and lick any man in the country. I'm a salt river roarer. I love the women, and I'm chock full of fight." They tried him for crimes in Louisville and acquitted him for lack of sufficient evidence. He waved a red bandana for a goodbye and told them he would come back to face their other indictments. One of Mike's nicknames was the Valley King. In a dispute with a man who claimed to have royal blood of France in his veins, Mike closed the argument by kicking the representative of royalty from the inside of a tavern to the middle of a street with the words, "What if you are a king? Ain't we all kings over here?" His keelboat was named the Lightfoot. Mike's rival among the half-horse, half-alligator men was Little Billy, whose challenge ran, "I'm Little Billy all the way from North Fork of Muddy Run, and I can whip any man in this section of the country. Maybe you never heard of the time the horse kicked me and put both his hips out of gent. If you ain't true, cut me up for catfish bait. I'm one of the toughest. Live forever and then turn to a white oak post. I can outrun, outjump, outswim, chaw more tobacco and spit less, drink more whiskey and keep soberer than any man in these parts." Among the bad men of the river, rough and tumble fighting include gouging of eyes, thumb chewing, knee lifting, head butting, and biting off of noses and ears, and the tearing loose of underlips with the teeth. Fights was fights in them days. Travelers had a proverb that a tavern was hardly safe if the proprietor had a nose or an ear off. It was a sign the landlord couldn't take care of himself. Many travelers carried jugs of whiskey with corncob stoppers. Their common names for the raw article were such as Red Eye, Firewater, Cider Royal, Blue Ruin, Full Water, Bug Juice, though there were special brands indicative of lore and lingo with their names Clay and Hoyson, Racehorse, Ching Ching, Tog, Rapee, Fiscal Agent, TOU, Tipena Peco, Moral Suasion, Vox Populi, Ne Plus Ultra, Shambro, Pig and Whistle, Silvertop, Poor Man's Punko, Split Ticket, Deacon, Exchange, Stonewall, Virginia Fence, Floater, and Shifter. In Louisville, men played billiards all night, and there were no closing hours for the saloons and poker rooms. A legend ran of one gambler dealing the cards when alarm was sounded that a steamboat at the river landing was on fire, and he went on asking the players, "How many?" as though steamboats caught fire every day. The Hope Distillery Company, capitalized at $100,000, was operating with grain from the nearby Kentucky and Scioto River valleys, while one Dr. McMurtry called the Hope concern a gigantic reservoir of damning drink. They manufacture poison for the human race. Of what avail are the reasonings of philanthropists? So risky was travel that the Indiana legislature specifically permitted travelers to carry concealed weapons of any kind. There were traders from Cincinnati to New Orleans who were familiar with a regular dialogue, which they rehearsed to each other when they had the same room or bed in a tavern. "Stranger," one would say, "it's been a mighty long time since you and me slept together." "Yep," came the regulation answer. "Got same old smell you used to have." "You bet." "Air you as lousy as ever?" "That's me." "Put her thar." Then with a handshake and a swig from the jug they went to their sleep. There were tales of mosquitoes of a certain breed along the Ohio River. 2 could kill a dog, 10 a man. Men who had made trips up and down the river more than once had a song with the chorus, "Hard upon the beach shore, she moves too slow, all the way to Shawneetown, long time ago." A song, "The Hunters of Kentucky," written by Samuel Woodworth, the author of The Old Oaken Bucket, was heard occasionally amid the Ohio River traffic. It was about the Kentuckians at the Battle of New Orleans. A force of 2,250 of them had marched overland, arriving half naked. Women of New Orleans cut and sewed 1,127 pairs of pantaloons for them from wool blankets in less than 5 days. Part of the song ran, "And if a daring foe annoys, no matter what his force is, we'll show him that Kentucky boys are alligator horses." After telling about the breastworks erected for the battle, the song had this to say, Behind it stood our little force, none wished it to be greater, for every man was half a horse and half an alligator. Lawyers with books in their saddlebags took the ferry boat across the Ohio. Law and order was coming to that wild young country, they believed. They could remember only 10 years back how the law of the territory of Indiana provided that a horse thief should have 200 lashes with a whip on his bare back and stay in jail till the horse was paid for. And the second time he was caught horse stealing, he was shot or hanged. For stealing cattle or hogs, the thief had his shirt taken off and was given 39 lashes. Hunters crossed Anderson Creek Ferry who could tell how George Doty in 1821 up in Johnson County killed 300 deer. They said Noah Major, one of the first settlers in Morgan County, estimated there were 20,000 deer in that country when he came in 1820, 6 years before. Circuit riders could tell about Peter Cartwright, who 20 years before was riding the Salt River District in Kentucky, occasionally getting over into Indiana. Once Cartwright labored with a community of Shakers till 87 of that sect were rescued from the delusion. Those circuit riders could tell about Samuel Thornton Scott, the Presbyterian wilderness preacher who swam the White River, losing his hat and one boot, arriving at Vincennes, as one friend said, neither naked nor clad, barefoot nor shod. Old-timers came along who could tell how the Indians in 1809 were stealing horses, burning barns and fences, killing settlers, running off with cattle and chickens, and how General Hopkins with 1,200 soldiers burned the Indian villages along the Wabash. Their log cabins, gardens, orchards, stationed rangers to hunt down every Indian they found, till the time came when there was not a red man on the Wabash or south of that river in the state of Indiana. Others could tell of Daniel Ketchum, who was taken by Indians, kept over winter near Madison, loaded like a mule and marched to one of the Miami rivers, where his skin was blacked and he was handed a looking-glass and told to have a last look at himself before burning at the stake. A daughter of the chief, wearing 500 silver brooches, made a 30-minute speech, words flying fast and with defiance. Then she let Ketchum loose. 2 Indian women washed the black off him and the white blood out. He was taken to the tent of their mother, who offered him her hand, but, being drunk, fell off her seat before he could take the hand. He carried wood, pounded corn, escaped and returned home to his wife, who had pledged neighbors that Ketchum, who was a famous wheat stacker, would be home in time for stacking that year. The ferry boy at Anderson Creek watched and listened to this human drift across the Ohio River, the bushwhackers and bad men who called themselves bad, and the others who called themselves good. Civilization went by, boats and tools breaking ways. Steamboats came past in a slow and proud pageantry, making their 14 to 20-day passage from New Orleans to Pittsburgh. Geography became fact to the boy looking on. The flags on the steamboats were a sign of that long stretch of country the steamboats were crossing. Strings of flatboats passed, loaded with produce, pork, turkeys, chicken, cornmeal, flour, whiskey, venison hams, hazelnuts, skins, furs, ginseng. This was farm produce for trading at river ports to merchants or to plantation owners for feeding slaves. Other trading boats carried furniture, groceries, clothes, kitchenware, plows, wagons, harness. This was from manufacturing centers, consignments to storekeepers and traders. Houseboats, arks, sleds, flatboats with small cabins in which families lived and kept house, floated toward their new homesteads. On these the women were washing, their children playing, the life flow of a main artery of American civilization, at a vivid line of growth, was a piece of pageantry there at Anderson Creek. Chapter 21. Young Abe was out with axe, saw, and draw knife, building himself a light flatboat at Bates Landing, a mile and a half down the river from Anderson's Creek. He was 18 years old, a designer, builder, navigator. He cut down trees, hewed out planks, pegged and cleated together the bottoms and sides of his own boat, wood from end to end. Pieces of money jingled in his pockets. Passengers paid him for sculling them from Bates Landing out to steamboats in the middle of the Ohio River. He studied words and figurations on pieces of money. 13 stars stood for the first 13 states of the Union. The silver print of an eagle spreading its wings and lifting a fighting head was on the $50. As though the eagle were crying high, important words above its beak was inscribed, E pluribus unum. This meant the many states should be one, young Abe learned. Circled with the 13 stars were the head and bust of a motherly-looking woman. On her forehead was the word liberty. Just what did she mean? Waiting for passengers and looking out on the wide Ohio to the drooping trees that dipped their leaves in the water on the farther shore, he could think about money and women and eagles. A signal came from the opposite shore one day, and Lincoln rowed across the river. As he stepped out of his boat, 2 men jumped out of the brush. They took hold of him and said they were going to duck him in the river. They were John and Lynn Dill, brothers who operated a ferry and claimed Abe had been transporting passengers for hire contrary to the law of Kentucky. As they sized up Abe's lean, husky arms, they decided not to throw him in the river. He might be too tough a customer. Then all 3 went to Squire Samuel Pate, Justice of the Peace, near Lewisport. A warrant for the arrest of Abraham Lincoln was sworn out by John T. Dill, and the trial began of the case of the Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Abraham Lincoln, charged with violation of an act respecting the establishment of ferries. Lincoln testified he had carried passengers from the Indiana shore out to the middle of the river, never taking them to the Kentucky shore. And the Dill brothers, though sore and claiming the defendant Lincoln had wronged them, did not go so far as to testify he had, for reward, set any person over a river, in the words of the Kentucky statute. Squire Pate dismissed the warrant against Lincoln. The disappointed Dills put on their hats and left. Lincoln sat with Squire Pate for a long talk. If a man knows the law about a business he is in, it is a help to him, the squire told young Abe. They shook hands and parted friends. Afterwards, on days when no passengers were in sight and it was law day at Squire Pate's down the river, Abe would scull over and watch the witnesses, the constables, the squire, the machinery of law, government, justice. The state of Indiana, he learned, was one thing, and the state of Kentucky something else. A water line in the middle of a big river ran between them. He could ask, who makes state lines? What are state lines? Chapter 22. In the year 1825, ox teams and pack horses came through Gentryville carrying people on their way to a place on the Wabash River they called New Harmony. A rich English businessman named Robert Owen had paid $132,000 for land and $50,000 for livestock, tools, and merchandise, and had made a speech before the Congress at Washington telling how he and his companions were going to try to find a new way for people to live their lives together, without fighting, cheating, or exploiting each other, where work would be honorable, yet there would be time for play and learning. They would share and share alike, each for all and all for each. In January 1826, Owen himself, with a party of 30 people, came down the Ohio River in what was called the boatload of knowledge. More ox wagons and pack horses kept coming past the Gentryville crossroads. About 1,000 people were joined in Owen's scheme at New Harmony on the Wabash. The scheme lighted up Abe Lincoln's heart. His eyes were big and hungry as a hoot owl's as he told Dennis Hanks, "There's a school and thousands of books there, and fellers that know everything in creation." The schooling would have cost him about $100 a year, and he could have worked for his board. But Tom Lincoln had other plans for his son Abe. Across the next 3 years, the boy grew longer of leg and arm, tougher of bone and sinew, with harder knuckles and joints. James Gentry, with the largest farms in the Pigeon Creek clearings and a landing on the Ohio River, was looking the big boy over. He believed Abe could take his pork, flour, meal, bacon, potatoes, and produce to trade down the Mississippi River for cotton, tobacco, and sugar. Young Abe was set to work on a flatboat. He cut the oaks for a double bottom of stout planks and a deck shelter, 2 pairs of long oars at bow and stern, a check post, and a setting pole for steering. As the snow and ice began to melt, a little before the first frogs started shrilling in that year of 1828, they loaded the boat and pushed off. In charge of the boat, Mr. Gentry had placed his son, Allen, and in charge of Allen he had placed Abe Lincoln, to hold his own against any half-horse, half-alligator bushwhackers who might try to take the boat or loot it, and leave bones of those they took it from at Cave in Rock on the Illinois shore, or other spots where the skeletons of flatboatmen had been found years after the looters sold the cargo down the river. The honesty of Abe, of course, had been the first point Mr. Gentry considered, and the next point had been whether he could handle the boat in the snags and sandbars. The 2 young men pushed off on their trip of 1,000 miles to New Orleans on a wide, winding waterway, where the flatboats were tied up at night to the riverbank and floated and poled by day amid changing currents, strings of other flatboats, and in the paths of the proud white steamboats. Whitecaps rose and broke with their foam feathers a mile, 2 miles beyond the limit of eyesight, as fresh winds blew along the Ohio River. Cave in Rock was passed on the Illinois shore with its sign, Wilson's Liquor Vault and House of Entertainment, with a doorway 25 feet high, 80 feet wide, and back of that entrance a cavern 200 feet deep, a 14-foot chimney leading to an upper room where, one time later, were found 60 human skeletons, most of them rivermen lured and trapped by the Wilson gang that camped at Hurricane Island nearby. Timber-covered river bluffs stood up overlooking the river like plowmen resting big shoulders between the plow handles. Twisted dumps and runs of clay banks were like squatters who had lost hope and found rheumatism and malaria. Lone pine trees had silhouetted their dry arms of branches on reefs where they dissolved and reappeared in river mist lights, as if they struggled to tell some secret of water and sky before going under. The 19-year-old husky from Indiana found the Mississippi River as tricky with comic twists as Aesop's fables, as mystical, boding, and promising as the family Bible. Sandbars, shoals, and islands were scattered along with the look of arithmetic numbers. Sudden rains, shifting winds meant new handling of oars. A rising oar and rumble of noise might be rough water ahead or some whimsical current tearing through fallen tree branches at the riverside. A black form seems to be floating upriver through a gray drizzle. The coming out of the sun shows it is an island point, standing still. The light and air play tricks with it. The bends of the river ahead must be watched with ready oars and sweeps, or the flatboat naturally heads into shore. Strong winds crook the course of the boat, sometimes blowing it ashore. One of the crew must hustle off in a rowboat, tie a hawser to a tree or stump, while another man on the big boat has a rope at the check post, and they slow her down. Warning signals must be given at night by waving lantern or firewood to other craft. So the flatboat, the Broadhorn, went down the Father of Waters, 4 to 6 miles an hour, the crew frying their own pork and cornmeal cakes, washing their own shirts, sewing on their own buttons. Below Baton Rouge, among the sugar plantations known as the Sugar Coast, they tied up at the plantation of Madame Duquesne one evening, put their boat in order, spoke their good nights to any sweet stars in the sky, and dropped off to sleep. They woke to find 7 Negroes on board trying to steal the cargo and kill the crew. The long-armed Indiana husky swung a crabtree club, knocked them galley west, chased them into the woods, and came back to the boat and laid a bandana on a gash over the right eye that left a scar for life as it healed. Then they cut loose the boat and moved down the river. At New Orleans they traded, sold the rest of the cargo of potatoes, bacon, hams, flour, apples, jeans, in exchange for cotton, tobacco, and sugar, and sold the flatboat for what it would bring as lumber. And they lingered and loitered a few days, seeing New Orleans, before taking steamer north. On the streets and by-streets of that town, which had floated the flags of French, British, and American dominion, young Abraham Lincoln felt the pulses of a living humanity with far heartbeats and wide alien circles over the earth. English sailors who sang Ranzo and Boney, Hangin' Johnny, and Oh Fare You Well, My Bonny Young Girls. Dutchmen and French in jabber and exclamative, Swedes, Norwegians, and Russians with blonde and reddish mustaches and whiskers, Spaniards and Italians with knives and red silk handkerchiefs. New York, Philadelphia, Boston, Rome, Amsterdam become human facts. It was London those men came from, ejaculating, "How can ye blime me?" Women in summer weather wearing slippers and boots, Creoles with dusks of eyes, quadroons and octoroons with elusive soft voices, streets lined with saloons where men drank with men or chose from the women sipping their French wine or Jamaica rum at tables, sending quiet signals with their eyes or openly slanging the sailors, teamsters, roustabouts, rivermen, timber cruisers, crap shooters, poker sharps, squatters, horse thieves, poor whites. Bets were laid on steamboat races. Talk ran fast about the construction then going on of the New Orleans and Pontchartrain Railroad to be one of the first steam railroads in America and the world. Slaves passed, handcuffed into gangs headed for cotton fields of 1, 2, 6,000 acres in size. And everywhere was talk about niggers, good and bad niggers, how to rawhide the bad ones with mule whips or bring 'em to New Orleans and sell 'em, and how you could trust your own children with a good nigger. As young Abe Lincoln and Allen Gentry made their way back home to the clearings of Pigeon Creek, Indiana, the tall boy had his thoughts. He had crossed half the United States, it seemed, and was back home after 3 months' vacation with $8 a month pay in his pocket and a scar over the right eye. That year, Indiana University was to print its first catalog, but Abe Lincoln didn't show up among the students who registered. He was between the plow handles or pulling fodder or sinking the axe in trees and brush, and reading between times Pilgrim's Progress, A History of the United States, The Life of Francis Marion, The Life of Ben Franklin, and the book he borrowed from Dave Thurnham, The Constable. The title page of the book said it contained the revised laws of Indiana, adopted and enacted by the General Assembly at their 8th session, to which are prefixed the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Indiana, and sundry other documents connected with the political history of the territory and state of Indiana. Arranged and published by the authority of the General Assembly. The science of government, theories of law, and schemes of administration spread themselves before the young man's mind as he crept along from page to page, wrestling with those statutes of Indiana and other documents. It was tough plowing through that book, with the satisfaction, however, that he could keep what he learned. Crimes and punishments were listed there, in black and white. Fine distinctions between murder and manslaughter, between burglary, robbery, larceny, forgery, trespass, nuisance, fraud. Varied circumstances of assault and battery, affray, unlawful assembly, rout, and riot. Such offenses as rape, arson, kidnapping, mayhem, counterfeiting, adultery, perjury, profane swearing, selling playing cards, or obscene books. Lives of masses of people spread out before him in a panorama as he read the statutes. He read that there were crimes which shall be deemed infamous, and these are murder, rape, treason, man-stealing, and willful and corrupt perjury. And any man found guilty of an infamous crime shall thereafter be rendered incapable of holding any office of honor, trust, or profit, of voting at any election, of serving as a juror, of giving testimony within this state. He read in section 60 on page 48, every person of the age of 14 years or upwards who shall profanely curse or damn, or shall profanely swear by the name of God, Jesus Christ, or the Holy Ghost, shall be fined not less than $1 nor more than $3 for each offense. Sharp lines were drawn between murder and manslaughter. A murderer shall be a person of sound memory and discretion, who shall unlawfully kill any reasonable creature in being and under the peace of this state, with malice aforethought. A manslaughterer shall be a person who without malice, either express or implied, shall unlawfully kill another person, either voluntarily upon a sudden heat, or involuntarily, but in the commission of some unlawful act. It seemed, too, there was a stream of people, born or gone wrong, for the state to take care of, the criminals in jails and prisons, the paupers in poorhouses, the insane and feeble-minded in asylums, wives with runaway husbands, and children born out of wedlock. Chapter 23. Reading the Louisville Gazette, which came weekly to Gentryville, working out as a chore boy, field hand, and ferryman, walking a 50-mile circuit around the home cabin, flatboating down the Ohio and Mississippi, the young man Abraham Lincoln took in many things with his eyes that saw and his ears that heard and remembered. A Virginia planter named Edward Coles had quit Virginia and come down the Ohio River with his slaves, ending his journey in Illinois, where he had deeded a farm to each of his slaves with papers of freedom. The Erie Canal in New York, a big ditch for big boats to run on, was finished. It cost $7.5 million, but it connected the Great Lakes and the Atlantic Ocean, and it meant that the north ends of Indiana and Illinois, besides other prairie stretches, were going to fill up faster with settlers. The first railroad in the United States, a stub line 3 miles long, was running iron-wheeled wagons on iron rails at Quincy, Massachusetts. A settlement called Indianapolis had been cleared away. Glass and nails were arriving in southern Indiana now. There used to be none at all 10 years back. The famous Frenchman, General Lafayette, came up the Mississippi from New Orleans and visited Kaskaskia, where a reception was held in a mansion with the windows kept open for the benefit of people outside who wanted to have a look in. Sam Patch, who slid down Niagara Falls once and lived, had slid down the Genesee Falls at Rochester, New York, and was killed. It was interesting that Henry Clay, the famous congressman and orator from Kentucky, was nicknamed the mill boy of the Slashes, and came from a family of poor farmers and used to ride the mill with a sack of corn. It was interesting to hear a story that Henry Clay's wife was asked by a Boston woman in Washington, "Doesn't it distress you to have Mr. Clay gambling with cards?" And that she answered, "Dear no. He most always wins." Fragments of talk and newspaper items came about Daniel Webster and his Bunker Hill speech at the cornerstone of the Bunker Hill Monument, or John Marshall, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, and a decision in law, but they were far off. There was a sharp-tongued senator from Virginia, John Randolph of Roanoke, who was bitter against John Calhoun, Vice President of the United States, and John Randolph one day pointed his finger at Calhoun and said, "Mr. Speaker, I mean Mr. President of the Senate and would-be President of the United States, which God in his infinite mercy avert." And Randolph during a hot speech would call to a doorkeeper, "Tim's, more porter," taking every 10 or 15 minutes a foaming tumbler of malt liquor, drinking 2 or 3 quarts during a long speech. And neither Calhoun nor anybody else interfered with John Randolph when, on the floor of the Senate, he called John Quincy Adams, the President of the United States, a traitor, or Daniel Webster, a vile slanderer, or Edward Livingston, the most contemptible and degraded of beings, whom no man ought to touch unless with a pair of tongs. In some stories about famous men, there seemed to be a touch of the comic. John Randolph on the Senate floor called Henry Clay a blackleg. They fought a duel with pistols. Clay shot Randolph twice in the pantaloons. Randolph shot off his pistol once accidentally and once in the air. Both sides came through alive and satisfied. Southern and Western congressmen kept dueling pistols in their Washington outfits. Some had special pistols inlaid with gold. A Philadelphia gunsmith named Derringer was winning popularity with a short pistol to be carried in the hip pocket and used in street fights. At the exclusive assembly balls in Washington, the women's skirts came down to slightly above the ankles. Their silk stockings were embroidered with figures called clocks, and their thin slippers had silk rosettes and tiny silver buckles. The fashionable men of exclusive society affairs wore frock coats of blue, green, and claret cloth, with gilt buttons. Shirts were of ruffled linen. They had baggy Cossack pantaloons tucked into Hessian boots with gold top tassels. Everybody in the Capitol knew that the justices of the Supreme Court took snuff from their snuff boxes while hearing causes argued. That Henry Clay was moderate about drinking whiskey, while Daniel Webster went too far. That Andrew Jackson smoked a corncob pipe, and his enemies were free to say Mrs. Jackson too enjoyed her daily pipe. Protests were made to the government against the transportation of the mails on Sunday. In Philadelphia, church people stretched chains fastened with padlocks across the streets to stop the passage of mail coaches. The stories drifted west about white men in New York City who held political processions in which they marched dressed like Indians. They had organized the Tammany Society back in 1789. The members died, but Tammany lived on. The big excitement of New York politics had been the struggle of DeWitt Clinton, the governor, to put through the digging of the Erie Canal against Tammany opposition. Oh, a ditch he would dig from the lakes to the sea, the eighth of the world's matchless wonders to be. Good land! How absurd! But why should you grin? It will do to bury its mad author in. So Tammany sang at the start. But DeWitt Clinton stuck with the tenacity of his forefathers who had fought against the Indians and against the British king. When he won out, the rhymes ran, "Whit Clinton is dead, St. Tammany said, and all the papooses with laughter were weeping. But Clinton arose and confounded his foes. The cunning old fox had only been sleeping." There had been the 4 years John Quincy Adams was president. He had been elected in a three-cornered fight that ended on Election Day with Andrew Jackson having the most votes cast for him, but not a majority. This had put the contest into Congress, where Henry Clay had thrown his forces to Adams, and Adams's first move was to appoint Clay Secretary of State. The Jackson men said it was a crooked deal. Jackson had handed in his resignation as senator from Tennessee and started work on his political fences for 1828, while his New York Tammany friend, Martin Van Buren, was booming him up north. All the 4 years Adams was president, the moves in Congress were aimed at bagging the presidency in 1828. Investigating committees worked overtime. Each side dug for the other's scandals. Adams' past personal record, Jackson's handling of 6 deserters at Mobile in 1815, when 1,500 soldiers were drawn up at parade rest to watch 36 riflemen fire at 6 blindfolded men, each man kneeling on his own coffin. Adams's bills for wallpaper and paint in renovating the White House. Jackson's alleged marriage to his wife before she was properly divorced. In the background of all the bitter personal feelings, the slander and the slack talk of politics, a deep significant drift and shift was going on. Part of it was the feeling of the West and Southwest, the raw and new country, against the East and New England, the settled and established country. Added to this was a feeling that Jackson stood for the rough, plain people who work, as against the people who don't. That was the issue, as the Jackson crowd presented it, so that even Abe Lincoln in Spencer County, Indiana, was caught in the drive of its enthusiasm and wrote, "Let old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind. May Jackson be our president and Adams left behind." Jackson rode to election on a tumultuous landslide of ballots. His wife Rachel said, "Well, for Mr. Jackson's sake, I am glad. But for my own part, I never wished it." And the home women of Nashville secretly got ready dresses of satin and silk for her to wear in Washington as the first lady of the land. Then death took her suddenly.
Her husband for hours refused to believe she had breathed her last. He had killed one man and silenced others who had spoken against her. One woman wrote, "General Jackson was never quite the same man afterward. Her death subdued his spirit and corrected his speech." Then the new president-elect sailed down the Cumberland River to the Ohio, stopped at Cincinnati and Pittsburgh, and went on to Washington for an inauguration before a crowd of 10,000 people, whose wild cheering of their hero showed they believed something new and different had arrived in the government of the American Republic. Daniel Webster, writing a letter to a friend, hit off the event by saying, "I never saw such a crowd. People have come 500 miles to see General Jackson, and they really seem to think the country is rescued from some dreadful danger." The buckskin shirts of Kentucky settlers and the moccasins of Indian fighters from Tennessee were seen in the crowd. And along with politicians, preachers, merchants, gamblers, and lookers-on, swarmed into the White House reception, took their turns at barrels of whiskey, broke punch bowls of glass and chinaware, emptied pails of punch, stood on the satin-covered chairs, and had their look at Andy Jackson, our president, who was shoved into a corner where a line of friends formed a barrier to protect the 62-year-old man from his young buck henchmen. Thus began an 8-year period in which Andrew Jackson was President of the United States. He came to the White House with the mud of all America's great rivers and swamps on his boots, with records of victories and battles against savage Indian tribes and trained continental European generals who had fought Napoleon, with shattered ribs and the bullets of Tennessee duelists and gunfighters of the Southwest in his body. He knew little grammar and many scars, few classics, and many fast horses. Jackson came taking the place of John Quincy Adams, who was asking large funds for a national university and a colossal astronomical observatory, a lighthouse of the skies, a lovable, decent man who knew all the capes, peninsulas, and inlets of New England, who had been across the Atlantic and stood by the Thames and the Seine rivers, and had never laid eyes on the Mississippi nor the Wabash River. Harvard went under as against the Smoky Mountains and Horseshoe Bend. Jackson came in with 178 electoral votes as against 83 for Adams, after national circulation by his enemies of a thick pamphlet entitled Reminiscences, or an extract from the catalogue of General Jackson's youthful indiscretions between the age of 23 and 60, reciting 14 fights, duels, brawls, shooting, and cutting affairs, in which it was alleged he had killed, slashed, and clawed various American citizens. It was told of him that he asked a friend the day after the inaugural what the people were saying of his first message. "They say it is first rate, but nobody believes you wrote it," was the answer. To which Jackson rejoined, "Well, don't I deserve just as much credit for picking out the man who could write it?" One nickname for him was Old Hickory. He had lived on acorns and slept in the rain. Now he sat in a second-story room of the White House, smoking a cob pipe, running the United States government as he had run his armies, his political campaigns, his Tennessee plantation, his stable of racing horses, with a warm heart, a cool head, a sharp tongue, recklessly, cunningly. He was simple as an axe handle, shrewd as an Indian ambush, mingling in his breast the paradoxes of the good and evil proverbs of the people. Jackson was the son of a North of Irelander who came to America with only a pair of hands. No man will ever be quite able to comprehend Andrew Jackson who has not personally known a Scotch-Irishman. His breed broke with their bare hands into the wilderness beyond the Allegheny Mountains, and more than any other one stock of blood is credited with putting the western and southwestern stretches of territory under the dominion of the central federal government at Washington. The mellowed and practiced philosopher Thomas Jefferson once wrote a letter with the passage, "When I was president of the Senate, he, Jackson, was a senator, and he could never speak on account of the rashness of his feelings. I have seen him attempt it repeatedly, and as often choke with rage."
And yet, unless the Jackson breed of men, even their extreme type, the half-horse, half-alligator men, had pushed with their covered wagons, their axes and rifles, out into the territory of the Louisiana Purchase, Jefferson would have had no basis nor data for his negotiations in that mammoth land deal. Though in the presence of the ruffled linen of the Senate, Jackson did choke with rage as he faced Creek Indians, or seasoned troops from Napoleonic campaigns, or mutineers of his own army, with a cool and controlled behavior that was beyond the range of comprehension of models of etiquette in Washington. With Jackson in the White House came a new politics, better and worse. The acts of dismissal fell on 2,000 postmasters, department heads, and clerks. An administration daily newspaper, the Washington Globe, began publication. All office holders earning more than $1,000 a year had to subscribe or lose their jobs. The editor was asked to soften an attack on an administration enemy and replied, "No, let it tear his heart out." Wives of cabinet members refused to mix socially with Peggy O'Neill. Talk ran that she was fast and of too shady a past, even though now married to the Secretary of War. As the scandal dragged on, Jackson wrote hundreds of letters in her defense, sometimes using the phrase that she was chaste as snow. The husbands of the offended cabinet members' wives resigned from the cabinet. Jackson knocked the ashes from his cob pipe, appointed fresh and willing cabinet members, and life went on as before. When his postmaster general, a tried and loyal friend, rebelled at making the wholesale dismissals required by the politicians, Jackson pushed him to a seat on the Supreme Court bench and appointed a more willing post office chief. One friend said he was an actor, that after storming at a caller and closing the door, he would chuckle over his pipe and say, "He thought I was mad." A mail coach robber, condemned to be hanged, reminded the president that once at a horse race near Nashville, he had told General Jackson to change his bets from a horse whose jockey had been fixed to lose the race. The death sentence was commuted to 10 years in prison. "Ask nothing but what is right, submit to nothing wrong," was his advice on policies with European countries. He was well thought of by millions who believed there was a truth lurking behind his sentiment. True virtue cannot exist where pomp and parade are the governing passions. It can only dwell with the people, the great laboring and producing classes that form the bone and sinew of our Confederacy. He was alluded to as the Tennessee barbarian, or King Andrew I in certain circles. Yet the doormats of the White House got acquainted with the shoes, boots, and moccasins of a wider range of humanity, as he ran the federal government during those first years of the 8 in which he was to be president. Chapter 24. All the way down the Mississippi to the Gulf and back, Abe Lincoln had heard about Andrew Jackson in that year of 1828, when Jackson swept that country with a big landslide. In the newspapers that came to the post office at Gentryville, in the talk around Jones's store, in the fields harvesting, and at meetings, Andrew Jackson was the man talked about. With Andrew Jackson for president, the plainest kind of people could go into the White House and feel at home. With that kind of man who smoked a cob pipe, talked horse sense, and rode reckless horses, and who had whipped the British at New Orleans, the government would be more like what was meant in the Declaration of Independence and the 4th of July speeches. Thus the talk ran. Young Abe Lincoln heard it. The personality and the ways of Andrew Jackson filled his thoughts. He asked himself many questions and puzzled his head about the magic of this one strong, stormy man, filling the history of that year, commanding a wild love from many people, and calling out curses and disgust from others, but those others were very few in Indiana. The riddles that attach to a towering and magnetic personality staged before a great public, with no very definite issues or policies in question, but with some important theory of government and art of life apparently involved behind the personality. These met young Abe's eyes and ears. It was the year he wrote in the front cover of the Columbian class book the inscription, Abe Lincoln, 1828. The preface of the book said it contained pieces calculated to interest the attention of the scholar and impress the mind with a knowledge of useful facts. And he borrowed from Josiah Crawford, the Kentucky preceptor, the preface of that book saying, tales of love or romantic fiction, or anything which might tend to instill false notions into the minds of children have not gained admission. There were essays on magnanimity, remorse of conscience, Columbus, Demosthenes, on the scriptures as a rule of life, the speech of Robert Emmet on why the English government should not hang an Irish patriot, stories of Indians, and the inaugural address of President Jefferson 24 years previous to that year. Jefferson spoke of the agonizing spasms of infuriated man seeking through blood and slaughter his long-lost liberty in the French Revolution. Let America remember that free speech and respect for the opinions of others are measures of safety, was the advice of Jefferson. Then Abe Lincoln read the passage from the pen of Jefferson, "If there be any among us who would wish to dissolve this Union, or to change its republican form, let them stand as monuments of the safety with which error of opinion may be tolerated where reason is left free to combat it. I know indeed that some honest men fear a republican government cannot be strong, that this government is not strong enough. I believe this, on the contrary, the strongest government on earth." Young 19-year-old Abe Lincoln had plenty to think about in that year of 1828. What with his long trip to New Orleans and back, what with the strong, stormy Andrew Jackson sweeping into control of the government at Washington, and the gentle, teasing, thoughtful words of Thomas Jefferson. Sometimes it is said that man cannot be trusted with the government of himself. Can he then be trusted with the government of others? Chapter 25. For more than 20 years, Johnny Appleseed had been making his name one to laugh at and love in the log cabins between the Ohio River and the northern lakes. In 1806, he loaded 2 canoes with Appleseeds at cider mills in western Pennsylvania and floated down the Ohio River to the Muskingum, along which he curved to White Woman Creek, the Mohican, the Black Fork, making a long stay on the borders of Licking Creek and in Licking County, where many farmers were already thanking him for their orchards. As he ran out of seeds, he rode a bony horse or walked back to western Pennsylvania to fill 2 leather bags with apple seeds at cider mills. Then in the Ohio Territory where he tramped, he would pick out loamy land, plant the seeds, pile brush around, and tell the farmers to help themselves from the young shoots. He went barefoot till winter came, and was often seen in late November walking in mud and snow. Neither snakes, Indians, nor foreign enemies had harmed him. Children had seen him stick pins and needles into his tough flesh. When he sat at a table with a farmer family, he wouldn't eat until he was sure there was plenty for the children. Asked if he wasn't afraid of snakes as he walked barefoot in the brush, he pulled a New Testament from his pocket and said, "This book is protection against all danger here and hereafter." When taken in overnight by a farmer, he would ask if they wanted to hear some news right and fresh from heaven, and then stretch out on the floor and read, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth," and other beatitudes. A woman said of his voice that it was loud as the roar of wind and waves, then soft and soothing as the balmy airs that quivered the morning glory leaves about his gray beard. Once the campfire of Johnny Appleseed drew many mosquitoes which were burning. He quenched the fire, explaining to friends, "God forbid that I should build a fire for my comfort, which should be the means of destroying any of His creatures." During most of the year, he wore no clothes except for a coffee sack with armholes cut in it. And a stump preacher once near the village of Mansfield was crying, "Where now is there a man who, like the primitive Christians, is traveling to heaven barefooted and clad in coarse raiment?" When Johnny Appleseed came forward to put a bare foot on the pulpit stump and declare, "Here's your primitive Christian," a hornet stung him, and he plucked out the hornet from a wrinkle of the coffee sack and let it go free. He claimed that his religion brought him into conversations with angels. Two of the angels with whom he talked were to be his wives in heaven, provided he never married on earth. What little money he needed came from farmers willing to pay for young apple trees. As settlements and villages came thicker, he moved west with the frontier, planting apple seeds, leaving trails of orchards in his paths over a territory of 100,000 square miles in Ohio and Indiana. These were the years John Ames Audubon, who had kept a store in Elizabethtown, Kentucky, was traveling the Ohio and Mississippi River regions with knapsack, dog, and gun, hunting birds to paint them in oil on canvas, with their own lively animated ways when seeking their natural food and pleasure. He was among pioneers who moved from Kentucky and settled at Princeton, Indiana, a walker who walked on 1,000-mile trips, leaving his wife to stay with friends while he lived with the wild birds and shot them and sketched their forms. Audubon's notebook told of canoeing in flood-swollen Mississippi River bottom lands. All is silent and melancholy unless when the mournful bleating of the hemmed-in deer reaches your ear, or the dismal scream of an eagle or a heron is heard, or the foul bird rises, disturbed by your approach, from the carcass on which it was allaying its craving appetite. Bears, cougars, lynxes, and all other quadrupeds that can ascend the trees are observed crouched among their top branches, hungry in the midst of abundance, although they see floating around them the animals on which they usually prey. They dare not venture to swim to them. Fatigued by the exertions which they have made in reaching dry land, they will there stand near a hunter's fire, as if to die by a ball were better than to perish amid the waste of waters. On occasions like this, all these animals are shot by hundreds. Audubon went east to Philadelphia in 1824, gave an exhibition of his paintings, sold less than enough to pay for the show, and was told not to publish his work. In 1827, he began his issues of a work titled The Birds of America, which when finished was in 87 parts. That same year he reached London, where a barber cut off the ringlets of hair falling to his shoulders, and he wrote under date of March 19, 1827, "This day my hair was sacrificed, and the will of God usurped by the wishes of man. My heart sank low." He became an international authority and sat up till 3:30 one morning writing a paper to be read the next day before the Natural History Society of London on the habits of the wild pigeon. So absorbed was my whole soul and spirit in the work that I felt as if I were in the woods of America among the pigeons, and my ears filled with the sound of their rustling wings. After reading his paper before the Society, Audubon wrote the commentary, "Captain Hall expressed some doubts as to my views respecting the affection and love of pigeons, as if I made it human, and raised the possessors quite above the brutes. I presume the love of the pigeon mothers for their young is much the same as the love of woman for her offspring. There is but one kind of love. God is love, and all his creatures derive theirs from his. Only it is modified by the different degrees of intelligence in different beings and creatures." Thus Audubon, who had sold Sunday clothes to his customers in Elizabethtown, Kentucky. He and Abe Lincoln had footed the same red clay highways of Hardin County, floated the same Ohio and Mississippi rivers, fought in the night against other forms of life that came to kill. Both loved birds and people. Each was a child of hope. Chapter 26. In the fall of 1829, Abraham Lincoln was putting his axe to big trees and whipsawing logs into planks for lumber to build a house on his father's farm. But his father made new plans. The lumber was sold to Josiah Crawford, and the obedient young axeman was put to work cutting and sawing trees big enough around to make wagon wheels and hickories tough enough for axles and poles on an ox wagon. The new plans were that Lincoln family and the families of Dennis Hanks and Levi Hall, married to Abe's stepsisters, 13 people in all, were going to move to Macon County over in Illinois, into a country with a river the Indians named Sangamo, meaning the land of plenty to eat. The Lincoln farm wasn't paying well. After buying 80 acres for $2 an acre and improving it for 14 years, Tom Lincoln sold it to Charles Grigsby for $125 cash before signing the papers. The milksick was taking farm animals. Since Dennis Hanks lost 4 milk cows and 11 calves in 1 week, besides having a spell of the sickness himself, Dennis was saying, "I'm gonna get out of here and hunt a country where the milksick is not. It's like to ruin me." In September, Tom Lincoln and his wife had made a trip down to Elizabethtown, Kentucky, where they sold for $123 the lot which Mrs. Lincoln had fallen heir to when her first husband died. The clerk, Samuel Haycraft, filled out the deed of sale, declaring that she was examined by me privately and apart from her said husband, and did freely and willingly subscribe to the sale. And Tom, with the cash from this sale and the money from the sale of his own farm, was buying oxen or young steers and trading and selling off household goods. Moving was natural to his blood. He came from a long line of movers. He could tell about the family that had moved so often that their chickens knew the signs of another moving, and the chickens would walk up to the mover, stretch flat on the ground, and put up their feet to be tied for the next wagon trip. The menfolks that winter, using their broadaxes and draw knives on solid blocks of wood, shaping wagon wheels, had a church scandal to talk about. Tom Lincoln and his wife had been granted by the Pigeon Church a letter of dismission to show they had kept up their obligations and were regular members. Sister Nancy Grigsby had come in with a protest that she was not satisfied with Brother and Sister Lincoln. The trustees took back the letter, investigated, gave the letter again to Brother and Sister Lincoln, and to show how they felt about it, they appointed Brother Lincoln on a committee to straighten out a squabble between Sister Nancy Grigsby and Sister Betsy Crawford. And it was jotted down in the Pigeon Church records and approved by the trustees. The ox wagon they made that winter was wood all through, pegs, cleats, hickory withes, and knots of bark, holding it together except the wheel rims, which were iron. Bundles of bedclothes, skillets, ovens, and a few pieces of furniture were loaded, stuck, filled, and tied onto the wagon. Early one morning the last of the packing was done. It was February 15, 1830. Abraham Lincoln had been 4 days a full-grown man, a citizen who had reached his majority. He could vote at elections from now on. He was lawfully free from his father's commands. He could come and go now. He was footloose. At Jones's store he had laid in a little stock of pins, needles, buttons, tinware, suspenders, and knickknacks to peddle on the way to Illinois. And he had gone for a final look at the winter dry grass, the ruins of last year's wild vine and dogwood over the grave of Nancy Hanks. He and his father were leaving their Indiana home that day. Almost naked they had come, stayed 14 years, toiled, buried their dead, built a church, toiled on, and now they were leaving, almost naked. Now, with the women and children lifted on top of the wagon load, the men walked alongside, curling and cracking their whiplashes over the horns or into the hides of the half-broken young steers. And so the 7-yoke team of young steers, each with his head in a massive collar of hardwood, lashed and bawled at with "Gee, haw, galang," and "Hi thar, you, get up," hauled the lumbering pioneer load from the yellow and red clay of Spencer County in southern Indiana to the black loam of the prairie lands in Macon County, Illinois. They had crossed the Wabash River, the state line of Illinois and the Sangamo River, on a 2-week trip with the ground freezing at night and thawing during the day, the steers slipping and tugging, the wagon axles groaning, the pegs and cleats squeaking. A dog was left behind one morning as the wagon crossed a stream. It whined, ran back and forth, but wouldn't jump in and swim across. Young Lincoln took off boots and socks, waded into the icy water, gathered the hound in his arms, and carried it over. Near the Indiana-Illinois state line, Lincoln took his pack of needles and notions and walked up to a small farmhouse that seemed to him to be full of nothing but children. They were of assorted sizes, 17 months to 17 years in age, and all in tears. The mother, red-headed and red-faced, clutched a whip in her fingers. The father, meek, mild, tow-headed, stood in the front doorway as if waiting for his turn to feel the thongs. Lincoln thought there wouldn't be much use in asking the woman if she wanted any needles and notions. She was busy with a keen eye on the children and an occasional glance at her man in the doorway. She saw Lincoln come up the path, step toward the door, pushed her husband out of the way, and asked Lincoln what was his business. "Nothing, madam," he answered gently. "I merely dropped in as I came along, to see how things were going." He waited a moment. "Well, you needn't wait," the woman snapped out. "There's trouble here and lots of it, too, but I can manage my own affairs without the help of outsiders. This is just a family row, but I'll teach these brats their places if I have to lick the hide off every one of 'em. I don't do much talking, but I run this house, so I don't want no sneaking round trying to find out how I do it either." Around them as they crossed the first stretch of the Grand Prairie was a land and soil different from Indiana or Kentucky. There were long levels running without slopes up or hollows down, straight to the horizon. Arches and domes of sky covered it. The sky counted for more, seemed to have another language and way of talk. Farther silences, too, than east and south where the new settlers had come from. Grass stood up 6 and 8 feet. Men and horses and cattle were lost to sight in it. So tough were the grass roots that timber could not get root holes in it. The grass seemed to be saying to the trees, "You shall not cross." Turf and sky had a new way of saying, "We are here. Who are you?" to the ox wagon gang hunting a new home. Buffalo paths, deer tracks were seen. Coon, possum, and wolf signs were seen or heard. And they met settlers telling how the sod was so tough it had broken many a plow. But after the first year of sod corn, the yield would run 50 bushels to the acre. Wheat would average 25 to 30 bushels, rye the same, oats 40 to 60 bushels. Irish potatoes, Timothy hay, and all the garden vegetables tried so far would grow. Horses and cattle, lean from short fodder through the winter, would fatten and shine with a gloss of their hair when turned loose in the wild grass in spring. Beds of wild strawberries came ripe in June, and stained horses and cattle crimsoned to the knees. Wild horses and wild hogs were still to be found. The outfit from Indiana raised a laugh as they drove their steers and wagon into the main street of Decatur, a county seat settlement where court would hold its first session the coming May. To the question, "Can you tell us where John Hanks' place is?" the Decatur citizens told them how to drive 4 miles where they found John, talked over old Indiana and Kentucky times, but more about Illinois. After the night's stay, John took the Lincoln family 6 miles down the Sangamo River, where he had cut logs for their cabin. There young Lincoln helped raise the cabin, put in the crops, split rails for fences. He hired out to Major Warnick nearby, read the few books in the house, and passed such pleasant talk and smiles with the Major's daughter, Mary, and with another girl, Jemima Hill, that at a later time neighbors said he carried on courtships, even though both girls married inside of a year after young Lincoln kept company in those parts. He was asking himself when he would get married, if ever. He wrote back to Jones at Gentryville that he doubled his money on the peddler's stock he sold. He earned a pair of brown jean trousers by splitting 400 rails for each yard of the cloth. With new outlooks came new thoughts. At Vincennes, on the way to Illinois, he had seen a printing press for the first time, and a juggler who did sleight-of-hand tricks. John Hanks put him on a box to answer the speech of a man who was against improvements of the Sangamo River, and John told neighbors, "Abe beat him to death." More and more he was delivering speeches to trees, stumps, potato rows, just practicing, by himself. Fall came, with a miasma rising from the prairie, and chills, fever, ague for Tom Lincoln and Sally Bush, and many doses of barks, a Peruvian bark and whiskey tonic mixture bought at Renshaw's General Store in Decatur. Then came Indian summer and soft weather till Christmas week, and then a snowstorm. For 48 hours, with no let-up, the battalions of a blizzard filled the sky and piled a cover 2.5 feet deep on the ground. No sooner was this packed down and frozen than another drive of snow came till there was a 4-foot depth of it on the level. It was easy picking for the light-footed wolves who could run on the top crust and take their way with cattle. Wheat crops went to ruin. Cows, hogs, horses died in the fields. Connections between houses, settlements, grain mills broke down. For days families were cut off, living on parched corn. Some died of cold, lacking wood to burn. Some died of hunger, lacking corn. Those who came through alive in the years after called themselves snowbirds. The Lincoln family had hard days. It was hard on new settlers with no reserve stocks of meat, corn, and wood. Young Lincoln made a try at wading through to the Warnick house 4 miles off, nearly froze his feet, and was laid up at home. As the winter eased off, the Lincoln family moved southeast 100 miles to Goose Nest Prairie, in the southern part of Coles County. Chapter 27. 8 miles from the new farm was the town of Charleston. Young Lincoln drove there with an ox team and sold loads of cordwood split with his own axe. One afternoon he was late in selling his wood and decided with dark coming on he wouldn't try to drive his ox team to the farm. Tarleton Miles, the horse doctor living just outside of Charleston, took him in overnight, and they sat up till midnight talking. In the morning Lincoln goaded his steers on out to the farm, drove wedges with them all, split more cordwood. In the evening, as he lay on a board reading, a stranger came to the house and asked to stay overnight. Tom Lincoln said there were only 2 beds. One belonged to his son, and it depended on whether his son wanted to sleep with a stranger. The 2 shared the bed that night. It was a country where the veterinary surgeon took in the ox driver, and the ox driver took in the stranger. Over in Cumberland County, which joined Coles, the champion wrestler was Dan Needham. It came to his ears several times that the new tall boy over at Goose Nest would throw him. "I can fling him 3 best out of 4 any day," was Needham's answer. At a house raising at Wabash Point, the 2 faced each other, each one standing 6 feet 4 inches, each a prairie panther. "Abe, wrestle him," said Tom Lincoln. Abe held off. The crowd egged both of them on. They grappled 4 times, and each time Needham went under. Then Needham lost his head, threatened a fist fight, calmed down with hearing Lincoln's drawling banter, and at last put out his hand with a grin and said, "Well, I'll be damned." And they shook hands. In February 1831, there came to the neighborhood of John Hanks, when Abe Lincoln was lingering there, a man named Denton Offutt, a hard drinker, a hustler, and a talker shrewd with his tongue, easy with promises, a believer in pots of gold at the rainbow end. He would have a flatboat and cargo to go to New Orleans, all ready for Abe Lincoln, John Hanks, and John Johnston, as soon as the snow should go off, if they would meet him on a Sangamo River branch near the village of Springfield. They were there at the time set, but Denton Offutt wasn't. They walked to Springfield, asked for Offutt, found him drunk at the Buckhorn Tavern, and helped sober him. Offutt hired them at $12 a month, gave them permission to go onto government timberland and get out gunwales for the flatboat, while the rest of the needed lumber could come from Kirkpatrick's sawmill, charged to Offutt. They slung together a camp outfit and started building, with Lincoln calling himself chief cook and bottle washer. A sleight-of-hand performer came along and, giving his show, asked for an empty hat to take eggs out of. Lincoln offered his hat in a hesitating way, saying he hesitated not so much out of respect for the hat as for the eggs. 2 men whose canoe turned over and got away from them were shivering in a tree on a raw April day, with the freshet-flooded Sangamo River under them. Lincoln got out across the rampaging waters to the tree on a log with a rope tied to it. The men in the tree straddled the log and were pulled on shore. People began talking about Lincoln's cool wit. 30 days saw the flatboat finished, loaded and on her way, with Lincoln on deck in blue homespun jeans, jacket, vest, rawhide boots with pantaloons stuffed in, and a felt hat once black, but now, as the owner said, sunburned till it was a combine of colors. On April 19th, rounding the curve of the Sangamo at the village of New Salem, the boat stuck on the Cameron Mill Dam and hung with 1/3 of her slanted downward over the edge of the dam and filling slowly with water, while the cargo of pork barrels were sliding slowly so as to overweight one end. She hung there a day while all the people of New Salem came down to look at the river disaster, which Lincoln fixed by unloading the pork barrels into another boat, boring a hole in the end of the flatboat as it hung over the dam, letting the water out, dropping the boat over the dam, and reloading. As she headed toward the Mississippi watercourse, New Salem talked about the cool head and ready wit of the long-shanked young man with his pantaloons stuffed in his rawhide boots. Again, Lincoln floated down the Mississippi River 4 to 6 miles an hour, meeting strings of other flatboats, keelboats, arks, sleds, proud white steamboats flying flags. Stepping off their flatboat at New Orleans, Lincoln and Hanks went nearly a mile, walking on flatboats to reach shore. Stacks of pork and flour from the west, and piles of cotton bales from the south, stood on the wharves. Some shippers, about 1 in 6, were cursing their luck. On the long haul from north of the Ohio River, their pork and flour had spoiled. All they got for their trip was the view of the Mississippi River scenery. In New Orleans, Lincoln saw advertisements of traders offering to pay the highest prices in cash for good and likely Negroes, or to attend the sale and purchase of Negroes on commission. A firm advertised, "We now have on hand and intend to keep throughout the entire year a large and well-selected stock of Negroes, consisting of field hands, house servants, mechanics, cooks, seamstresses, washers, ironers, etc., which we can sell and will sell as low or lower than any other house here or in New Orleans. Persons wishing to purchase would do well to call on us before making purchases elsewhere, as our fresh and regular arrivals will keep us supplied with a good and general assortment. Our terms are liberal. Give us a call." One trader gave notice, "I will at all times pay the highest cash prices for Negroes of every description, and will also attend to the sale of Negroes on commission, having a jail and yard fitted up expressly for boarding them." Another announced, "The undersigned would respectfully state to the public that he has 45 Negroes now on hand, having this day received a lot of 25 direct from Virginia, 2 or 3 good cooks, a carriage driver, a good houseboy, a fiddler, a fine seamstress, and a likely lot of field men and women, all of whom he will sell at a small profit. He wishes to close out and go on to Virginia after a lot for the fall trade." There were sellers advertising, "For sale, several likely girls from 10 to 18 years old, a woman 24, a very valuable woman 25, with 3 very likely children," while buyers indicated wants after the manner of one advertising, "Wanted. I want to purchase 25 likely Negroes between the ages of 18 and 25 years, male and female, for which I will pay the highest prices in cash." An Alabama planter advertised, "Runaway, Alfred, a bright mulatto boy, working on plantation, about 18 years old, pretty well grown, has blue eyes, light flaxen hair, skin disposed to freckle. He will try to pass as freeborn." Another Alabama planter gave notice, $100 reward for return of a bright mulatto man-slave named Sam, light sandy hair, blue eyes, ruddy complexion, is so white as very easily to pass for a free white man. Lincoln saw one auction in New Orleans where an octoroon girl was sold, after being pinched, trotted up and down, and handled so the buyer could be satisfied she was sound of wind and limb. After a month's stay, he worked his passage firing a steamboat furnace up the Mississippi River, stayed a few weeks on his father's farm in Coles County, Illinois, and then spoke the long goodbye to home and the family roof. Saying goodbye to his father was easy, but it was not so easy to hug the mother, Sally Bush, and put his long arms around her, and lay his cheeks next to hers, and say he was going out into the big world to make a place for himself. The father laughed his goodbye, and not so long after told a visitor, "I suppose Abe is still full of hisself with education. I tried to stop it, but he has got that fool idea in his head, and it can't be got out. Now, I hain't got no education, but I get along far better'n if I had. Take bookkeeping. Why, I'm the best bookkeeper in the world. Look up at that rafter thar. Thar's 3 straight lines made with a firebrand. Ef I sell a peck of meal, I draw a black line across, and when they pay, I take a dishcloth and jest rub it out, and that thar's a heap better'n your education." And the visitor who heard this told friends that Thomas Lincoln was one of the shrewdest ignorant men he had ever seen. With his few belongings wrapped in a handkerchief bundle tied to a stick over his shoulder, Abraham Lincoln was on his way to New Salem. Chapter 28. Abraham Lincoln, in the spring of the year 1831, is spending a night at the cabin of John Hanks, planning his canoe trip down the Sangamo River to New Salem, where he's going to work on his new job in the store of Denton Offutt. Spring breezes move in the oaks and poplars. The branches of the trees register their forks and angles in flat black shadows over the white flat spread of moon silver on the ground. For a moment there flits through his head the memory of the face of an auburn-haired girl, a head with corn-silk hair. He had seen her at New Salem. He would see her again there. And as Abraham Lincoln stepped out of the cabin door of the Hanks home that night in 1831, he might have looked up and asked the moon to tell him about the comings and goings of men and machines, guns and tools, events and enterprises, the drift of human struggle and history over and around the earth. And the moon might have told him many things that spring night in the year 1831. The ships and guns of the white men of Western Europe were beginning to travel world routes. A vast interwoven fabric of international selling, buying, manufacturing, merchandising, with its circles of operation around the earth, was starting to develop. Coal and iron, steam and steel, and new ways to use them had been found. In Lancashire and West Riding, England, and in Lyon, France, were new cities with miles of smokestacks sending their scrolls of soot against the sky. Under them were roaring power-driven looms, the rattling and clicking spindles and bobbins of machines weaving cloth from American cotton, from Australian wool. The machines and knuckles and fingers weaving faster than any man or woman ever had woven by hand. A boy or a woman watching a machine did the work 10 men or 20 used to do. And the ships and guns of England, France, the Netherlands had gone out over the earth and found millions of new customers for their cloths, fabrics, prints, from these factories where the Iron Man did the heavy work. The Iron Man who neither ate nor drank nor slept nor revolted nor took strong drink and came late to work. The human swarms of India, Asia Minor, Egypt, of Tripoli, Tunis, and Algeria were on the routes of British, French, and Dutch ships that unloaded the factory goods and took on food products and raw materials to bring to their home countries. The British dominions in America, Australia, and New Zealand were on the regular pathways of the British merchant ships. The bayonets of France and Algiers had established dependable business relations. At the Straits of the Dardanelles, Mohammedan and Christian soldiers had been fighting till the waters of the Black Sea and the Straits of Constantinople and the Dardanelles were opened for the international navigation of all merchant ships. Governments were learning to speak of protectorates, suzerainties, spheres of influence, zones of understanding. A new form of world civilization was shaping, founded on the production of merchandise by power-driven machinery and the selling and trading of that merchandise in markets as far off as cargoes could be carried by sailing vessels and by new incoming steamboats.
Merchants, manufacturers, and bankers could now operate with the earth as their region of action. This was the large fact of history before which it seemed all other facts bent and crumpled. Old sleeping, mysterious dynasties of Asia gave way before it and let open their arabesque portals, at the request or bidding of diplomats, salesmen, or the demands of fleets and squadrons. Yet it was happening that the millions of new customers for the factory-made goods of Europe were not able to buy all that the new power-driven looms and spindles could turn out. Factories shut their doors and turned workmen out. And one day in Lancashire, an army of men out of work broke into the factories and smashed 1,000 looms. In Paris, a tailor had invented a chain-stitch sewing machine worked with a treadle, and workmen who hated labor-saving machines had wrecked a new factory with 80 of these sewing machines in it. At Lyon, France, workmen out of jobs rioted with banners inscribed, "Live working or die fighting." In Germany, the rulers were in fear of university students who had organized societies and were taking the word liberty for a password. When a student killed a royal spy named Kotzebue, he was put to death, and in Prussia there were 203 students arrested and 94 condemned to death. In Middle and Eastern Europe was agitation for the serfs to be set free. One French king was told of as the last to die decently in bed as a sovereign. He pointed at the bed and said the next king of France would not die in that bed. Neither dying nor living was a safe and comfortable thing for the kings of Europe amid the rapid zigzag of events. Thomas Babington Macaulay of the House of Commons in England delivered a warning that the king and the nobles of France had not come back to stay. They were only playing at despotism. He urged, "The old laws are forgotten. The old titles have become laughing-stocks." To those gay and elegant nobles who studied military science as a fashionable accomplishment and expected military rank as a part of their birthright, have succeeded men born in lofts and cellars, educated in the half-naked ranks of the revolutionary armies and raised by ferocious valor and self-taught skill to dignities with which the coarseness of their manners and language forms a grotesque contrast. The Bastille is fallen and can never more rise from its ruins. Is this a romance? Has the warning been given in vain? Have they forgotten how the tender and delicate woman, the woman who would not set her foot on the earth for tenderness and delicateness, the idol of gilded drawing rooms, the pole star of crowded theaters, the standard of beauty, the arbitress of fashion, the patroness of genius, was compelled to exchange her luxuries and dignified ease for labor and dependence, perhaps even to draw an infamous and miserable subsistence from those charms which had been the glory of royal circles, to sell for a morsel of bread her reluctant caress and her haggard smiles, to be turned over from a garret to a hospital, and from a hospital to a parish vault. Have they forgotten all this? Since 1815, Macaulay declared, the history of England had been almost entirely made up of the struggles of the lower orders against the government, and of the efforts of the government to keep them down. In bitterness of sarcasm and irony, he mocked, "The people are distressed and tumultuous. They must be kept down by force. The army must be increased, and the taxes must be increased. Then the distress and tumult are increased, and then the army must be increased again. The country will be governed as a child is governed by an ill-tempered nurse. First beaten till it cries, and then beaten because it cries." And with a sincere analysis that contained no hint of irony nor sarcasm, Sir Robert Peel told Parliament, "The United States has been rapidly undergoing a change from a republic to a mere democracy. The influence of the executive, the influence of the government, has been daily becoming less, and more power has consequently been vested in the hands of the people. And yet in that country there is land uncultivated to an extent almost incalculable. There is no established church, no privileged orders. Property exists on a very different tenure from that on which it is held in this country. Therefore, let not the people of England be deceived. Let them not imagine from the example of the United States that because democracy has succeeded and triumphed there, it will also succeed and triumph here.
Such were a few of the drifts of thought and action at work in Europe in the year 1831 and years just before. Thus ran the ferment and stew of human conditions that made sections of the people of Europe so restless that they looked to see where else over the earth they could go. There was an appeal to them in land uncultivated to an extent almost incalculable, land at $1.25 an acre, in no established church, no privileged orders, and in property on a different tenure. That appeal would hold across several decades, sending millions on the long suffocating voyage across the ocean to make their gamble in the new country. In the history of America across coming decades, that never-ending stream of newcomers to its soil would be a factor in the ever westward moving of frontiers, in the structure of railroads, cities, armies. As the ships from Europe came into American ports the 10 years following the year 1831, they would deliver 600,000 emigrants, 4 times as many as in the preceding 10 years. Factory and farm jobs, railroad and canal construction jobs called them, work in lumber woods, brickyards, dockyards. The first words they learned were job, work, boss, dollars, cents, eat, sleep. Railroads were to be built, wooden rails covered with iron strips, then ironways. Thousands of Irishmen hired out with pick, shovel, and wheelbarrow. R.W. Emerson wrote in his journal, "The poor Irishman, the wheelbarrow is his country." On an Erie Canal and the Great Lakes route to the north, on the wagon roads to Pittsburgh and the Ohio River route to the south, the human traffic was thicker and heavier, as well as on the newer Cumberland Road between the 2 older routes. There were now about 10 million white people in the United States and about 2,300,000 colored slaves. The people lived in 3 sections or regions, each section with a character of its own in products, land, and people. There was the North, with a long belt of factories, shops, and mills running from southern Maine to Chesapeake Bay. There was the South, with its cotton, tobacco, rice, and slaves. There was the West, with its corn, wheat, pork, furs. In some respects, these sections or regions were 3 separate countries with different ways of looking at life. Their soil, climate, slang, and subtleties of personal communication were different. And behind that tissue of time called the future, events were operating, shaping lines of destiny for these 3 sections or regions of America. First of these events was the coming of the railway. An American-made horizontal boiler engine was running on the first stub line called the Baltimore and Ohio Railway. Processes for smelting iron with anthracite coal by use of a hot air blast were almost ready. The transportation revolution was breaking. Blunt facts stood up. Iron production jumped from 54,000 tons in 1810 to 165,000 tons in 1830, and would go to 347,000 tons in 1840. Beyond the little narrow Atlantic states, where the dinky B&O engines puffed along 15 miles an hour and slipped on their uphill drag, there were the Great Plains, where miles were measured by thousands, vast level stretches of territory where the building and running of railroads would be easier and faster than anywhere else in the world. McCormick, Hussey, and other men were fixing their wits on the making of harvesting machines, so that one farmer alone on a mower would cut as much grain as a gang of field hands with scythe and cradle. Morse was nearly ready to connect the Mississippi Valley with the Atlantic seaboard by instantaneous wire communication. Electricity was to be moved from the laboratory to the workshop and have its horsepower measured and harnessed. These were events sleeping behind that tissue of time called the future, almost ready to step out into the drama called history. The South in the early 30s was an empire of cotton blossoms and cotton bales, held in the loose leashes of cotton planters who lived on horseback, accustomed to command. The old-time tobacco and rice planters had closed their silver snuff boxes, spoken muffled farewells to the power they once held, and acknowledged some new and terrible chapter was in the writing for the South. In some counties in Virginia, half the population had been swept out and away downward into the cotton belt. John Randolph said publicly his plantation was going bankrupt. At an auction sale in 1829, the stately white home of Thomas Jefferson was bidden in for $2,500. The speech, the tone of voice, and the human slant of the Declaration of Independence were fading out from approved conversation. As a region, the South covered 880,000 square miles. Less than one-fourth held in its grip the controlling economic and political element. On a peculiar strip of land where cotton crops laugh with snow-white harvests, there lived in 1830 about 1.5 million people, 1 in 3 a Negro. The dominant interest each year was the cotton crop. Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, Great Britain, France sent more and more ships every year for this cotton crop. Its bales in 1830 were worth $29 million. On a crisscross neck of land running from lower North Carolina to the Red River counties of Louisiana and Arkansas was rising the cotton civilization. A phenomenon with a star of destiny, the talk of the world, was the South. Potluck hunters and rainbow chasers came from states north, from Britain, Ireland, and continental Europe, hoping a small gamble would bring quick, rich returns. Land wore out as the soil was mined and exploited without care or manure. So the worked-out land was left empty or rented to poorer whites, while the big planters turned west and farther west to fresh and virgin soils. Virginia cotton production slumped from 25 million pounds in 1826 to 10 million pounds in 1834. In the same time, the cotton crops of Mississippi, far below the Allegheny Mountains, leaped from 20 million to 85 million pounds. The exploitation was decisive, blind, relentless. Superb timber on 1 million and more acres of land was cut down and burned, or the trees girdled, the sap choked and the trunks deadened, to make room for more cotton crops. The covenants of the federal government with the Red Indian tribes were torn to scraps of paper, while the Cherokee, Choctaw, Creek, and Chickasaw Indian tribes were charged with an attempt to establish an independent government, and driven off their rich and wide tracts of land to make room for cotton crops and the cotton civilization of the white man. Sections of the South outside the cotton belt became economic tributaries of it. In parts of Virginia, the breeding of Negroes for the slave labor markets farther south had become a recognized livestock business, selling 6,000 Negroes south every year. Alexandria was a loading point for brigs hauling cargoes of black freight to New Orleans. Delaware and Maryland were pouring fresh supplies into the famous barracoons or slave barracks, selling and shipping regularly from Washington, D.C. Along the Wilderness Road and through Cumberland Gap moved caffles or chain gangs headed away from the worn-out cotton lands of Virginia into strips of virgin soil south and west. The ships of smugglers on the high seas and the wagons of legitimate traders and breeders in the inland highways were carrying the fresh labor supplies called for by the big planters as imperative requisites toward larger cotton crops. Mississippi had doubled her Negro labor supply in 10 years. Alabama had tripled hers. Tax assessors had counted more than 2 million slaves, taxable at more than $1 billion. This Negro labor supply was the backbone of wealth production, connecting directly with the economic supremacy of the South as shown in its exports of cotton, tobacco, and rice between 1821 and 1830, which were valued at $33 million as against a total of only $20 million for all the other states. Slave labor is more productive than free labor, was the argument of Thomas R. Dew, president of a Virginia college, replying before a legislative committee to other Virginians who were asking for a gradual emancipation of slaves. He pointed to the 470,000 slaves of Virginia as worth $94 million and nearly equal in value to 1/2 the assessed value of all the houses and lands of the state, or $206 million. He respectfully challenged Jefferson's statement, "The whole commerce between master and slave is a perpetual exercise of the most boisterous passions," and countered, "Look to the slave-holding population, and you everywhere find them characterized by noble and elevated sentiments. The most cruel masters are those who have been unaccustomed to slavery. It is well known that Northern gentlemen who marry Southern heiresses are much severer masters than Southern gentlemen.
The slaves of a good master are his warmest, most constant, and most devoted friends. We have often heard slaveholders affirm that they would sooner rely upon their slave's fidelity and attachment in the hour of danger than on any other equal number of individuals. He referred to the population of Virginia as consisting of 3 castes: free white, free colored, and slave colored. In 200 years, there had been only 3 slave insurrections, with less than 100 lives lost, declared Dew, in discussing the Nat Turner insurrection, in which Negro slaves one summer night killed 60 white persons of Southampton County. It was an action to be traced chiefly to a fanatical leader who heard voices in the air telling him that he was sent from heaven to save the slaves. An eclipse of the moon, followed by a green sun, were signs the work of emancipation should begin. Slave labor is superior to free labor in southern climates, it was urged. The slave districts in China, according to travelers, are determined by latitude and agricultural products. The wheat-growing districts have no slaves, but the rice, cotton, and sugar-growing districts, situated in warm climates, have all of them slaves. The sweeping postulates were stated: the exclusive owners of property ever have been, ever will, and perhaps ever ought to be, the virtual rulers of mankind. It is the order of nature and of God that the being of superior faculties and knowledge, and therefore of superior power, should control and dispose of those who are inferior. It is as much in the order of nature that men should enslave each other as that other animals should prey upon each other. Circumstances beyond control of the Southern states had brought slavery. It was a long age in developing and would take a long age to go. It was rooted so deep that no rash or sudden act could cut it loose. The original sin of introduction rests not on our heads, declared Dew. With regard to the assertion that slavery is against the spirit of Christianity, we are ready to admit the general assertion, but deny most positively that there is anything in the Old or New Testament to show the master commits any offense in holding slaves. No one could read the New Testament without seeing and admiring that the meek and humble Savior of the world in no instance meddled with the established institutions of mankind. He came to save a fallen world, and not to excite the black passions of men, and array them in deadly hostility against each other. He nowhere encourages insurrection, he nowhere fosters discontent, but exhorts always to implicit obedience and fidelity. A church association in Georgia had formally decided that when slave husbands and wives were separated by sale, either could marry again as though the other had died. Such separation, among persons situated as our slaves are, is civilly a separation by death, and in the sight of God it would be so viewed. In North Carolina, to sell or to give a slave any book, the Bible not excepted, was punishable with 39 lashes for a free Negro, or a $200 fine for a white man. The statute urged that teaching slaves to read and write tends to excite dissatisfaction in their minds, and to produce insurrection and rebellion. 20 lashes, well laid on, was the penalty for slaves meeting for religious worship before sunrise or after sunset in South Carolina. In 1 year, 35 slaves were executed at Charleston after trial and conviction on the charge of intended insurrection. Any meeting of slaves at any school, day or night, for instruction in reading or writing, was held by the laws of Virginia to be an act of unlawful assembly, punishable with 20 lashes on the back of any slave found in such school. In Louisiana, the penalty for teaching slaves to read and write was 1 year's imprisonment. In Georgia, $500 fine and imprisonment. In South Carolina and Georgia, any person finding more than 7 slaves together in the highway without a white person could give each one 20 lashes. In Maryland, for rambling, riding, or going abroad in the night, or riding horses in the daytime without leave, a slave could be whipped, have his ears cropped, be branded on the cheek with the letter R, or punished by any method which would not render the slave unfit for labor. Prices of slaves fluctuated with the market price of cotton. The coasts of Florida and the bayous of Louisiana were favorite places for the landing of wild Africans, to be later mixed with the squads of American-born blacks and sold off singly or in couples. The captain of La Fortuna, a 90-ton schooner, brought 217 slaves from the African Gold Coast to Havana, Cuba, sold them for $77,469, itemized a net profit of $41,438.54 to the ship owners for an investment during 6 months of $3,700 in the schooner, and a capital all told amounting to less than $21,000. That is, they doubled their money in 6 months. The Napoleon, a Baltimore clipper, earned a profit of $100,000 in one trip. She brought to the Cuban market 250 full-grown men and 100 picked boys and girls. Cost per head was $16. They sold for an average of $360 per head. A first-class ship for carrying from 300 to 400 slaves cost less than $30,000 and earned from $35,000 to $100,000 each voyage. 3 to 4 voyages soaked the timbers of the vessels with such filth that no crew could sail it. Seamen said the odor of a slave ship could be sniffed definitely in the ocean air for more than 5 miles downwind. The slaves were packed spoon fashion in a space 3 feet 10 inches high between decks, the men ironed together 2 and 2 by the ankles, the women and children left unironed. Cargoes were usually loaded on the West African coast, where there were stations or depots to which Negro African tribal chiefs brought slaves, captives from defeated tribes, for sale. That is, Negroes sold Negroes to white men. Most often the payment was in rum. In the later days of the trade, there were larger lots of children in the cargo. They were easier to handle. Sometimes the Negro men and women refused to eat. They were flogged under commands to eat, and to sing and dance. Some tricked the captains into heavy blows till they knew death was coming. Then they smiled quiet mockery at the captains, saying, "Soon we shall be free." Home ports of many of the ships were in New England. At one time, Newport alone had 150 ships hauling these oversea cargoes of perishable freight. For more than 200 years, ships had sailed to West African coast, shackled their loads of livestock, and hauled them to American harbors. John Rolfe, the white man who married the Indian princess Pocahontas, recorded in his diary one day in 1619 the arrival of a ship in the harbor of Jamestown, a Dutchman of war that sold us 20 negars. And since 1619, 2 centuries past, their increase through importation and birth had gone on till the census takers reckoned 2 million and more Negro slaves in the South. Most of this Negro labor supply was on the large plantations, where the approved unit was 100 slaves to 1,000 acres. On a single plantation might be found coal-black Africans with slant skulls and low foreheads, direct from the jungles speaking a guttural mumble. Men and women of brown or bronze faces with regular features, some who came evidently from Arabia or northern Africa, with flashes of intelligence and genius from old civilizations, and persons 31 32nds white blood and 1 32nd Negro blood, white in color, having manners, skill, and accomplishments held as slaves. The bulk of slaves were on the large 1 or 2,000 acre cotton plantations. Yet the slave owner might be a small farmer raising crops with the help of 1 or 2 slaves who worked side by side with him in the fields. Or the owner of a copper-faced slave might be a copper-faced Indian, as happened in a few instances. Or again, the owner might be a free Negro. There were mulattoes and quadroons in New Orleans who owned Negro house slaves. There were nearly 200,000 free Negroes in the South. Most of them had been given papers of freedom by their masters. Every child of a Negro slave mother was lawfully born as a slave and the property of her owner. There were slaves who knew their owners were their fathers. There were slim and appealing mulatto girls who sold for prices upward of $3,000 each. There were free Negroes who had earned their freedom, had been arrested and convicted of violations of law, and sold at auction back into slavery. There were free Negroes who had come back asking to live as slaves again, which happened in cases of Negroes given freedom on the plantation of John Randolph. There were house Negroes who considered themselves superior to field Negroes. There were field Negroes who had contempt for struggling white farmers, called "po' white trash." There were Negroes who had been jailed and charged with crimes in New York, shackled, put on ships, and unloaded at Gulf Coast states. One ship from New York came to New Orleans with 70 such Negroes from New York prisons. The brig Mary Ann in 1818 took 36 Negroes from Perth Amboy, New Jersey, to New Orleans, where a newspaper remarked, "It is probable the greater part of these unfortunate creatures were stolen. Negro trading seems to be actively carried on through certain great villains holding their headquarters in New Jersey." Great Britain, France, and Sweden had an agreement to handle slave traders as pirates, felons, and robbers. They had agreed to search each other's ships. The United States held off from this agreement, and the favorite flag of the slave ships along the coast of Africa was the Stars and Stripes. The American flag was protection against search from any vessels except American cruisers, operating under orders from the Secretary of the Navy at Washington, who was responsible to a president who was a slaveholder. Thus in the early 30s was weaving the fabric of an empire, a pastoral and agricultural nation, with its foundations resting on the chief conditions. 1. The special fertility of a certain strip of land for cotton crops. 2. The raising of cotton crop by Negro slave labor. 3. The sale of that crop to Northern American and to English cotton mills that sold their finished products in a constantly widening world market. The planners who had control of its destiny, insofar as there was control rather than blind luck and brute hazard, were men of pride, valor, and cunning. They lived on horseback, accustomed to command. The North was a section of country fumbling and groping toward control of water power, iron, steel, canals, railways, ocean-going boats. Her controlling men sat in office chairs accustomed to add and subtract, measure and multiply, with maps, statistics, diagrams, and designs before their eyes. By one route and another, the money of American regions was streaming toward banks in New York, Philadelphia, and Boston. Brickyards were running night and day in order that new factories and mills might rise on the banks of swift-running rivers whose water power would operate woolen and cotton mills. The 10 years before 1830 had seen the mills of New England and the Middle States triple their output twice over. The shipping, mercantile, fisheries, and farming interests of New England slipped back from their places of importance to make room for the manufacturing interests, which, with their allied banks, were taking the chief control. Cotton mills were the industrial phenomenon. Each year they called for increasing tens of millions of pounds of cotton from the South. They produced cotton goods worth $2,500,000 in 1820. And their value kept mounting till in 1831 the total was $15,500,000. In the same period, the woolen mill output increased from less than $1 million to more than $11 million. It was a process that shook up culture, religion, and politics in New England, and so mixed the currents of its destinies that Daniel Webster wrote, "We are disgraced beyond help or hope. There is a federal interest, a democratic interest, a bankrupt interest, an orthodox interest, and a middling interest. But I see no national interest, nor any national feeling in the whole matter." The spinning wheels and distaffs of millions of homes had become old-fashioned. Their place was the garret and attic. Spinning was to be done in cotton and woolen mills, and clothes were to be cheap. From thousands of farms the people moved into the industrial cities to go to work, men, women, and children, in the mills. Other thousands of New England farmers were selling out and moving via the Erie Canal over into the Mohawk Valley in western New York, or out still farther west into Ohio, Indiana, Michigan, and Illinois. Some could tell of the New England farmer who called a minister to pray for better crops from the soil, and the minister, after looking over the stony and stingy soil, had said, This farm doesn't need prayer. What this farm needs is manure. Farmers' daughters filled the cotton mills in Lowell, Massachusetts. They started work at 5 o'clock in the morning and worked till 7 o'clock in the evening, with a half hour off for breakfast and 45 minutes off at noon for dinner. They spent 14 hours a day at the factory and had 10 hours a day left in which to sleep and to refresh themselves and to improve their minds and bodies. One girl, operating a single spinning machine, carrying 3,000 spindles, spun as much cotton cloth as 3,000 girls working by hand a single thread at a time on the old-fashioned spinning wheel. In 15 years, the price of ordinary cloths for sheeting had dropped from 40 cents a yard to 8½ cents a yard. Bells rang at break of day in some factory towns. The workers tumbled out of sleep, crept into their clothes, and reported at the factory gates in 15 minutes, when the gates closed. An hour or two later, 25 minutes was allowed for breakfast, and at noon 25 minutes was again allowed for dinner. The gates were opened at 8 o'clock at night to let the workers go back to supper, play, amusements, recreation, education, strong drink, sleep, or whatever they chose till the ringing of the bell again the next morning at break of day. The Hope factory in Rhode Island ran on this plan. In the Eagle Mill at Griswold, Connecticut, the workday lasted 15 hours and 10 minutes. At Paterson, New Jersey, women and children began the day's work at 4:30 o'clock in the morning. Overseers in some textile mills cracked a cowhide whip over women and children. The only opportunities allowed to children generally employed in manufactories to obtain an education are on the Sabbath and after 8:30 o'clock of the evening of other days, declared the report of a committee of the newly organized New England Association of Farmers, Mechanics, and Other Workmen. In language dark as the early winter dawns in which boys and girls went to work rubbing sleep from their eyes, the association declared its purpose to be the organization of the whole laboring class, with the express hope to imbue our offspring with abhorrence for the usurpations of aristocracy, so that they shall dedicate their lives to a completion of the work which their ancestors commenced in their struggle for national, and their sires have continued in their contest for personal independence. The first labor paper on the American continent, the Workingmen's Advocate, had been started in New York by 2 English workingmen. It was followed by the Mechanics' Free Press. A jury in New York City heard the evidence against striking workmen charged with conspiring to raise wages and awarded a fine of $1. The growing wage-earning class was organizing trade associations, and in Philadelphia had formed its first central body of such associations. Strikes were called to raise wages, to bar from work the non-union men known later as rats and scabs. But most of all, the strikes were aimed to get the 10-hour workday. In politics, this labor movement stood against jailing for debt, against banking monopoly, for easier access to public lands, for schools open to all, for the United States mails to run on the Sabbath, for limitation of ownership of land to 160 acres per person, and for abolition of chattel slavery and of wages slavery. Thread, yarn, twine, sheeting, shirting, ticking, print, cloth, gingham, and bags were leaving North Atlantic states for all parts of the world. They went west on the Erie Canal and the Great Lakes. They were on Ohio River flatboats going west and south. They were loaded on pack horses and mules moving in 4 parallel columns from Independence, Missouri, for the 70-day trip to Santa Fe, where they were traded for gold dust, buffalo skins, rugs, Mexican blankets. The South was buying back in finished cloth part of the cotton it raised. Ships leaving North Atlantic ports carried cargoes for South America. The United States had become in 1830 second only to England in the amount of cotton it bought for its humming spindles. In 1831 were reported 795 mills, 1,246,500 spindles, and 70,000 mill workers. The industrial and commercial fact of cotton had moved into world history as a reckonable factor. The seeds of a tree wool gathered in India by Englishmen and planted in Bermuda and from there transported to South Carolina and Georgia had spread and grown till they were part of the lives and work of millions of people. Yet the development was merely in its beginnings. In New York and Pennsylvania, companies were organizing to mine the iron in coal fields. In the coming 10 years, the railroads and steamboats would want iron and steel for their equipment and rolling stock, and coal to generate steam power. And with railroads and steamboats connecting the cotton plantations with the cotton mills of America and Europe, and then moving the finished products with higher speed to the worldwide markets, there would be realized another step in the international industrial revolution. Patents on new tools, machines, and devices had more than doubled in 10 years. In 1830, there were 544 patents granted. The Pilgrim people who came to the North Atlantic coast with Milton and Bunyan in their veins, with Bibles and prayer books in their hands, were to gain a world name for a figure known as the inventive Yankee, making breech-loading firearms, air pumps, rock drills, lathes, planing machines, pile drivers, truss frames, harvesters and reapers, sewing machines. Edward Everett issued an essay on the inevitable march of improvement. 3,000 prisoners were in jail for debt in Massachusetts, 10,000 in New York, 7,000 in Pennsylvania, and 3,000 in Maryland. In one city, 40 cases were recorded in which the sum total of the debt was $23.40, an average of less than 60 cents for each prisoner. An industrial civilization was coming over the Middle States and New England. It covered less than 175,000 square miles and held a little more than 6 million people, elements of Dutch blood in New York, Germans and Scotch-Irish in Pennsylvania, Swedes in Delaware and Philadelphia. And there were Irish in New York. One of their kith and kin had put through the Erie Canal project against the opposition of the Irish in the Tammany Society. They toiled on canals in Massachusetts. The proudest, most cohesive unit in the North was New England. She had dialect, religion, law, climate, and regional personality enough to set up as a nation by herself, if there had been enough salt water or steep mountains to isolate her. Geography and history were her enemies in that respect. When her shipping and trade were shot to pieces in the War of 1812, and she was ready and set for a secession from the Union of States, events shifted. And so, over New England and the Middle States had sprung up, without forewarning or foretelling, the beginnings of a civilization of power-driven looms, wage-earning labor, of iron, coal, and fast transport. The controlling men sat in office chairs, accustomed to add and subtract, measure and multiply, with maps, statistics, diagrams, and designs before their eyes. The fabric and structure of the basic system of life at the North was in high contrast to that of the South. The big word in the South was chivalry. In the North, it was improvements. In the West, if there was a big word, it was something like freedom or independence, or a slogan, hands off. Its reckonings were under large skies and in spreading numbers. For the West was a stretch of country with the Great Lakes at the north, the Gulf of Mexico to the south, the Allegheny Mountains to the east, and a ragged-edged, shifty frontier on the west, moving its line farther west every year out into the Great Plains and beyond, toward the Rocky Mountains. Its controlling physical feature was the Mississippi River waterway system, branching with tireless streams fed by regular rainfalls into region covering 1.25 million square miles. Pioneers and waves were crossing this stretch of country. There was an element of movers always selling out, packing up and passing on, some saying, "It's time to move if you can hear your neighbor's shotgun." The early settlers had clung to rivers and timbers. Now they were locating on prairie land and learning to farm it. Each wave of settlers made it easier for more to come. The young Frenchman de Tocqueville was writing, "This gradual and continuous progress of the European race toward the Rocky Mountains has the solemnity of a providential event. It is like a deluge of men rising unabatedly and daily driven onward by the hand of God." The New York millionaire fur trader Astor was buying 1,000-acre tracts in Illinois, Missouri, and Wisconsin. For de Tocqueville had noted also, "The valley of the Mississippi is, upon the whole, the most magnificent dwelling place prepared by God for man's abode, and yet it may be said that at present it is but a mighty desert." Wild horses roamed in grass taller than their heads, occasionally roped and broken by white men. Buffaloes were killed by thousands, the skins sold in St. Louis or New Orleans, the carcasses left on the open plains for the wolves and crows. Little populations were pocketed in corners where European races were intermingled with Indians and Negroes. Off southwest, Texas was calling. Cabins were empty in Kentucky and Tennessee with a scribble on the doors, "Gone to Texas." A boom was on. Men and women slanged each other, "Go to Texas." 6 years had seen over 20,000 settlers, rustlers, horsemen enter Texas, and a restless pioneer breed swarmed overland by wagon, horse, and afoot, across the Allegheny Mountains. In 10 years, the West had added 1.5 million people. Its population was 1/3 of the United States. Connecting products with market, they took horses, mules, cattle, and hogs across country on foot, sometimes 4,000 and 5,000 hogs in a drove. The Turnpike Gate at Cumberland Gap saw livestock worth $1 million in the year 1828. Tobacco and whiskey worth another $1 million passed over the falls of the Ohio at Louisville in 1 year. Aggregates of $1 million were getting common. Corn, oats, barley, hay were fed to cattle and hogs that walked to market, or the grain was distilled into whiskey for concentrated transport. 3,000 wagons were making hauls east from Pittsburgh to traders in Baltimore, Philadelphia, and New York. Feeding grounds for livestock had been located on plantations along the Potomac River, where cattle were fattened for the eastern markets. Cincinnati had the nickname of Porkopolis, and was packing hams, bacon, and salt pork. Exports from the West had mounted in 1830 to $17,800,000. The West had become a granary, sending food supplies to the factory and textile mill towns of New England and the Middle States, to Great Britain and France, as well as corn, horses, and mules to the big cotton planters of the South. It was of immense importance then that in the year 1831, for the first time, goods were shipped from the Atlantic seaboard to St. Louis by way of Chicago at 1/3 lower cost than by the New Orleans route. History was in the reckoning. Cheaper and quicker movement of corn and cattle going east, and of textiles, iron, hardware, and human passengers coming west, would set up new connections west, east, south, and overseas. Over the earth were many little dramas of personal struggle and hope in that year 1831. A cadet named Edgar Allan Poe, guilty of neglect and disobedience, had been thrown out of the West Point Military Academy and was writing poetry, drinking whiskey, toiling with black bats in the belfries. A young English doctor named Charles Darwin, just 21 years old, was starting on a 5-year trip in a ship, the Beagle. He was taking along thick pads of writing paper to put down notes about plants, animals, rocks, weather. An Englishman, Michael Faraday, had been working in a partnership of international scientists, with facts and principles handed him by the Italian Alessandro Volta, the Dane Hans Christian Ørsted, the Frenchman A.M. Ampere, the German G.S. Ohm, toilers on the borderland of fact and speculation. Proud conjectural fools in the realms of wire, plates, pivoted magnets, currents, circuits, attractions, and repulsions. They had identified, caged, captured, and measured that lightning terror, electrodynamic force. Hitherto, electricity had been a useless, mysterious juice. Faraday was making a dynamo. He was going to harness, drive, and use the power of electromagnetism. Such were a few of the things the white moon in its high riding over the sky might have told Abraham Lincoln that spring night in 1831. He would have listened with an understanding head and heart, because he was blood and bone of North, South, and West, because there were in him the branched veins of New England emigrant, Middle State Quaker, Virginia planter, and Kentucky pioneer. As the regions of America grew and struggled, he might understand their growth and struggle. In 10 years, there had been other little dramas of personal struggle and hope besides the one of Abraham Lincoln. John Keats, the poet, had died at 25 years of age among the ivies, marbles, and lizards of Rome, buried with his own epitaph on the gravestone, "Here lies one whose name was writ in water." In the same year passed out Napoleon with the declaration, "I die in the apostolical and Roman religion, in the bosom of which I was born. It is my wish that my ashes may repose on the banks of the Seine, in the midst of the French people whom I have loved so well." The next year had seen the poet Shelley drowned in the Mediterranean, and his body burned and its ashes placed next to the burial urn of Keats. Only the year before he had written of Keats, "I weep for Adonis, he is dead." 2 years more, and the poet Lord Byron, fighting in Greece and far from home, in so far as he had a home, died of fever. Of him Shelley had written, "Space wondered less at the swift and fair creations of God when he grew weary of vacancy, than I at this spirit of an angel in the mortal paradise of a decaying body." While Symonds, a critic, was to write, "It was his misfortune to be well born, but ill bred." Beethoven, too, stepped out of his mortal frame, having been deaf 12 years, so that the finest music he knew was in the inner arrangements of sound and silence known only to his imagination. An escort of 20,000 music lovers swarmed to his grave the day he was laid away. In London town, the mad, sweet, colossal poet, William Blake, had died. He wandered up and he wandered down, ever alone with God. Out of them all, a little flame blue from the gray of their ashes lived on. Each had sung in his own way that line young Abraham Lincoln had written with a turkey feather pen at Pigeon Creek. "Time, what an empty vapor 'tis." Chapter 29. In the summer of the year 1831, Abraham Lincoln, 22 years old, floated a canoe down the Sangamon River, going to a new home, laughter and youth in his bones, in his heart a few pennies of dreams, in his head a rag bag of thoughts he could never expect to sell. Catfish and bass, perch and pike, flipped in the still waters at the edge of the stream. They could be taken with a hook. The shadows of a blue jay, a kingfisher, moved flying over the water of the Sangamon, and once the silhouette of a bald eagle moved up a slope of bottom land away from the river, and these shadows were the same as air. Crows went by, leaving the horsehawk of their call-cry in the air. Long willows drowsed with hung-down branches in the green scum of muddy bywaters at a standstill. A slippery muskrat might swim out of the hole of a rotten log to look at the weather of the day. Seldom, and yet once or twice, a bullfrog croaked his basso profundo croak. Glimpses of landscape flitted by where the bee and dragonfly were going amid Indian pink and the bluebell and running wild rose. Red haw and the bitter foxgrape had intimations of fall time to come. Behind the bumblebees buzzing in the yellow dust of goldenrod leaves, and behind the streamers of haze around the river curves, were hints, almost statements, of a future to follow the present, the intertwining of hours to come with hours that are. New Salem, the town on a hill to which Abraham Lincoln was shunting his canoe, was a place of promise there in the year 1831, just as all towns in Illinois then were places of promise. New Salem then had a dozen families as its population, just as Chicago in the same year reckoned a dozen families and no more. Both had water transportation, outlets, tributary, territory, yet one was to be only a phantom hamlet of memories and ghosts, a windswept hilltop kept as cherished haunts are kept. New Salem stood on a hill, a wrinkle of earth crust, a convulsive knob of rock and sod. The Sangamon River takes a curve as it comes to the foot of that bluff and looks up. It is almost as though the river said, "For such a proud standing hill as this, I must make a proud winding curve for it to look at." Up on the ridge level of that bluff, the buffalo, the wild horse, the wild hog, and the red Indian had competed for occupation 1,000 years and more. Herds of shaggy whiskered buffalo had roamed the Sangamon Valley. Deer antlers had been plowed up and arched above doorways where men 6 feet tall walked under without stooping. Plows had turned up brown and white flint arrowheads of Indian hunters. Red men whose learning had included buffalo and snake dances, and a necromancy of animal life unknown to men of the white race. Before the rifle and plow of the white man, the red man in that particular southern region of Illinois had moved off, had, in the words of some who followed, gone and skedaddled. Yet the red man was still a near enough presence to be spoken of as more than a ghost who had just passed. At the foot of a bluff where the Sangamon begins its curve, 1,000 wagon loads of gravel had been hauled and packed into the river to make a power dam and mill grind. The Rutledges and Camerons who started the mill bought the ridge of land on the bluff above, and in 1829 laid out a town, sold lots, put up a log tavern with 4 rooms, and named the place New Salem. Farmers came from 50 miles away to have their grain turned into flour and to buy salt, sugar, coffee, handkerchiefs, hardware, and calico prints and bonnets. If people asked, "Has the mud wagon come in?" they referred to the stagecoach driving from Havana to Springfield once a week and carrying mail to the New Salem post office. The town in its time had a sawmill, 15 houses, 100 people, 2 doctors, a school, a church, and a Sunday school, a saloon, and a squire and 2 constables. The Herndon brothers, Rowan and James, kept a store. So did the partnership of Samuel Hill and James McNamar. Also one Reuben Radford had a grocery. And Denton Offutt, who had rented the Rutledge and Cameron grist mill, had ordered a stock of goods and was going to open a new store, with A. Lincoln as clerk in charge. When Offutt had seen Lincoln handle his flatboat on the New Salem mill dam so masterfully, Offutt had told people he would soon have a regular steamboat running up and down the Sangamon with Lincoln as captain. The boat would run the year round, in all weathers, with rollers for shoals and dams, runners for ice. Offutt said that with Lincoln in charge, "By thunder, she'd have to go." A hustler, a boomer, and a booster was Offutt. Nips from a bottle of corn juice doubled his natural enthusiasms. His vision took in wide empires of business, though he was blind to the barriers. Election day was on when Lincoln arrived in New Salem and loafed along the main street. At the voting place they told him a clerk was wanted and asked if he could write. Of course, he might have answered that where he came from in Indiana, he used to write letters for the whole township. Instead, he answered with an up and down of careless inflections. "Oh, I guess I can make a few rabbit tracks." So, with a goose quill, he sat registering ballots that first day in New Salem, and he felt as much at home with the goose quill as he had felt with the axe, the hoe, the flatboat oars, and other instruments he had handled. The voting was by word of mouth. Each voter told the election judges which candidates he wanted to vote for. Then a judge would bawl out the voter's name and his candidates, which names would be written down by the clerks. Lincoln got acquainted with names and faces of nearly all the men in New Salem on his first day there. Offutt's stock for the new store had not come as yet, so when Dr. Nelson, who was leaving New Salem for Texas, said he wanted a pilot to take his flatboat through the channels of the Sangamon to Beardstown on the Illinois River, Lincoln was willing. When he came back from that little job, he said there were times he ran the flatboat 3 miles off into the prairies, but always got back to the main channel of the Sangamon. A genius of drollery was recognized by the New Salem folks as having come among them to live with and be one of them. They were already passing along the lizard story, a yarn spun by the newcomer the first day he arrived. He had said it happened in Indiana and was as strange as many other things that had happened in Indiana. In a meeting house far and deep in the tall timbers, a preacher was delivering a sermon, wearing old-fashioned baggy pantaloons fastened with 1 button and no suspenders, while his shirt was fastened at the collar with 1 button.
In a loud voice, he announced his text for the day. "I am the Christ whom I shall represent today." And about that time, a little blue lizard ran up under one of the baggy pantaloons. The preacher went ahead with his sermon, slapping his legs. After a while, the lizard came so high that the preacher was desperate, and going on with his sermon, unbuttoned the one button that held his pantaloons. They dropped down, and with a kick were off. By this time, the lizard had changed his route and circled around under the shirt at the back, and the preacher, repeating his text, "I am the Christ whom I shall represent today," loosened his one collar button, and with one sweeping movement, off came the shirt. The congregation sat in the pews dazed and dazzled. Everything was still for a minute, then a dignified elderly lady stood up slowly and, pointing a finger toward the pulpit, called out at the top of her voice, "I just want to say that if you represent Jesus Christ, sir, then I'm done with the Bible." Men were telling of Lincoln and a crew loading Squire Godby's hogs onto a flatboat down at Blue Banks. The hogs were slippery and stubborn, and the crew couldn't chase them on board. The gossip was that Lincoln said, "Sew their eyes shut," and farmers were argufying as to whether a hog is easier handled when his eyes are sewed shut. On a lot Offutt bought for $10, he and Lincoln built a cabin of logs. This was to be the new store, and Lincoln started boarding at the home of the Reverend John Cameron, whose 11 daughters ran the house. Offutt's goods arrived. Lincoln stacked shelves and corners with salt, sugar, tea, coffee, molasses, butter and eggs, whiskey, tobacco, hardware, stoneware, cups and saucers, plates, dishes, calico prints, hats, bonnets, gloves, socks, shoes. Bill Green, the 18-year-old son of Squire Bowling Green, was put in as a helper mainly to tell Lincoln which of the customers were good pay. Offutt's enthusiasm about his new clerk ran high. "He knows more than any man in the United States. Some day he will be President of the United States. He can outrun, outlift, outwrestle, and throw down any man in Sangamon County." And the Clary's Grove boys, just 4 miles away, began talking about these claims. What they said mostly was, "Is that so?" Bill Clary, who ran a saloon 30 steps north of the Offutt store, put up a bet of $10 with Offutt that Lincoln couldn't throw Jack Armstrong, the Clary's Grove champion. Sports from 50 miles around came to level a square next to Offutt's store to see the match. Bets ran high, from money to jackknives and treats of whiskey. Armstrong was short and powerful in build, with the muscle haunches of a wild steer. His aim from the first was to get in close on his man, where he would have the advantage of his thick muscular strength. Lincoln held him off with long arms, wore down his strength, got him out of breath and out of temper. Armstrong then fouled by stamping on Lincoln's right foot and instep with his boot heel. This exasperated Lincoln so that he lost his temper, lifted Armstrong up by the throat and off the ground, shook him like a rag, and then slammed him to a hard fall flat on his back. As Armstrong lay on the ground, a champion in the dust of defeat, his gang from Clary's Grove started to swarm toward Lincoln, with hot Kentucky and Irish epithets on their lips. Lincoln stepped to where his back was against a wall, braced himself, and told the gang he was ready for him. Then Jack Armstrong broke through the front line of the gang, shook Lincoln's hand, and told the gang Lincoln was fair, had won the match, and "he's the best feller that ever broke into this settlement." As the Clary's Grove boys looked Lincoln over, they decided he was one of them. He weighed 180 pounds. He was hard as nails. He outran the foot racers of Sangamon County. He threw the maul and crowbar farthest. He told the lizard story. He saved a flatboat that looked like a wreck on the Cameron Mill Dam. Yes, he belonged. Even though he didn't drink whiskey nor play cards, he belonged. They called on him to judge their horse races and chicken fights, umpire their matches, and settle disputes. Their homes were open to him. He was adopted. Chapter 30. Counting the money a woman paid for dry goods one day, Lincoln found she had paid 6.25 cents more than her bill. That night he walked 6 miles to pay it back. Once, finding he weighed tea with a 4-ounce weight instead of an 8, he wrapped up another 1/4 pound of tea, took a long walk, and delivered the woman the full order of tea she had paid for. A loafer used the wrong kind of language when women customers were in the store one day. Lincoln had warned him to stop. He talked back. Lincoln took him in front of the store, threw him on the ground, and rubbed smartweed in his face. When trade was slack, he split rails for Offutt and built a pen to hold 1,000 hogs. The two clerks, Lincoln and young Bill Green, slept together on a narrow cot in the back of the store. When one turned over, the other had to. When a small gambler tricked Bill, Lincoln told Bill to bet him the best fur hat in the store that he, Lincoln, could lift a barrel of whiskey from the floor and hold it while he took a drink from the bunghole. Bill hunted up the gambler, made the bet, and won it. Lincoln lifted the barrel off the floor, sat squatting on the floor, rolled the barrel on his knees till the bunghole reached his mouth, drank a mouthful, let the barrel down, and stood up and spat out the whiskey. Wildcat money, rag money, shin plasters came across the counter sometimes. The clerk asked a customer, "What kind of money have you?" Once in a while he told about a Mississippi steamboat captain, short of firewood, who steered to a landing place and offered the man in charge wildcat money for wood. But the owner of the wood said he could only trade cord for cord, a cord of money for a cord of wood. Lincoln and John Brewer acted as seconds for Henry Clark and Ben Wilcox when the two settled a dispute with a stand-up and knockdown fight with bare fists. The seconds had washed the blood off the faces and shoulders of the two fighters, when John Brewer, whose head came about as high as Lincoln's elbows, strutted like a bantam rooster up to Lincoln and broke out, "Abe, my man licked yours and I can lick you." Lincoln searched his challenger with a quizzical look and drawled, "I'll fight you, John, if you'll chalk your size on me, and every blow outside counts foul." In the laugh of the crowd, even Brewer joined. Between times in spare hours, and in watches of the night when sleep came to the town and river, Lincoln toiled and quested for the inner lights of what was known as education and knowledge. Mentor Graham, the schoolmaster, told him there was a grammar at Vayner's house, 6 miles off. He walked the 6 miles, brought back the book, burned pine shavings in the blacksmith shop to light a book with a title page saying it held English Grammar in Familiar Lectures accompanied by a compendium embracing a new systematic order of parsing, a new system of punctuation, exercises in false syntax, and a key to the exercises, designed for the use of schools and private learners. By Samuel Kirkham. As he got farther into the book, he had Bill Green at the store hold it and ask him questions. When Bill asked what adverbs qualify, Lincoln replied, "Adverbs qualify verbs, adjectives, and other adverbs." When Bill asked, "What is a phrase?" the answer came, "A phrase is an assemblage of words, not constituting an entire proposition, but performing a distinct office in the structure of a sentence or of another phrase." Geography he studied without knowing he was studying geography. The store had calico prints from Massachusetts, tea from China, coffee from Brazil, hardware and stoneware from New York and Pennsylvania, products and utensils from the hands and machines of men hundreds and thousands of miles away, the feel of other human zones, and a large world to live in, connected with the Offutt grocery stock. A literary and debating society was formed in New Salem, with the educated and accomplished people as members, and all others who wished to advance themselves. Lincoln stood up for his first speech one evening, and there was close attention, for they all knew this was a joker, the young husky who brought the lizard story to their town, the lusty buck who grappled Jack Armstrong and slammed him for a fall, the pleasant spinner of yarns. He opened his address in a tone of apology, as though he had been thinking over what he was going to say,
but he wasn't sure he could put on the end of his tongue the ideas operating in his head. He went on with facts, traced back and picked up essential facts and wove them into an argument, apologized again, and said he hoped the argument would stand on its own legs and command respect. His hands wandered out of the pockets of his pantaloons and punctuated with loose gestures some of the decisive propositions, after which his hands slowly and easily slid back into the pantaloons' pockets. Then it came to Lincoln through the talk of friends that James Rutledge, the president of the society, was saying there was more than wit and fun in Abe's head. He was already a fine speaker. All he lacked was culture to enable him to reach a high destiny which was in store for him. Lincoln noticed that Mr. Rutledge looked more keenly into his face and was more kindly in manner. This had a double interest for the young store clerk, because he had spent afternoon and evenings in the Rutledge Tavern, and he had almost trembled, and dark waves ran through him as he had looked wholly and surely into the face of the slim girl with corn silk hair, Anne Rutledge, the 18-year-old daughter of James Rutledge. When all New Salem laughed and wondered at the way he saved his flatboat when it hung over the dam the spring before, he had glimpsed this slim girl with light corn silk hair, blue-eyed, pink fair. Since then he had spoken with her as she sat sewing in a hickory splint chair, a quiet soft bud of a woman. Some mentioned her as beautiful. The Clary's Grove boys said she wasn't hard to look at. While her two sisters, Nancy and Margaret, helped their mother with the dishes and the baby, Sarah, Anne did the sewing for all the women and showed new stitches to other New Salem girls who came in. After the first evening in which Lincoln had sat next to her and found that bashful words tumbling from his tongue's end really spelled themselves out into sensible talk, her face as he went away kept coming back. So often all else would fade out of his mind, and there would be only this riddle of a pink fair face, a mouth and eyes in a frame of light corn silk hair. He could ask himself what it meant and search his heart for an answer, and no answer would come. A trembling took his body, and dark waves ran through him sometimes when she spoke so simple a thing as, "The corn is getting high, isn't it?" The name Anne Rutledge would come to him, and he would pronounce it softly to the shadows in the blacksmith shop where he lay burning wood shavings to light the pages of Kirkham's Grammar. He knew the Rutledges branched back out of South Carolina, and the Revolutionary War Rutledges, one of whom signed the Declaration of Independence. Their names were in high places. Her father was a Southern gentleman of the old school, and he, Abe Lincoln, was from the Kentucky Linkerns, who had a hard time to read and write. His heart would be hurting if he hadn't learned long ago to laugh at himself with a horse laugh. The Cameron girls where he boarded tried to tease him about his long legs, long arms, his horsey ways, and he was always ready to admit he wasn't much to look at. And as the blue spray from one young woman's eyes haunted him, he felt it was enough to have looked into such a face, and to have learned that such an earthly frame as that of Anne Rutledge had been raised out of the breathing dust. He could say, and it was easy to say, "It can't happen that a sucker like me can have a gal like her." During the winter of 1832, as Abe Lincoln took down calico prints from the shelves of the Offutt store and measured off as many yards as the women customers asked for, or as he stepped to the whiskey barrels and measured out as many quarts or gallons as the men customers asked for, he had warnings that the business of Denton Offutt in New Salem was going to pieces. Offutt was often filling his personal pocket flask at his own barrels of pure and unsurpassed Kentucky rye whiskey. He was more often loose with his tongue and its descriptions and predictions. Once it was said, "He talks too much with his mouth." As his cash dwindled and his prospects faded, his eyes became more red, his face more bleary, and it was harder for his tongue to persuade men of the rainbow empires he saw beyond the horizon. It was said, "Offutt is petering out." Chapter 31.
The sawmill, the gristmill, the stores, and the post office of New Salem drew customers from different localities, such as Rock Creek, Clary's Grove, Little Grove, Concord, Sandridge, Indian Point, New Market, and Athens. People mostly trace back to Kentucky and Virginia families, but Yankees from New England, Downeasters from New York, Pennsylvania Dutch, and emigrants from the British Isles and from Germany were sprinkled through. From the east of New Salem came the Smoots, Godbys, Rigginses, Watkinses, Whites, Wilcoxes, Clarks, Straters, Baxters. From the north came the Pantiers, Clarys, Armstrongs, Wagoners. From the west, the Berries, Bones, Greens, Potters, Armstrongs, Clarks, Summerses, Grahams, Gums, Spearses, Conivers, Whites, Joneses. From the south, the Tibbses, Wisemans, Hoheimers, Hornbuckles, Percopiles, Matlings, Goldbys, Winns, Cogdals. They were corn-fed. The grain that came in sacks, slung over horses riding to the mill at New Salem Dam, was nearly all corn, seldom wheat or rye. The mill ran all year, and the people ate corn 6 days in the week, and usually on Sunday. Milk and mush, or milk with cornbread crumbled in it, was the baby food. For the grown-ups, there were corn dodgers. 2 quarts of cornmeal were mixed with cold water, a finger of salt thrown in, and into a well-greased skillet the cook put 3 pones, cakes, giving each pone a pat so as to leave the print of her hand on the bread. The skillet lid was fastened tight, and a shovel of coals was put on top. Then, with hot charcoal over and under, the skillet was put in the fireplace. Sometimes, it was said, the cake came out so hard that you could knock a Texas steer down with a chunk of it, or split a board 40 yards off. On Saturdays, young men off the farms came riding in. Horse races, with Abe Lincoln for judge, were run off between the river and Jacob Bale's place. There, too, were the gander pullings. An old tough gander was swung head down from the limb of a tree, with his neck greased slippery. Riders who paid 10 cents for the chance rode full speed, and the one who grabbed the gander's neck and pulled the head off got the bird. Up the river the boys sometimes took colts to break. They had found that a horse in water over his depth is helpless and will learn to obey. The boys would take one in, several would get on his back, others would cling to his mane and tail, and by the time they let him come out, he could understand better the language of men speaking to horses. Some Saturdays, when there were no strangers to pick a fight with, they fought among themselves. A gang of Wolverines from Wolf had taken on drinks in Petersburg one day, and were on their horses pulling at each other's shirts, when little Johnny Wiseman called out to Greasy George Miller, "George, you have torn my shirt." "Yes," said George, "and I can tear your hide, too." And the gang got off their horses, formed a ring, and watched Wiseman and Miller fight it out till one had enough. Between some families there was bitter hate year on year. They called it a feud between the families. Once 2 men met on the New Salem side of the river, spat hate at each other before a crowd of men, and then decided to go alone across the river and fight it out. They crossed over, stripped their clothes, and fought as wolves fight, with claw, tooth, and fang, till men came from over the river, parted them, and made them shake hands. One of the fighters was sick for a year, and then died of his wounds and gouges. And there were people who tried to stop the fighting, horse racing, gambling, and drinking. Through churches, schools, books, temperance societies, and the government, they tried to correct these habits, and institute industry, thrift, sobriety, and bring into favor the admonition of St. Paul, "Let all things be done decently and in order." As many as 50 men, women, and children on one Sunday were baptized in the Sangamon River. The Methodists, Campbellites, Presbyterians kept growing. At first the members of the faith met in a dwelling house. Then they had Grove Camp meetings, and as they grew in membership, they erected churches and sent delegates to state and national conferences, synods, presbyteries. The most famous of all preachers in southern Illinois then was Peter Cartwright, a Jackson Democrat, a fighting Methodist, a scorner of Baptists, and an enemy of whiskey, gambling, jewelry, fine clothes, and higher learning. As he visited along the Sangamon River, he would tell anecdotes.
I recollect once to have come across one of these Latin and Greek scholars, a regular graduate in theology. In order to bring me into contempt in a public company, he addressed me in Greek. In my younger days I had learned considerable of German. I listened to him as if I understood it all, then replied in Dutch. This he knew nothing about, neither did he understand Hebrew. He concluded that I had answered him in Hebrew, and immediately caved in, and stated to the company that I was the first educated Methodist preacher he ever saw. And taking dinner with the governor of the state of Illinois, Cartwright stopped the serving of victuals by saying, "Hold on, governor, ask the blessing." The governor said he couldn't. He didn't know how. So Cartwright pronounced the blessing, and afterward rebuked the governor for not being a practicing Christian. One of the oldest and best loved of the Cumberland Presbyterians was Uncle Jimmy Pantier. He was a faith healer said to have cured cases of snake bite and of the bite of a mad dog. He took the patient into a room, rubbed the wound, mumbled unknown words, and sometimes the patient stood up and walked free from evil. Uncle Jimmy took a front seat at church services and would repeat the sermon as fast as the preacher preached it. He would nod approval or again shake a finger at the preacher and say in an undertone, "You are mistaken," or "That is not so, brother." He had hunted all manner of wild beasts, owned large tracts of land, wore a buckskin fringed shirt, and was a friend and neighbor to all men in the Sangamon River country. Out around the New Salem neighborhood were men and women known to everybody. The father of James Short, for instance, was pointed out at the 4th of July picnics as a soldier who had fought in the Revolutionary War. He became a wild turkey hunter, and once in blazing away at 50 had killed 16 turkeys. Another veteran who had served under the Commander-in-Chief George Washington was Daddy Boger, who lived in Wolf and wove bushel baskets out of white oak splints. He would go to town with a basket under each arm, trade his baskets, rest a while, and then start home. Farmers who had taken beef hides to the tanyard would bring hides to Alex Ferguson in New Salem and give Alex the foot measures of the family. William Sampson, a farmer with a big family, used to come after his shoes with a 2-bushel sack and take a dozen pairs home. There was Granny Spears of Clary's Grove, who was so often seen helping at houses where a new baby had come. She had been stolen by Indians when a girl, and living with them, had heard from them how to use herbs and salves. She was a little dried-up woman whose chin and nose pointed out and curved out till they nearly touched each other. Uncle Johnny Watkins had a flat stone the size of $1, given him by a friend in Pennsylvania. The stone was to cure a snake bite. It was laid on the place where the snake had bitten, and clung there soaking the poison out. Then the stone was dropped into sweet milk, which soaked the poison out of the stone, and then again the stone was put in the snake bite. This was kept up till all the poison was drawn out. Some said Uncle Johnny's stone was a sure cure for snake bite. Others said corn whiskey was better. Here and there the question was asked, "Who is this Abe Lincoln?" In Maynard County, one story was told about how Lincoln came to New Salem and what happened. The boys in and around New Salem had sized up Abe, as they called him, and decided to see what stuff he had in him. First, he was to run a foot race with a man from Wolf. "Trot him out," said Abe. Second, he was to wrestle with a man from Little Grove. "All right," said Abe. Third, he must fight a man from Sand Ridge. "Nothing wrong about that," said Abe. The foot racer from Wolf couldn't pass Abe. The man from Little Grove, short and heavy, stripped for action, ran at Abe like a battering ram. Abe stepped aside, caught his man by the nape of the neck, threw him heels over head, and gave him a fall that nearly broke the bones. Abe was now getting mad. "Bring on your man from Sand Ridge," he hooted. "I can do him up in 3 shakes of a sheep's tail, and I can whip the whole pack of you if you give me 10 minutes between fights." But a committee from the boys came up, gave him the right hand of fellowship, and told him, "You have sand in your craw, and we will take you into our crowd." Thus the story was beginning to be told of how Lincoln had arrived in Illinois, and what manner of man he was. Henry Onstott and others were telling the story just like that. Chapter 32. In the winter of 1832, a steamboat was advertised to leave Cincinnati and sail on the 4 rivers necessary to reach New Salem by water route. Her name was classical, the Talisman. Her owners hoped she had a magic charm. At the post office in New Salem, at the grist mill and at the sawmill, at the wrestling matches, hoedowns, shindigs, and chicken fights, the big talk was about the steamboat coming from Cincinnati. She had started down the Ohio going west. She had turned up the Mississippi running north. And in spite of fogs, rain, and floating ice jams, she had twisted into the channel of the Illinois River and arrived at Beardstown in April. As a sporting event, it was interesting that she came through that far as a winner. As a business event, it was important. After she turned into the Sangamon River and unloaded part of a cargo at Springfield, the stores there advertised arrival of goods direct from the east per steamer Talisman. Storekeepers and land buyers along the Sangamon were excited. If the steamer made all its connections and its plans worked out, then the Sangamon Prairie Valley would have direct water route connections with Cincinnati and Pittsburgh. Land and business values would go booming. It was a matter aside that the steamer captain, Bogue, had sent a dude captain to command the boat, and this deck officer had worried the women of Springfield by bringing along a flashily dressed woman not his wife, and both of them were drunk and loose-tongued at a reception and dance in the county courthouse tendered by the ladies and gentlemen of Springfield. A lawyer in Springfield wrote in the Sangamo Journal, getting some of the atmosphere of the river events in these 2 verses, to be sung to the tune of Clare to Kitchen. Now we are up the Sangamo, and here we'll have a grand hurrah, so fill your glasses to the brim of whiskey, brandy, wine, and gin. Illinois suckers, young and raw, were strung along the Sangamo. To see a boat come up by steam, they sure thought it was a dream. She steamed up the river past New Salem and tied up at Bogue's Mill. After the high waters of spring had gone down, making a narrower river and shallower channel, she started on her trip downstream. In charge as pilot, the boat officers had put Abe Lincoln. He sat by and listened as the boat was stopped at the New Salem Dam, and the boat officers quarreled with the dam owners, Cameron and Rutledge, about whether they could tear a hole so as to run the boat through. At last, a rip was made through the dam, the boat made the passage downstream, and everybody concerned said it must happen never again. The lawyer, writing verses down at Springfield, tried to cover it with this rhyme. And when we came to Salem Dam, up we went against its jam. We tried to cross with all our might, but found we couldn't, and stayed all night. It was a serio-comic chapter, one of many, in the struggles of Western pioneer communities for outlets, transportation, connections with the big outside world, to bring more people to the prairies, and to sell crops and produce to the east in exchange for hardware and nails. There were as yet more houses and wagons held together by wooden pegs and cleats than by iron nails and spikes. On a ridge the other side of Green's Rocky Branch, a creek south of New Salem, stood a log schoolhouse where Lincoln occasionally dropped in to sit on a bench and listen to the children reciting their lessons to Mentor Graham, the tall, intellectual, slant-jawed schoolteacher. He wanted to find out how much he already knew of what they were teaching in the schools, and he spent hours with Mentor Graham going over points in mathematics, geography, grammar, and correct language. The words education and knowledge were often on his lips when he talked with thoughtful people. They referred to him as a learner. He called himself that, a learner. The gift of asking questions intelligently, listening to the answers, and then pushing quietly on with more questions until he knew all that could be told to him, or all there was time for. This gift was his. He could pump a man dry on any subject he was interested in. In the month of March 1832, he launched forth into an action that took as much nerve as wrestling Jack Armstrong the year before. He had just passed his 23rd year, had for the first time in his life read through a grammar, was out of a job, and, except for a few months as a grocery clerk, he still classified as a working man or a propertyless manual laborer. and he announced that he was going to run for the office of member of the legislature of the state of Illinois to represent the people of Sangamon County in the chief lawmaking body of the state. He told friends he didn't expect to be elected. It was understood that James Rutledge and others had told him to make the run. It would bring him prominently before the people and in time would do him good. So he took his first big plunge into politics. In a long speech later printed as a handbill, he expressed his views about navigation of the Sangamon River and railroad transportation as compared with rivers and canals. Having floated boats and cargoes some 4,000 miles in 4 years, he felt at home in discussing water transportation. A railroad connecting Sangamon County with other parts of Illinois was, he said, indeed a very desirable object. But the cost, $290,000, he pointed out, forces us to shrink from our pleasing anticipations. Then he analyzed the geography of the Sangamon River, argued for improvements in its channel, and pledged himself to support all measures for such improvements. He declared, "I think I may say, without the fear of being successfully contradicted, that its navigation may be rendered completely practicable as high as the mouth of the South Fork." Next, he called for a strong law to stop the practice of loaning money at exorbitant rates of interest, and declared that cases of greatest necessity may arise when the evasion of laws is justifiable. His 4 closing sentences in the subject were, "A law for this purpose, fixing the limits of usury, I'm of the opinion may be made without materially injuring any class of people. In cases of extreme necessity, there can always be means found to cheat the law, while in all other cases it would have its intended effect. I would favor the passage of a law on this subject which might not very easily be evaded. Let it be such that the labor and difficulty of evading it could only be justified in cases of greatest necessity." Some of the wishes of his heart were spoken in a paragraph saying, "Upon the subject of education, not presuming to dictate any plan or system respecting it, I can only say that I view it as the most important subject which we as a people can be engaged in. That every man may receive at least a moderate education, and thereby be enabled to read the histories of his own and other countries, by which he may duly appreciate the value of our free institutions, appears to be an object of vital importance, even on this account alone, to say nothing of the advantages and satisfaction to be derived from all being able to read the Scriptures, and other works both of a religious and moral nature, for themselves." And as connected therewith, he added, "For my part, I desire to see the time when education, and by its means morality, sobriety, enterprise, and industry, shall become much more general than at present." He closed in a manner having the gray glint of his eyes and the loose hang of his long arms. "If the good people in their wisdom shall see fit to keep me in the background, I have been too familiar with disappointments to be very much chagrined."
Chapter 33. One morning in April, when the redbud was speaking its first pink whispers, and the dandelions scattered butter colors in long handfuls over the upland bullgrass, a rider on a muddy, sweating horse stopped in New Salem and gave out handbills signed by the governor of the state calling for volunteer soldiers to fight Indians. The famous old red man, Black Hawk, had crossed the Mississippi River with the best fighters in the Sac tribe to have a look at land where they and theirs had planted corn, also a burying ground at the mouth of the Rock River where their fathers and mothers of far back were buried. For hundreds of years the Sac tribe had hunted and fished in the rich prairie valley of the Rock River and among the rocky hills and bluffs of northwestern Illinois. In the time of the falling leaves and the ghost shapes of the hazes of Indian summer, they had piled harvest corn in their little villages and told the Great Spirit, Manido, with songs, dances, and prayers, they were thankful it was a good corn year. After they had seen the frost and wind take the last of the yellow leaves off the haw trees and hazel bushes, they sat around winter fires in their deerskin shelters with buffalo robes to cover them if the blizzard winds blew snow inside. They heard their fathers and mothers tell why the rabbit has a short tail, where the rattlesnake got its rattles and the gopher its stripes, how the first corn and beans came, when and how the wind was first let loose into the sky and sent roaming, who made the foot tracks of that thin snowdrift trail of the Milky Way of stars shining on the winter sky, who makes the war drums of the sky thunderstorms, who the strong and watchful spirits are in other worlds up over and down under the prairie world. The land of their stories, their corn planting and harvest, their hunting and fishing places, the burying ground of their fathers who had fought for its possession against other tribes, had passed from under their feet. In the year 1804, they sold their corner in northwestern Illinois to the United States government, with the promise on paper, a sheet of writing, saying that they could hunt and could plant corn in Illinois till the lands were surveyed and opened up for settlers. Then they had taken their horses, women, children, and dogs across the Mississippi River, and now they were saying the white men had broken the written promises. White squatters had come 50 miles past the line of settlement, and more than that, the United States government could not buy land because land cannot be sold. "My reason teaches me," wrote Black Hawk, "that land cannot be sold. The Great Spirit gave it to His children to live upon. So long as they occupy and cultivate it, they have the right to the soil. Nothing can be sold but such things as can be carried away." Black Hawk was now 67 years old, and could look back on 40 years as a chief of the Sac tribe. On his blanket was a blood-red hand, the sign that he had killed and scalped an enemy when he was a 15-year-old boy. In his time, he had straddled his pony and helped other Indian tribes and had joined hands with British soldiers in fighting back the tide of American settlers. He had seen the red man drink the firewater of the white man and then sign papers selling land. Now he felt the Great Spirit, Manido, telling him to cross the Mississippi River, scare and scatter the squatters and settlers, and then ambush and kill off all the pale-faced soldiers who came against him. The voices of his father said, "Go." The Fox, Winnebago, Sioux, Kickapoo, and other tribes had sent word they would join him in driving out the palefaces. Already his young men on fast ponies had circled among settlers around Rock Island and along the Rock River, leaving cabins in ashes and white men and women with their scalps torn out. And Black Hawk himself was leading his paint-faced warriors, with strings of eagle feathers down their heads and shoulders, with rifles and tomahawks, up the Rock River Valley, telling settlers, "We come to plant corn," saying also, "Land cannot be sold." Copper-faced men had tumbled off their horses with the rifle bullets of white men in their vitals. White men had wakened in their cabins at night to hear yells, to see fire and knives and war axes burn and butcher. Across all northern Illinois, any strange cry in the night sent shivers of terror to the white people in their lonely cabins. Men on horses picked for speed rode to the governor at Springfield and asked for help. The Washington government, 1,000 miles away, was sending the pick of its young regulars to handle the revolt of the Indian chief, who would sell land and afterwards raise the point that land cannot be sold. Sons of Alexander Hamilton and Daniel Boone were helping young commanders named Albert Sidney Johnston, Zachary Taylor, and Winfield Scott. The white civilization of firearms, printed books, plows, and power looms was resolved on a no-compromise war with the redskin civilization of spears, eagle feathers, buffalo dances, and the art and tradition of the ambush. And now over the rolling prairie and the slopes of timber bottoms along the Rock River, with a measureless blue sky arching over them, the red man and the white man hunted each other, trying to hand crimson death to each other. As they hunted, they measured small and were hard to see, each trying to hide from the other till the instant of clash, combat, and death. bipeds stalking each other. Only keen eyes could spot the pieces of the action and put together the collective human movement that swerved, struck, faded, came again, and struck in the reaches of rolling prairie and slopes of timber bottom where the green, rain-washed bushes and trees stood so far, so deep under the arch of a measureless blue sky. The Indians shaped and reshaped their army as a shadow, came and faded as a phantom, spread out false trails, mocked their enemy with being gone from horizons they had just filled. An ambush was their hope. They tried for it and couldn't get it. The white men had fought Indians before and had solved the theory of warfare by ambush. By zigzag and crisscross paths, with the Sacs and Foxes the only tribes fighting, Black Hawk was driven north out of Illinois, and in swamp and island battles on the Wisconsin and Bad Axe rivers, his armies were beaten and his last chance taken. On a willow island in the Bad Axe River, his men tried to hold off the whites who came wading in muddy water to their armpits, who took the island and shot the swimming Indians trying to get away to a west shore. 50 prisoners only were taken, mostly squaws and children. Black Hawk did not know then that the white men had ambushed him by a white man's way of ambush, that Sioux and Winnebago Indians acting as guides for his army were in the pay of the whites and had led his army on wrong roads. It was these same red men who were paid by the whites to bring him in as a prisoner after he escaped from the battle on the Bad Axe. And Black Hawk was taken 1,000 miles to Washington, where at the White House he met President Andrew Jackson. They faced each other, a white chief and a red chief. Both had killed men and known terrible angers, hard griefs, high dangers, and scars. Each was nearly 70 years old, and Black Hawk said to Jackson, "I am a man, and you are another." And he explained himself. "I took up the hatchet to avenge injuries which could no longer be borne. Had I borne them longer, my people would have said, 'Black Hawk is a squaw. He is too old to be a chief. He is no Sac.' This caused me to raise the war whoop. I say no more of it. All is known to you." Abraham Lincoln had 2 reasons, if no more, for going into the Black Hawk War as a volunteer soldier. His job as a clerk would soon be gone, with no Offutt store to clerk in. And he was running for the legislature. A war record in any kind of war would count in politics. He enlisted, and Jack Armstrong and the Clary's Grove boys said they were going to elect him captain of the company. They ran him against a sawmill owner named Kirkpatrick, who had one time cheated Lincoln out of $2. Kirkpatrick had hired Lincoln to move logs and agreed that because he didn't supply a tool known as a cant hook, he would pay Lincoln an extra $2 for doing the heavier work without a cant hook. On payday, the $2 wasn't paid. Now the Clary's Grove boys said, "We'll fix Kirkpatrick." The 2 candidates, Lincoln and Kirkpatrick, stood facing the company of recruited soldiers, and each soldier walked out and stood behind the man he wanted for captain. Lincoln's line was twice as long as Kirkpatrick's. He was now Captain Lincoln, and made a speech thanking the men for the honor, saying the honor was unexpected, the honor was undeserved, but he would do his best to merit the confidence placed in him. After that, he appointed Jack Armstrong first sergeant, with plenty of other sergeants and corporals from among the Clary's Grove boys. But Kirkpatrick, too, was promoted from the ranks, just 9 days after the company was enrolled. On the muster roll were such names as Obadiah Morgan, Royal Potter, Pleasant Armstrong, Michael Plaster, Isaac Gulliher, Robert S. Plunkett, Travis Elmore, Uzel Meeker, and Joseph Hoheimer. Their military unit was officially designated as Captain Abraham Lincoln's Company of the 1st Regiment of the Brigade of Mounted Volunteers, commanded by Brigadier General Samuel Whiteside. And though officially they were mounted volunteers, they had no mounts as yet. All were afoot, including Captain Lincoln. The first military order he gave as captain got the reply, "Go to hell." He knew his company could fight like wildcats, but would never understand so-called discipline. Other volunteer companies, also the regular Army soldiers and officers, said they were a hard set of men. As their captain was drilling them one day with 2 platoons advancing toward a gate, he couldn't think of the order that would get them endwise, 2 by 2, for passing through the gate. So he commanded, "This company is dismissed for 2 minutes. Then it will fall in again on the other side of the gate." At Henderson River, with horses swimming the stream, it was a camp rule that no firearms should be discharged within 50 yards of the camp. Somebody shot off a pistol inside the camp. The authorities found it was Captain Lincoln. He was arrested, his sword taken away, and he was held under arrest for 1 day. At another time, his men opened officers' supplies and found a lot of whiskey. On the morning after, the captain and his sergeants had a hard time rousing the men out of their blankets. Some were dead drunk, others straggled on the march. The court-martial ordered Captain Lincoln to carry a wooden sword 2 days. An old Indian rambled into camp one day. The men rushed at him. They were out in an Indian war to kill Indians. Lincoln jumped to the side of the Indian, showed the men that the old copperface had a military pass, and said with a hard gleam, "Men, this must not be done. He must not be shot and killed by us." One of the men called Lincoln a coward, as though he were taking advantage of his men as captain. The gleam in his eyes blazed as he stood by the old Indian and quietly told the mob, "If any man thinks I am a coward, let him test it." There was a cry, "Lincoln, you're bigger and heavier than we are." And the answer came like a shot, "You can guard against that. Choose your weapons." And the hot tempers cooled down and came to an understanding that they had an elemental captain who didn't presume on his authority. The Sangamon County Volunteers were part of an army of 1,600 soldiers mobilized at Beardstown and marched in cold and drizzly weather across muddy roads to Yellow Banks on the Mississippi, then to Dixon on the Rock River. Sometimes the company cooks had nothing to cook, and there was growling from the volunteers. One company refused to cross the line out of Illinois toward the north. Colonel Zachary Taylor, in command, made them a speech saying that some of them would probably be congressmen and go to Washington. They were important citizens of Illinois, but he had his orders from Washington to follow Black Hawk and take the Illinois troops along. Behind them he had drawn up lines of regular soldiers. Ahead of them were the flatboats to cross the river and leave Illinois. They could take their choice. They decided to get into the flatboats and fight Indians rather than the regular soldiers. About this same time, Captain Lincoln went to the regular army officers of his brigade and told them that, representing his men, he had to say that there would be trouble if his men didn't get the same rations and treatment as the regulars. Bill Green remembered Lincoln saying to a regular army officer, "Sir, you forget that we are not under the rules and regulations of the War Department at Washington. We are only volunteers under the orders and regulations of Illinois. Keeping your own sphere and there will be no difficulty, but resistance will hereafter be made to unjust orders. My men must be equal in all particulars, in rations, arms, camps, to the regular army." And this threat of mutiny, voiced by the leader of the Clary's Grove boys, resulted in better treatment, so that no mutiny followed. Marching from Dixon to the Fox River, the little army camped one night, put its horses to grass, ate bread and fried salt pork, and a short hour after dark was ready for sleep. Suddenly the whole army shook with terror. Fire streaked the air, drums and fifes sounded, hoots and yells were on all sides, and running horses. A scare had hit the horses as they cropped the prairie summer grass. Some unknown fear, and they had broken in a run across the camp, snorting and cavorting, stepping on corporals and privates stretched out for the night's sleep. No enemy Indians were in sight or hearing, but a battle line was formed. Every man clutched his gun, and nothing happened, only they lost a night's sleep.
While they were marching across Knox County, a young white sow joined Lincoln's company as a mascot, marched, swam the creeks, foraged for food, and, when greased by the company cook, slipped loose from those who tried to catch and hold her. She stayed through past Paw Paw Grove to the mouth of the Fox River, where she was butchered to make a Clary's Grove holiday. While Lincoln's company was quartered near a fort, his men noticed that the officers had plenty of milk from 2 cows, one stub-tailed. And the men planned to borrow or steal one of the cows to see what the taste of milk was like. One man rode to a slaughterhouse and came back with a long red cow's tail to match the color of the stub-tailed cow, and it was fastened to the stub-tailed cow, which had been taken from the officers. Then along came the fort commander, saying, "If that cow of yours has a stub-tail, I should say it was ours." "But she hasn't got a stub-tail, has she?" "No, she certainly has not a stub-tail." "Well, she isn't yours then." The lizard story and all the other stories Lincoln could remember were told around the campfires. "That reminds me of a feller down in Indiany," he would open up, and go on. At his hip was a wrestler's handkerchief. Champions from neighborhoods in all parts of Illinois tried him out. The Clary's Grove boys said no man in the army could throw him. This reached the ears of a wrestler named Thompson, who had friends. A championship match was arranged, and Lincoln's friends bet money, hats, whiskey, knives, blankets, and tomahawks. On the day of the match, as the 2 wrestlers tussled in their first feel-outs of each other, Lincoln turned to his friends and said, "Boys, this is the most powerful man I ever had hold of." For a while, Lincoln held him off. Then Thompson got the crotch hoist on him, and he went under fairly thrown. The match was for the best 2 out of 3 falls. In the second grapple, Lincoln went to the ground, pulling Thompson down with him. It looked like a dog fall. The boys from Clary's Grove swarmed around. An all-round fight seemed next on the program of the day's events, when Lincoln raised his head over the crowd. "Boys," and in the silence that followed, he said, "Boys, give up your bets. If this man hasn't thrown me fairly, he could." And then his men paid their bets to the last dollar or jackknife or blanket, but still went on claiming it was a dog-fall wrestle, and Lincoln could throw any man in the army. At a later time, Lincoln told friends about Thompson. "I never had been thrown in a wrestling match until the man from that company did it. He could have thrown a grizzly bear." Near Kellogg's Grove, Lincoln helped to bury 5 men killed in a skirmish the day before. This was the nearest to actual war combat that he came. He and his men rode up a little hill as the red light of the morning sun streamed over the 5 corpses. Telling about it afterward, he said each of the dead men had a round spot on the top of his head about as big as a dollar, where the redskins had taken his scalp. He said it was frightful, grotesque, and the red sunlight seemed to paint everything all over. Then his company of volunteers was mustered out. He enlisted again, serving as private till his term was up. At Whitewater, Wisconsin, his horse was stolen, and he walked to Peoria, Illinois, resting his long shanks if a comrade on a horse let him ride a mile. Crops had gone to waste that year of Indian fighting in northern Illinois. Food was scarce. Lincoln and the returning soldiers lived on cornmeal mixed with water baked over a fire in rolls of bark. They bought a canoe at Peoria, paddled the Illinois River to Havana, sold the canoe, and walked back to good old New Salem, where there was a dry place to sleep. So Abe Lincoln had been through an Indian war without killing an Indian, and having saved the life of one Indian. He had seen deep into the heart of the American volunteer soldier. He had fathomed 1,000 reasons why men go to war, march in the mud, sleep in cold rain, and kill when the killing is good. In the depths of his own heart, there were slow changes at work. A slant of light had opened when he was elected captain. It had made him glad. It had softened and lit up shadows that floated around him sometimes in a big dark room alone with his thoughts. Alone with ghosts and faded dreams that went as far back as Nancy Hanks in the lonely grave where they laid her in early winter so long ago. And
If he could be a captain of men who chose him for captain as they were going to war, he might perhaps have two hopes where before he had only one or none at all. He might perhaps make a less desperate figure at the door of the house where the girl lived with light corn silk hair framing a pink fair face. He had spent long hours talking with a volunteer from Springfield, Major John T. Stewart, who was a lawyer and had told him he could be a lawyer. Reading a tough grammar through hadn't stumped him. Maybe reading law would be the same. Maybe he would suddenly find himself a lawyer making speeches to the court and jury, just as he suddenly had found himself captain of a company of Sangamon County volunteers going to an Indian war. Life seemed to be a series of doors that open and shut, and with no telling beforehand which door is to be shut with its "no, no," and which door is to swing open with a "welcome, I was waiting for you." Chapter 34. Election Day was to be August 6, and after reaching New Salem and washing off the Black Hawk War mud from his rawhide boots, Lincoln started electioneering and kept it up until the ballots were counted. He traveled over Sangamon County with his long frame wrapped in flax and tow linen pantaloons, a mixed jean coat, clawhammer style, short in the sleeves, and bobtail, so short in the tail he could not sit on it. A straw hat topped the long frame. To the reading and educated public, a small fraction, he gave the arguments in his long address, written in the spring, on Sangamon River navigation, a usury law, and education. Mixing with the voters known as the butcher knife boys, who carried long knives in the belts of their hunting shirts, he had the lizard story and others to tell, besides all the fresh jokes and horsey adventures by night and day in the Black Hawk War. His first stump speech was at Papville, when the auctioneers, Poog and Knapp, were selling hogs, bulls, and steers to the highest bidders. As Lincoln stepped on a box ready to say, "Gentlemen and fellow citizens," and make his speech, he saw several fellow citizens on the edge of the crowd planting their fists in each other's faces, rushing and mauling. He noticed one of his own friends getting the worst of it, stepped off the box, shouldered his way to the fight, picked a man by the scruff of the neck and the seat of the breeches, and threw him 10 feet for a fall. Then he walked back to his box, stepped up, swept the crowd with his eyes in a cool way as though what had happened sort of happened every day, and then made a speech, which Bill Green recalled afterward in these words: "Gentlemen and fellow citizens, I presume you all know who I am. I am humble Abraham Lincoln. I have been solicited by many friends to become a candidate for the legislature. My politics are short and sweet, like the old woman's dance. I'm in favor of a national bank. I'm in favor of the internal improvements system and a high protective tariff. These are my sentiments and political principles. If elected, I shall be thankful. If not, it will be all the same." This was speech as plain and straight as if he were telling a horse race or chicken fight crowd which way to pay their bets. In standing for a national bank, high tariff, and internal improvements, he was lining up with the Henry Clay crowd rather than the Jackson men. At that hour in Illinois politics, the large majority of voters were Jackson men, either whole hog or nominal. The real regular hot whole hog Jackson men said, "All Whigs ought to be whipped out of office like dogs out of a meat house." In campaigning among farmers, Lincoln pitched hay at the barns and cradled wheat in the fields to show the gang he was one of them. At various crossroads, he threw the crowbar and let the local wrestlers try to get the crotch hoist on him. At one town, a doctor, who had heard about Lincoln, asked Roe Herndon, "Can't the party raise no better material than that?" But after hearing a stump speech from the young candidate, he told Herndon, "He is a take-in, knows more than all of them put together." A judge, Stephen T. Logan, heard his Springfield speech and commented, "He was tall, gawky, rough-looking. His pantaloons didn't meet his shoes by 6 inches. But I became very much interested in him. He made a very sensible speech. He had novelty and peculiarity in presenting his ideas. He had individuality." On election day, Lincoln lost, standing 7th from the highest of 12 candidates. But in his own neighborhood, the New Salem precinct where the poll books showed 300 votes cast, he got 277 of those votes. Chapter 35. Lincoln was now out of a job, and had his choice of learning the blacksmith trade or going into business. He drifted into business. Friends took his promissory notes. 5 stores were running in New Salem, and somehow, after a time, 3 of the stores, or the wrecks and debts of them, passed into Lincoln's hands. He and William F. Barry, the son of a Presbyterian minister, bought out the Herndon brothers and hung up the sign, Barry and Lincoln. Also, they bought the stock of Reuben Radford's store. It happened Radford passed threatening words with the Clary's Grove boys, and one day went away from the store telling his younger brother that if the Clary's Grove boys came in, they should have 2 drinks apiece and no more. The boys came, took their 2 drinks, stood the young clerk on his head, helped themselves at the jugs and barrels, wrecked the store, broke the windows, and rode away yelling on their ponies. When Radford came back and looked the store over, he was discouraged, and sold the stock to Bill Green, who sold it at a profit to Barry and Lincoln. On top of these stocks, they bought out the little grocery of James Rutledge. As the store of Barry and Lincoln ran on through the fall and winter, business didn't pick up much, and nobody cared much. Barry was drinking and playing poker. Lincoln was reading law and learning Shakespeare and Burns. Early harvest days came. The oat straw ripened to cream and gold. The farmers bundled the grain in the russet fields. From the Salem hilltop, the prairie off toward Springfield lifted itself in a lazy half-world of harvest haze. The valley of the Sangamon River loitered off in a long stretch of lazy, dreamy haze. The tawny and crimson sunsets faded off into purple lines of prairie haze. The harvest moon, in a wash of pumpkin colors, lifted its balloon float over silver prairie haze. In the harvest days, the prairie kept its horizons in haze. For Abraham Lincoln, these were haze and horizon days. Mornings and afternoons went by with few customers to bother him. He had never in his life sat so free with so many uninterrupted thoughts, so footloose day after day to turn and look into himself and find the measure of his personal horizons, to let dark, vivid roots take deeper root in their clutch and climb for the sun. All the insides of him that could be nourished by hard work and steady chores had seen their days in plenty. Now he was having, for once, the days that might nourish by letting him sit still and get at himself, by letting him lean a moment at his door lintels and feel the flow and the slow drive of his deeper channels. He had a keen, tenacious memory. He could review, with immensity of fact and impression, all the panoramas and sketches of his past years. And on this record he could turn the scrutiny of a developing and sharpening eye of analysis. He was growing as inevitably as summer corn in Illinois loam, when its stalks thicken as it lifts ears heavier with juices and longer with its dripping tassels of brown silk. Leaning at the porch posts of a store to which fewer customers were coming, he was growing, in silence, as corn grows. A mover came by, heading west in a covered wagon. He sold Lincoln a barrel. Lincoln afterward explained, "I did not want it, but to oblige him I bought it, and paid him $50 for it." Later, emptying rubbish out of the barrel, he found books at the bottom, Blackstone's Commentaries on the Laws of England. By accident, by a streak of luck, he was owner of the one famous book that young men studying law had to read first of all. It had sneaked into his hands without his expecting it. He remembered his Springfield lawyer friend, John T. Stewart, saying the law student should read Blackstone first. He remembered how he walked barefoot to the courthouse at Boonville down in Indiana and heard a distinguished lawyer make a speech to a jury with logic, sarcasm, and tears, and how he wished deep wishes he might someday be a lawyer like that. And now the book, Blackstone's Commentaries, had jumped into his hands out of an empty barrel, as if to say, "Take me and read me. You were made for a lawyer."
So he read Blackstone, the book of lectures delivered by Sir William Blackstone at Oxford, England in 1753. Laws derive their validity from their conformity to the so-called law of nature or law of God. The objects of law are rights and wrongs. Rights are either rights of persons or rights of things. Wrongs are either public or private. And so on, read Lincoln, on the flat of his back, on the grocery store counter, or under the shade of a tree with his feet up the side of the tree. One morning he sat barefoot on a woodpile with a book. "What are you reading?" asked Squire Godby. "I ain't reading. I'm studying." "Studying what?" "Law." Good God Almighty! Jack Kelso came with gypsy ways, and Shakespeare and Burns on his tongue. He drew Lincoln to him with talk. They were chums. Lincoln hated fishing, yet he went to the river and spent hours listening while Kelso talked and fished. It was said that when other men in New Salem got drunk, they wanted to fight. But Jack Kelso recited Shakespeare and Burns. To Kelso, those poets were not books so much as faces, breaths of life. Their meanings could be found in Sangamon County. Some of Clary's Grove was in the verse of Burns. "Oh, Willie, come sell your fiddle. Oh, sell your fiddle sae fine. Oh, Willie, come sell your fiddle, and buy a pint o' wine. If I should sell my fiddle, the ward would think I was mad. For mony a rantin' day, my fiddle and I ha' had." They sat along quiet river banks where the waters were living and the fish bit. They asked, "Who am I? What is a man or a woman? Who is God? Where do we go from here?" Kelso watched his bobber and line, and discussed such things from Shakespeare as a king's skull at the bottom of the sea with pearls grown in its green eye sockets, or a queen haunted by a murder, trying to wash a blood spot off her hand, moaning, "Out, out, damned spot." And Lincoln, with his heart drawn to this vagabond who fished and drank corn whiskey, went his own way. He couldn't see any sport in fishing, nor any health for him in whiskey. Across the road from the store of Barry and Lincoln was the house of Dr. John Allen, a Presbyterian elder who started the first Sunday school in the village, spoke strong words against Negro slavery, and organized the Washingtonian Society, whose members pledged themselves to drink no intoxicating liquors. He was an earnest, obstinate, quiet man, was Dr. Allen, and he drew Lincoln to him by the way he practiced his religion. On Sundays, the doctor had his horse tied in front of the church, with large double-pocketed medicine saddlebags in his church pew, ready for any sick call. In sleet or snow of winter, or in the sweltering dog days of late summer, he went when his patients called. But all money collected for Sunday visits was put in a separate fund to be given to the church or to poor or sick people. House servants or hired hands on farms he charged only for the price of the medicine. Other towns knew him as a skilled physician. Doctors in Springfield and Jacksonville called him into consultations. Unless a patient was well off with property, Dr. Allen never sent a bill. His smokehouse cured hams and bacons with which farmers had paid their doctor's bills. Ox teams hauled the cured meat to Beardstown to be sent by flatboat to St. Louis and New Orleans. He was scorned, hated, and laughed at by some settlers along the Sangamon because he never let up on his steady, quiet arguments against slavery and whiskey. Even the Hardshell Baptist Church was not then ready to take a stand against whiskey. When Mentor Graham, the schoolmaster, joined the temperance reform movement, the church trustees suspended him. Then, to hold a balance and to hand out even justice all around, the trustees suspended another church member who had gone blind drunk. This action puzzled one member, who stood up and took from his pocket a quart bottle half full, which he shook till it bubbled as he drawled, "Brethering, if you have turned one member out because he would not drink, and another because he got drunk, and now I wants to ask a question. How much of this here critter does a man have to drink to remain in full fellowship in this church?" Dr. Allen had a close friend in John Barry, the Cumberland Presbyterian preacher, and father of Lincoln's partner in the firm of Barry and Lincoln. Reverend Mr. Barry's arguments against whiskey reached deep into Lincoln's life. At this time, he was watching what whiskey could do in the case of his business partner, who was physically going to wreck. He could name homes where the children were afraid of the father coming home, where crops had been lost, where the mothers had learned to take comfort from the bottle, and babies were put to sleep with wild corn juice. Lincoln came to understand why earnest, obstinate men like Dr. Allen and Reverend Mr. Barry should go on as they did, never letting up on their argument against whiskey. Whiskey seemed to be making his business partner useless. Lincoln ran the store alone. The name of Honest Abe was sticking. One winter morning a farmer, Harvest Ross, asked for a pair of buckskin gloves. Lincoln threw him a pair of gloves and said they were dogskin, good gloves, and 75 cents for the pair. Ross said he never heard of dogskin gloves. They had always been deerskin. He asked if Lincoln was sure they were dogskin. The answer was, "I'll tell you how I know. Jack Clary's dog killed Tom Watkins's sheep, and Tom Watkins's boy killed the dog. Old John Mounts tanned the dog skin, and Sally Spears made the gloves. That's the way I know they're dog skin." Business dropped off. Customers got scarcer. Barry and Lincoln took out a license in March 1833 to keep a tavern and sell retail liquors. Their license specified that they could sell whiskey at 12.5 cents a pint, and French brandy, peach and apple brandies, Holland and domestic gins, and wine and rum at various other prices. He was learning to be careful about signing notes to pay stipulated sums at future dates. While he was jingling in his jeans the $40 paid him for piloting the steamer Talisman, he signed with Nelson Alley a note for $104.87.5 for the benefit of the creditors of V.A. Bogue, the note read. A Springfield lawyer, George Forquet, sued and won judgment against Lincoln and Alley that year of 1833. In May, Lincoln was appointed postmaster. No Democrat cared for the office, but Lincoln wanted to read the newspapers. The four-horse mud wagon brought most of the mail. The postmaster carried all the letters in his hat till they were called for. He came to know people always asking for a letter, and acting as though the government was holding back a letter from them. It was here, a report ran, he met the Irishman who asked, "Is there a letter for me? What is the name?" "Oh, beggary, and you'll find the name on the letter." He read the newspapers, kept in touch with St. Louis and Louisville and Cincinnati. "Howdy, Jack," he would say to Jack Kelso, tell him the news, and then hear Kelso talk about Shakespeare and Burns. Some days he locked up the store for a couple of hours on an afternoon to go to the river and listen while Kelso fished and talked. He read in newspapers such oddities as why Lieutenant Governor William Kinney had used the little I in his writings. Kinney said that Governor Edwards had used up all the capital I's, leaving him only the small i's. And when Kinney ran for governor and his friends were mentioning his humble beginnings, the Kaskaskia Democrat queried and replied, "Why should Mr. Kinney be elected governor?" Because he plowed in his shirt tail. As postmaster of New Salem, Lincoln either was too careless or didn't have the heart to force newspaper subscribers to pay postage in advance, as the government regulations required. And when George Spears sent postage money to Lincoln by a messenger somewhat loaded with corn juice, he wrote a note telling Lincoln he wanted a receipt. Lincoln replied he was surprised at the request. "The law requires newspaper postage to be paid in advance, and now that I have waited a full year, you choose to wound my feelings by intimating that unless you get a receipt, I will probably make you pay again." Chapter 36. More and more often it happened the store of Barry and Lincoln was locked for the day. Customers went to other stores. Lincoln took jobs splitting fence rails, worked at the sawmill, harvested hay and oats, and helped out when there was a rush of customers at the store of Samuel Hill. He now saw that honesty and hard work are not enough in order to win respect as a merchant. He didn't have the trader's nose for business. He lacked the gumption to locate where trade had to come and then to use customers so they would come back. The store was a goner. It winked out. And Lincoln was reading books about famous ruins of large enterprises, Volney's The Ruins of Empire, and Gibbon's The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. Also Thomas Paine's The Age of Reason. He was out of a job, with debts. Misery and melancholy he had learned to stand against. He could chase them away with a few comic stories told to the boys. But debts, they wouldn't laugh away. No matter how he forgot himself and laughed through his lean ribs with the ins and outs of new gay stories, after all was over and he was alone, there were the debts. They were little rats, a rat for every dollar, and he could hear them gnawing in the night when he wanted to sleep. He had one possession, many friends. One of them was John Calhoun, a Jackson Democrat surveyor of Sangamon County, who sent word he would like to appoint Lincoln his deputy. Lincoln walked 20 miles to Springfield and fixed the point clear with Calhoun that he could speak as he pleased and was not tied up politically if he took the job. As he walked back to New Salem, he saw ahead of him a tough piece of work to husk out. He had to transform his blank ignorance of the science and art of surveying into a thorough working knowledge and skill. As he hiked along the low hills of prairie overlooking the Sangamon, it happened that Mrs. Calhoun, back in Springfield, was telling her husband she had never seen such an ungodly-looking gawk as a caller that day. He puzzled her, to which her husband offered the reply, "For all that, he is no common man." With a copy of The Theory and Practice of Surveying by Robert Gibson, published in 1814, Lincoln hunted up Mentor Graham, the schoolmaster, and settled down to gain the knack of surveying. Many nights Graham's daughter woke up at midnight, she told friends, and saw Lincoln and her father by the fire, figuring and explaining. On some nights Lincoln worked alone till daylight. The sleep he took was in short stretches. The work wore him down. Bowling Green and Jack Armstrong told him to take care of himself. From decimal fractions, the book ran on into logarithms, the use of mathematical instruments, trigonometry, operating the chain, circumferenter, surveying by intersections, changing the scale of maps, leveling, and the general method, also the Pennsylvania method, for mensuration of areas. Lincoln was fagged, with sunken cheeks and bleary red eyes. Friends said he looked exactly like a hard drinker on a spree that had lasted 2 or 3 weeks. On page 300, the book said, "There are 3 different horizons, the apparent, the sensible, and the true. The apparent or visible horizon is the utmost apparent view of the sea or land. The sensible is a plane passing through the eye of an observer, perpendicular to a plumb line hanging freely. And the true or rational horizon is a plane passing through the center of the earth, parallel to the sensible horizon. Also, the elliptic is that great circle in which the annual revolution of the earth round the sun is performed." "You're killing yourself," good people told Lincoln, and among themselves they whispered it was too sad. He would break under the load and come forth shattered. In 6 weeks' time, however, Lincoln had mastered his books, the chain, the circumferenter, the 3 horizons, and Calhoun put him to work on the north end of Sangamon County. The taste of open air and sun healed him as he worked in field and timberland with compass and measurements. Winter came on, and his fibers toughened. In January 1834, Russell Godbey paid him 2 buckskins for work done. As there was no other job ahead then, he took them to Hannah Armstrong, the wife of Jack, and while Lincoln rocked the baby's cradle and told the Armstrong children stories to chuckle over, Hannah sewed the buckskins on the inner lower part of his trousers, foxed his pants, as the saying was, so that between ankles and knees he would have leather protection in briars and brush. He and Hannah sort of adopted each other. He was one of her boys. She talked to him with snapping lights in her eyes. She reminded him of Sally Bush, though she had a different religion. Jack Armstrong and Jack Kelso went along as helpers on surveying trips. One of the Jacks could tell about all the fights and wrestling matches for years back in that part of Illinois. The other Jack was full of Shakespeare and Burns. For his surveying, Lincoln was paid $3 a day, when he worked. Yet he saw that even with the best of luck, it would be a long time before he could pay the $1,100 he was owing. Barry, his store partner, was dead, was through battling with whiskey. A Rock Creek farmer rode in one day with the news, and the Trent brothers, who had bought with promissory notes what was left of the Barry and Lincoln store, had gone away without leaving their next address. The few groceries in the store were taken by constables in behalf of creditors. So Lincoln, at 24 years of age, had on his hands the airy wrecks and the cold real debts of 3 bankrupt stores. He could go away from New Salem by night, leaving no future address, as the Trent brothers did, as Offutt had done, as many others did on the frontier, or he could stay and stick it out. He was sued for $10 owing on his horse. A friend let him have the $10. The horse was saved. He was sued again, and his horse, saddle, bridle, surveying instruments were taken away. James Short, a Sandridge farmer, heard about it. He liked Lincoln as a serious student, a pleasant joker, and a swift corn-husker. He had told people when Lincoln worked for him, "He husks 2 loads of corn to my 1." Short went to the auction, bought in the horse and outfit for $125, and gave them back to Lincoln, who said, "Uncle Jimmy, I'll do as much for you sometime." Lincoln had stayed away from the auction, too sad to show up. And when Short came along with his horse, saddle, bridle, compass, and all, it hit him as another surprise in his life. He noticed these surprises kept coming regularly into his young life. It was a surprise when Gentry asked him to take a flatboat down the Ohio and Mississippi rivers, when Offutt picked him to clerk in a new store, when the Sangamon River boys elected him captain for the Black Hawk War, when James Rutledge and others told him he ought to run for the legislature, when New Salem voted for him and it was nearly unanimous, and again now when Uncle Jimmy Short, without saying anything about it beforehand, came in at the last dark moment with his horse and surveying outfit. It seemed as though he planned pieces of his life to fit together into personal designs as he wanted. Then shapes and events stepped out of the unknown and kicked his plans into other lines than he expected, and he was left holding a sack, wondering just what it was he wanted. When dreams came in sleep, he tried to fathom their shapes and reckon out events in the days to come. Beyond the walls and handles of his eyesight and touch, he felt other regions, out and away in the stuff of stars and dreams. If a blizzard stopped blowing and the wind went down, with the white curve of a snow floor over Salem Hill looking up to a far blue scoop of winter stars, blinking white and gold, with loneliness whispering to loneliness, a man might look on it and feel organization and testimony in the movement of the immense relentless hubs and sprockets on the sky. Chapter 37. As Lincoln boarded around here and there in New Salem, his days and hours were filled with many different occupations besides the work of surveying and politics. As postmaster, he was the first in the village to receive and read the Sangamon Journal, published at Springfield, the Louisville Journal, the St. Louis Republican, and the Cincinnati Gazette. He wrote to a firm of publishers, "Your subscriber at this place, John C. Vance, is dead, and no person takes the paper from the office." He dipped into popular and trashy fiction, such as Mrs. Lee Hence's novels, and stories having such titles as Cousin Sally Dillard, Becky Williams's Courtship, The Down Easter, and The Bull. He was at the barbecue pit when there were roastings, at the ridge south of the old Offutt store when there were gander pullings, at the horse races at the west end of the main street, the horses starting or finishing in front of the Barry and Lincoln store. He played marbles with boys and took a hand often at pitching big round flat stones in a game played like quoits or horseshoes. He worked in cornfields and timbers to earn money needed on top of his surveyor's fees and postmaster's pay. In an off hour one day, he took his jackknife and cut on one side of his axe handle A. Lincoln, and on the other side, New Salem, 1834. He saw Bab McNabb's fancy red rooster get scared of another cock it was pitted against and run rings around the pit, till Bab got so disgusted he jumped in, grabbed the bird by the neck, and threw it off into the air so it lit on a pile of fresh-cut saplings. There the rooster stood up, stretched its neck, flapped its wings, and let out a long cock-a-doodle-doo. And Bab McNabb yelled, "Yes, you little son of a gun, you're great on dress parade, but you're not worth a damn in a fight." Surveying near Bobtown, Lincoln put up one evening at the McHenry home, Mrs. McHenry being Nancy, a sister of Jack Armstrong. Her 3-year-old girl climbed Lincoln's knee. He asked the mother what was the girl's name. The mother said she hadn't been named yet, and Lincoln could name her if he pleased. He said, "I name you Parthenia Jane." When called on, and at times without being called on, Lincoln recited for a crowd of men drying their mittens at the fireplace in the store on a winter afternoon the ballad of How St. Patrick Came to be Born on the 17th of March. 2 of its verses were, "On the 8th day of March, as some people say, St. Patrick at midnight he first saw the day, while others assert 'twas the 9th he was born. 'Twas all a mistake between midnight and morn. Some blamed the baby, some blamed the clock, some blamed the doctor, some the crowing cock. With all these close questions, sure no one could know whether the babe was too fast or the clock was too slow." On winter morning he saw the boy, Ab Trent, chopping up the logs of an old stable that had been pulled down. Rags wrapped around Ab's feet took the place of shoes. He told Lincoln he was earning $1 to buy shoes. Lincoln told him to run to the store and warm his feet. And after a while Lincoln came to the store, handed the boy his axe, and told him to collect the $1 and buy shoes. The wood was chopped. And it happened later that Ab, who was a Democrat, told his friends he was going to vote for Abe Lincoln for the legislature. And when the poll books showed that Ab Trent had voted against Lincoln, Ab came to Lincoln with tears in his eyes and said his friends got him drunk and he voted against the way he intended. One of his best friends was the Justice of the Peace, Bowling Green, who carried a little round paunch of a stomach in front of him and was nicknamed Pot. The squire had a smooth, translucent, fair skin and an original sense of justice. When John Ferguson sued Jack Kelso, claiming a hog, Ferguson put on the stand 2 witnesses who swore the hog belonged to him, while Kelso swore it was his. Squire Green gave his decision in favor of Kelso, saying, "The 2 witnesses we have heard have sworn to a damned lie. I know this shote, and I know he belongs to Jack Kelso." Bowling Green was acquainted with the statutes, and Lincoln spent hours in the Green home talking about the statutes. Nancy Green, the squire's wife, cooked hot biscuit smothered in butter and honey, donuts and cookies, to eat with buttermilk, apples, and sweet cider. Another friend was Dr. Charles Chandler, who was so busy practicing medicine and stocking his farm that he didn't have time to register a government title to his land over when he had a cabin and horse in Cass County. A stranger named English, buying land tracts for a Philadelphia capitalist, took dinner with Dr. Chandler and made himself at home. Late in the afternoon, a few hours after English had gone away, word came to Chandler that English was heading for Springfield to register for himself Dr. Chandler's 2 80-acre tracts. Dr. Chandler got on a horse, skirmished among neighbors, and raised the cash needed to file his land claims, and started about midnight for Springfield. In the morning he was 12 miles from Springfield, and his horse played out. He was afoot leading the nag when Abe Lincoln on a fresh fast horse came along, listened to a few words from the doctor, jumped off his horse, shortened his stirrups, changed saddlebags on the 2 horses, and cried, "There, doctor, mount my horse and leave me yours, and don't let any grass grow under his feet on the way. Leave 'em at Herndon's stables, where I will have yours sometime today, and we'll swap back. I want to get you and your pill bags and the specie into the land office ahead of that shark. No thanks, just go." So Chandler's title to 2 80-acre tracts of land was saved. A case came up before Squire Samuel Barry at Concord one afternoon, which Lincoln heard about, so that he left his surveying and acted as the lawyer for a girl in a bastardy case. Several elderly women whom he knew were put on the witness stand and felt awkward and flustered, till Lincoln put them at ease by calling them Aunt Polly or Aunt Sally, and the given names their home folks used. In his address to the court, Lincoln's speech likened a man's character in such a case to a piece of white cloth, which, though it become soiled, yet could be washed and hung out in the sun, and by the aid of water, sun, and air, would become white again. Whereas the character of the girl, who was no more to blame, and in most instances not nearly so much to blame as the man, was like a broken and shattered bottle or glass vase, which could not be restored or made whole again. Surveying the town of Petersburg, he laid out one street crooked. If he had run it straight and regular, the house of a Jemima Elmore and her family would have been in the street. She was the widow of an old friend who had been a private in Lincoln's company during the Black Hawk War, and was farming on a little tract of land with her children. In those New Salem days of Abraham Lincoln, there were some who said he would be a great man, maybe governor of the state, anyhow, a great lawyer. And there were others who looked on him as an athlete, an ordinary man, and a homely, awkward joker who felt sad sometimes and showed it. When he kept store, he often held an open book in his hand, reading 5 or 10 minutes, closing the book to wait on a customer or to tell a story, then opening the book and reading in spite of the babblings of the men drying their mittens by the fire. He was seen walking the main street of New Salem reading a book, and, if attracted by a page or paragraph, shuffling slowly to a standstill, pausing for contemplation. And whereas in former days in Indiana he had hunted company, hungry for human talk and thought of any kind, he found himself now drifting away from people. Days came oftener when he wanted hours alone to think his way through the circles and meshes around him. The look on his face, solemn as a papoose, held in these moods. Part of its tone was in the line of his early verse, "Time, what an empty vapor 'tis." It was noticed among men that he had 2 shifting moods, the one of the rollicking, droll story, and the one when he lapsed into a gravity beyond any bystander to penetrate. At one time, while storekeeping, he slept on the counter of the store because the Rutledge Tavern was overcrowded. He wore flax and tow linen pantaloons, no vest, no coat, and one suspender, a calico shirt, tan brogans, blue yarn socks, and a straw hat bound round with no string or band. The Onstotts took over the Rutledge Tavern and had Lincoln for a boarder a year or 2. And one of the Onstotts said Lincoln never drank liquor of any kind, never smoked nor chewed tobacco, and the nearest he came to swearing was when, excited, one time he had blurted out, "By jing!" That was his behavior in the Onstott Tavern. He didn't fish or shoot. Though he was the champion wrestler and crowbar thrower, one of his favorite sports was playing marbles with boys. One morning Lincoln asked Mentor Graham, the school teacher, "Graham, what do you think of the anger of the Lord?" To which Graham replied, "I believe the Lord never was angry and never will be. His loving kindness endures forever. He never changes." Lincoln then brought out a manuscript, carefully written, arguing that God never gets excited, mad, or angry. He quoted from the Bible, "As in Adam all men die, even so in Christ shall all be made alive," and defended the idea of universal salvation. At that time it was preached from nearly all pulpits that the earth is flat, and below the earth is a pit of fire and brimstone into which an angry God will cast sinners. Against this doctrine of eternal punishment by a God of wrath, Lincoln directed the argument of his manuscript. To friends he quoted the line from Burns's Holy Willie's Prayer, "What? Send one to heaven and 10 to hell?" And he had a clear memory of an old man named Glenn over in Indiana who used to say, "When I do good, I feel good. When I do bad, I feel bad." His voice was tenor in pitch, and managed tunes in a reciting sing-song tone. A hymn titled Legacy was a favorite with groups who heard him substitute his own words, Old Gray, for the regular words, Red Grape, in the hymn. The lines were, When in death I shall calm recline, oh, bear my heart to my mistress dear, tell her it lived on smiles and wine, of brightest hue while it lingered here. Bid her not shed one tear of sorrow, to sully a heart so brilliant and light, but balmy drops of the red grape borrow, to bathe the relict from morn till night. Jack and Hannah Armstrong out at Clary's Grove took him in 2 and 3 weeks at a time when he needed a place to eat and sleep. Hannah said, Abe would come out to our house, drink milk, eat mush, cornbread, and butter, bring the children candy, and rock the cradle while I got him something to eat. I foxed his pants, made his shirts. He would tell stories, joke people, boys and girls at parties. He would nurse babies, do anything to accommodate anybody. Jack once nailed up a man in a barrel and set the barrel rolling from the top of Salem Hill to the riverbank 300 yards down. And once he nailed up 2 men. The barrel ran crooked, jumped off an embankment, and nearly killed the 2 men inside. Another time, as he was nailing up Old Man Jordan, a hard drinker, he explained to Abe Lincoln, Old Man Jordan agreed to be rolled down a hill for a gallon of whiskey. Sometimes Lincoln would tease or coax Jack into another line of fun. When a stranger backed up to a woodpile, took a club, and knocked Jack to the ground, there seemed to be a mean fight on hand between the 2 men. Jack told Lincoln he had called the man a liar and a coward, and Lincoln asked, If you were a stranger in a strange place and a man called you a liar and a coward, what would you do? Whip him, by God. Then this man has done no more to you than you would have done to him, Lincoln explained, and Jack insisted on the stranger having a drink with him. A little frontier drama took place one day which A.Y. Ellis told about in this way. I remember seeing Mr. Lincoln out of temper and laughing at the same time. It was at New Salem. The boys were having a jollification after an election. They had a large fire made of shavings and hemp stalks, and some of the boys made a bet with a fellow I shall call Ike, that he couldn't run his bobtail pony through the fire. Ike took them up and trotted his pony back about 100 yards to give him a good start, as he said. The boys all formed a line on either side to make way for Ike and his pony. Presently, here he come, full tilt with his hat off, and just as he reached the blazing fire, Ike raised in his saddle for the jump straight ahead, but Pony was not of the same opinion, so he flew the track and pitched poor Ike into the flames. Lincoln saw it and ran to help, saying, You have carried this thing far enough. I could see he was mad, though he could not help laughing himself. The poor fellow was considerably scorched about the head and face. Jack Armstrong took him to the doctor, who shaved his head to fix him up, and put salve on the burn. I think Lincoln was a little mad at Armstrong, and Jack himself was very sorry for it. Jack gave Ike next morning a dram, his breakfast, and a skin cap, and sent him home. Ellis kept a store where Lincoln helped out on busy days. He always disliked to wait on the ladies, said Ellis. He preferred trading with the men and boys, as he used to say. He was a very shy man of ladies. On one occasion, when we boarded at the same log tavern, there came an old lady and her son and 3 stylish daughters from the state of Virginia, and stopped there for 2 or 3 weeks, and during their stay I do not remember of Mr. Lincoln ever eating at the same table when they did. I thought it was on account of his awkward appearance and his wearing apparel. When Ellis was asked about the first time he saw Lincoln, he said, I was out collecting back tax for General James D. Henry. I went from the tavern down to Jacob Bale's old mill, and then I first saw Lincoln. He was sitting on a saw log talking to Jack and Brile Armstrong and a man by the name of Hoheimer. I shook hands with the Armstrongs and Hoheimer, and was conversing with them a few minutes when we were joined by my old friend George Warburton, pretty tight as usual, and he asked me to tell him the old story about Ben Jonson and Mrs. Dale's blue dye, and so on, which I did. And then Jack Armstrong said, Lincoln, tell Ellis a story about Governor Zickner, his city-bred son, and his nigger Bob, which he did with several others by Jack's calling for them. I found out then that Lincoln was a cousin of Charlie Hanks of Island Grove. I told him I knew his uncle, old Billy Hanks, who lived up on the North Fork of the Sangamon River. He was a very sensible old man. He was father to Mrs. Dillon on Spring Creek, and Charlie, Billy, and John were his sons. They were all low-flung, could neither read nor write. Chapter 38. The Rutledge family was serious, pious, though they lived in a tavern where travelers and strangers ate and talked around a big table and gathered afterward around the big fireplace with talk not always serious nor pious. In the big loft of the cabin they had stowed away a dozen sleepers of a night. The Rutledges were not isolated people. They had plenty of company, yet they were earnest, sober, a little somber. They sang from a book, The Missouri Harmony, printed and published by Morgan and Sanksy in Cincinnati. It was a collection of psalm and hymn tunes and anthems from eminent authors, with an introduction to the grounds and rudiments of music, and a supplement of admired tunes and choice pieces of sacred music. The preface to the book declared, "Too often does a disgraceful silence prevail in our churches. Too often are dissonance and discords substituted for the charms of melody and harmony." It rebuked those who come into the house of God and sit either with their mouths shut or grinning at some vain and idle speculation, while the devout worshippers are singing the praises of their Redeemer. An eminent writer was quoted, "The worship in which we most resemble the inhabitants of heaven is the worst performed on earth." Learners were instructed, each one should sing so soft as not to drown the teacher's voice. If the teacher's voice cannot be heard, it cannot be imitated. A good voice may be soon much injured by singing too loud. The advice was italicized: a cold or cough, all kinds of spirituous liquors, violent exercise, bile upon the stomach, long fasting, the veins overcharged with impure blood, etc., etc., are destructive to the voice. A frequent use of spirituous liquors will speedily ruin the best voice. Lincoln and Anne Rutledge could read the learned admonition. There should not be any noise indulged while singing, except the music, as it destroys entirely the beauty of the harmony, and renders the performance, especially to learners, very difficult, and if it is designedly promoted, is nothing less than a proof of disrespect in the singers to the exercise, to themselves who occasion it, and to the author of our existence. A dark and moving poetry and music from the religion of people of Europe 200 and 300 years back reached out to take the hearts of the pioneers in the log cabin tavern, singing by candlelight there in New Salem. They could actually turn to page 65 and find the hymn named New Salem, with its words, "O thou in whose presence my soul takes delight, on whom in affliction I call, my comfort by day and my song in the night, my hope, my salvation, my all." The human family has a heavy load, hills of guilt to carry, during tedious rounds of sluggish years, said the lines of songs. Man is a pilgrim across scorching sands, longing for a cooling stream, a wandering sheep in a howling wilderness, seeking rivers of salvation and pleasant fields of paradise. Shaped in a case of clay, man lives in a babel of loose tongues till the case falls off him, the captive is free, and he is ready to go to hell or to Zion. "In the worship of my God I'll spend my breath," ran one line, and a couplet, "The Jewish wintry state is gone, the mists are fled, the spring comes on." There was a promise in the tone of Abe Lincoln telling Anne Rutledge of one attribute of God. It was sung, "While the lamp holds out to burn, the vilest sinner may return." Englishmen who knew the sea and had been fascinated in contemplating the sea had written the hymn Judgment, of how on the last day the earth was from her center tossed, and mountains in the ocean lost, torn piecemeal by the roaring tide. To spend one day with God on earth exceeds 1,000 days of mirth. The sky, the unfathomed deep, the boisterous sea, were a stage whereon man saw the lighted clouds of chariots, storms moving with wings. The heavens had curtains in the spacious arrangements of the Lord.
In the presence of God's great and terrible panoramas, man was a little trembling shadow who should sing softly, "Teach me the measure of my days, thou maker of my frame. I would survey life's narrow space, and learn how frail I am." A time would come when the rolling years shall cease to move, when the sky would be taken apart and wrapped as a parchment. In the Worthington hymn on page 62, the recurring lines were, "How feeble is our mortal frame," and "What dying worms are we! What dying worms are we!" The Windsor hymn on page 66 struck a shrill note. "My God, how many are my fears! How fast my foes increase! Their number, how it multiplies! How fatal to my peace!" Flashes of eloquence jutted forth, as in the line, "Teach me some melodious sonnet sung by flaming tongues above." Many of the pieces were occupied with the fact that man's life is a short and momentary breath in the world of flesh. Death, like an overflowing stream, sweeps us away, our life's a dream, an empty tale, a morning flower, cut down and withered in an hour. Beauty, youth, wealth are phantoms of folly. They become ripe corn that an inevitable later phantom cuts down with a sickle. Let us live so in youth that we blush not in age. The body is feeble, wanders, faints, dies, is released from this vale of tears. Vain, delusive world, adieu. So soon will death disrobe us all. There was occasional jubilation, joy over moments to come when life was over on earth, when the scroll of time was rolled and the region of the timeless, the eternal, was entered. Many a line in the Missouri Harmony Songbook had the testimony of hands strengthened for living through reverence and humility toward the regions of the invisible, the inscrutable. "Through faith, the glorious telescope, I viewed the worlds above," ran one extravagant metaphor. And there was something to think about in the line, "Not to our worthless names is glory due." And though Abraham Lincoln had found it easy to master Kirkham's grammar, saying it wasn't much of a science, and he would like to tackle another one as easy, he made no comment about having mastered the Missouri Harmony Songbook. Many a line in it, as he held it in his hands at the Rutledge place, had more than a casual reading. Lines singing of world illusions, of the dissolving of strong frameworks, of proud men to be light as a puff of empty air, of the dear sovereign whirl of seasons, the melting phantasmagoria of the years. Of these he was kith and kin. Chapter 39. When the Illinois legislature met at Vandalia in 1834, one of the sitting members was Abraham Lincoln. He was 25 years old, holding his first elective political office, and drawing $3 a day pay, with privileges of ink, quills, and stationery. The four highest candidates from Sangamon County in the voting had stood: Dawson, 1,390, Lincoln, 1,376, Carpenter, 1,170, Stewart, 1,164. On being elected, Lincoln went to a friend, Coleman Smoot, who was farming near New Salem, and asked Smoot, "Did you vote for me?" And on Smoot answering, "Yes," he said, "I want to buy some clothes and fix up a little, and I want you to loan me $200. Therefore he sat at his desk in the state capitol wearing brand new blue jeans. He was now away from New Salem and Anne Rutledge, and the girl Anne Rutledge had been engaged to marry John McNeil, the storekeeper and farmer who had come to New Salem and in 5 years acquired property worth $12,000. In money and looks, McNeil was considered a good catch, and he and Anne Rutledge were known as betrothed when McNeil started on a trip east. In a short time, as soon as he could visit his father and relatives in New York, he would come back and claim his bride. This was the promise and understanding. And it was known to Lincoln, who had helped McNeil on deeds to land holdings, that McNeil's real name was McNamar. This was the name put on the deeds.
He said he had come west taking another name in order that he might make his fortune without interference from his family back east. He had, for convenience, kept his name off election poll books and never voted. McNamara had been away for months and sent few letters, writing from Ohio that he was delayed by an attack of fever, writing again from New York that his father had died and he could not come west till the estate was settled. Thus letters came with excuses from far off. Whisperers talked about it in New Salem. Had his love died down, or was a truthful love to be expected from a man who could live under a false name? Days were going hard for the little heart under the face framed in auburn hair over in New Salem, as Lincoln had his thoughts at his desk in the Capitol at Vandalia. She had sung to him clear-voiced a hymn he liked with a line, "Vain man, thy fond pursuits forbear." He introduced a bill limiting the jurisdiction of justices of the peace. He introduced a bill to authorize Samuel Musick to build a toll bridge across Salt Creek. He moved to change the rules so that it should not be in order to offer amendments to any bill after the third reading. He offered a resolution relating to a state revenue to be derived from the sale of public lands. He moved to take from the table a report submitted by his committee on public accounts. And he had his thoughts. The line had been sung for him clear-voiced, "Vain man, thy fond pursuits forbear." Back to New Salem he came in the spring of 1835, and there was refuge for Anne Rutledge, with her hand in a long-fingered hand whose bones told of understanding and quiet security. She had written McNamara that she expected release from her pledge to him, and no answer had come. Letters had stopped coming. Her way was clear. In the fall she was to go to a young ladies' academy in Jacksonville, and Abraham Lincoln, poor in goods and deep in debts, was to get from under his poverty, and they were to marry. They would believe in the days to come. For the present time they had understanding and security. The cry and the answer of one yellowhammer to another, the wing flash of one blue jay on a home flight to another, the drowsy dreaming of grass and grain coming up with its early green over the moist rolling prairie, these were to be felt that spring together, with the whisper, "Always together." He was 26, she was 22. The earth was their footstool. The sky was a sheaf of blue dreams. The rise of the blood-gold rim of a full moon in the evening was almost too much to live, see, and remember. Chapter 40. James Rutledge had sold his New Salem tavern to the Onstotts and taken his family to a farm near Sand Ridge. Lincoln rode back and forth between New Salem and the Rutledge farm when he paid Anne a call. They were talking over their plans. Anne was proud of Lincoln and believed he had a future and would make a name as a great man. In her father's tavern at New Salem, she had heard men say Abe Lincoln was considerable a thinker and a politician. He had a way with people. He had an independent mind, and yet he wanted to learn. He would go far, and she would go with him. She would be to him what other women had been to other men in days gone by, women who were the wives of Rutledges, among whom there had been a signer of the Declaration of Independence, a governor, judges of courts, and other holders of high place. For a time Anne worked at the farm of James Short, and Lincoln rode over there to see her. He could laugh with her over Parthenia Hill, who had married a man who once wanted to marry Anne, saying, "Anne isn't beautiful. To begin with, she has red hair." She and Lincoln talked over the plan for her to go in the following autumn to the Jacksonville Female Academy, while he would register in the Illinois College at Jacksonville. A brother of Bill Green was a student there. Some of the school teachers around Sangamon County had been Illinois college students, and Anne's own brother David was studying there in that spring of 1835. Out of his companionship with Anne Rutledge, Lincoln had taken seriously to plans for a college education. He would have to leave college to sit in legislative sessions, but that could be arranged. He was a witness to the wedding of William Taylor and Emmeline Johnson in May, signed their banns of matrimony, and believed that with luck he would in another year be married himself. In the summer of 1835, the brother of Lincoln's betrothed woman wrote 3 letters, all on one sheet of paper, and saved postage by having a fellow student carry the 3-in-1 letter from Jacksonville to the Rutledge farm near Sand Ridge. This letter of young David Rutledge to his father explained that the carrier of the letter, Mr. Blood, should be invited to stay all night free of cost. Also that an editor, Brooks, could not pay money owing to James Rutledge, and therefore David had subscribed for the editor's paper, and furthermore that David had planned to come home, but that the college wouldn't pay him back his tuition money for the term, and therefore he was staying on. The letters were quaint, as in David addressing Anna Rutledge as valued sister, and enclosing each of the letters with the formal expression, "I add no more," the word "no more" being used then in letters, speeches, and sermons as one word, with the accent on the second syllable. Also in the missive, the ideals of courtesy and the aspirations for higher life among the Rutledges were reflected. The letter to the father read, College Hill, July 27, 1835. Dear Father, the passing of Mr. Blood from this place to that affords me an opportunity of writing you a few lines. I have thus far enjoyed good health, and the students generally are well. I have not collected anything of Brooks, except that I agreed to take his paper, as I thought that would be better than nothing at all, though he says he should pay the order in about 2 months. L.M. Green is up at home at this time, trying to get a school, and I had concluded to quit this place and go to him until the commencement of the next term, but I could not get off without paying for the whole term, therefore I concluded to stay here. If Mr. Blood calls on you to stay all night, please to entertain him free of cost, as he is one of my fellow students and I believe him to be a good religious young man. I add no more, but remain yours, with respect until death. D. H. Rutledge. To James Rutledge. The second letter was to James Kittredge about school teaching on Sand Ridge, the letter closing, I want intelligence to come the next mail concerning it. I add no more. Then came advice and hopes for his sister in the following letter. To Anna Rutledge, valued sister, so far as I can understand, Miss Graves will teach another school in the Diamond Grove. I am glad to hear that you have a notion of coming to school, and I earnestly recommend to you that you would spare no time from improving your education and mind. Remember that time is worth more than all gold, therefore throw away none of your golden moments. I add no more, but, etc. D. H. Rutledge. Anna Rutledge. And Anne might have remarked to herself that some of the golden moments of that year had been snatched and counted, and measured over again in memories afterward. Chapter 41. August of that summer came. Corn and grass, fed by rich rains in May and June, stood up stunted of growth, for want of more rain. The red berries on the honeysuckles refused to be glad. The swallows and martins came fewer. To the homes of the settlers came chills and fever of malaria. Lincoln had been down and up and down again with aching bones, taking large spoons of Peruvian bark, boneset tea, jalap, and calomel. One and another of his friends had died. For some, he had helped nail together the burial boxes. Anne Rutledge lay fever-burned. Days passed, help arrived, and was helpless. Moans came from her for the one man of her thoughts. They sent for him. He rode out from New Salem to the Sand Ridge farm. They let him in. They left the two together and alone a last hour in the log house, with slants of light on her face from an open clapboard door. It was 2 days later that death came. There was what they called a funeral, a decent burial of the body in the Concord burying ground 7 miles away. And Lincoln sat for hours with no words for those who asked him to speak to them. They went away from him knowing he would be alone whether they stayed or went away. A week after the burial of Anne Rutledge, Bill Green found him rambling in the woods along the Sangamon River, mumbling sentences Bill couldn't make out. They watched him and tried to keep him safe among friends at New Salem, and he rambled darkly and idly past their circle to the burying ground 7 miles away, where he lay with an arm across the one grave. Vain man, thy fond pursuits forbear.
As the autumn weeks passed, and the scarlet runners sent out signals across the honey locust and sycamore tree where they had sat together on the Salem hilltop, and the sunsets flamed earlier in the shortening afternoons, the watchers saw a man struggling on a brink. He needed help. Dr. Allen said rest would help. They took him to the home of Bowling and Nancy Green, at the foot of a bluff climbed by oak timber growths. A few days he helped in the field at corn husking. Most of the time Nancy had him cutting wood, picking apples, digging potatoes, doing light chores around the house, once holding the yarn for her as she spun. In the evenings it was useless to try to talk with him. They asked their questions and then had to go away. He sat by the fire one night as the flames licked up the cordwood and swept up the chimney to pass out into a driving storm wind. The blowing weather woke some sort of lights in him, and he went to the door and looked out into a night of fierce tumbling wind and black horizons. And he came back saying, "I can't bear to think of her out there alone." And he clenched his hands, mumbling, "The rain and the storm shan't beat on her grave." Slowly as the weeks passed, an old-time order of control came back to him. Only it was said that the shadows of a burning he had been through were fixed in the depths of his eyes, and he was a changed man, keeping to himself the gray mystery of the change. Chapter 42. Again Lincoln was in Vandalia as a lawmaker, and, his term over, again he was back surveying in Sangamon County. On June 13, 1836, he had announced himself as a candidate again, declaring he was for internal improvements, that he would vote for Hugh L. White, the Tennessee Whig, for president in November, and declaring that women ought to have the vote. "I go for admitting all whites to the right of suffrage who pay taxes or bear arms, by no means excluding females." Bob Allen, a Democrat candidate, came through New Salem and sort of allowed he could tell a few things about Abe Lincoln and Ninian W. Edwards, only it wouldn't be fair to tell 'em. Lincoln wrote him, "I'm told that during my absence last week you stated publicly that you were in possession of a fact or facts which, if known to the public, would entirely destroy the prospects of N.W. Edwards and myself at the ensuing election, but that through favor to us you would forbear to divulge them. No one has needed favors more than I, and generally few have been less unwilling to accept them. But in this case, favor to me would be injustice to the public, and therefore I must beg your pardon for declining it. That I once had the confidence of the people of Sangamon County is sufficiently evident, and if I have done anything, either by design or misadventure, which if known would subject me to a forfeiture of that confidence, he that knows of that thing and conceals it is a traitor to his country's interest. I find myself wholly unable to form any conjecture of what fact or facts, real or supposed, you spoke. But my opinion of your veracity will not permit me for a moment to doubt that you at least believed what you said. I am flattered with the personal regard you manifested for me, but I hope that on mature reflection you will view the public interest as a paramount consideration and therefore let the worst come. I assure you that the candid statement of fact on your part, however low it may sink me, shall never break the ties of personal friendship between us. I wish an answer to this, and you are at liberty to publish both if you choose." No reply came from Allen. Lincoln's mention of personal friendship between himself and Allen was sarcasm. His friends alluded to Allen as a bag of wind. On the stump in Springfield, speaking in the courthouse, Lincoln was challenged by George Forquet, a lawyer who had switched from Whig to Democrat, and after the switch was named by the Democratic administration at Washington as Register of the Land Office. Forquet had just finished building a frame house, the finest in Springfield, and put up a lightning rod on it. Farmers and their wives hitched the horses at the public square and went to have a look at Forquet's lightning rod before buying calico, sugar and coffee, or harness buckles. It was the first lightning rod in that part of Illinois.
Forquet was a prominent citizen. The crowd was starting to leave after a speech by Lincoln. Forquet took the platform and said the young man who had just spoken was sailing too high and would have to be taken down. And he was sorry the task devolved on him. Then he made what Josh Speed called a slasher gaff speech, while Lincoln stood by with folded arms and measuring eyes. When Forquet quit speaking, Lincoln stepped up quietly, apologized, offered his argument, and closed as follows. Mr. Forquet commenced his speech by announcing that the young man would have to be taken down. It is for you, fellow citizens, not for me to say whether I am up or down. The gentleman has seen fit to allude to my being a young man, but he forgets that I am older in years than I am in the tricks and trades of politicians. I desire to live, and I desire place and distinction. But I would rather die now than, like the gentleman, live to see the day that I would change my politics for an office worth $3,000 a year, and then feel compelled to erect a lightning rod to protect a guilty conscience from an offended God. As a speech, it held the audience screwed to the benches, and earned a reputation for Lincoln as a hard man to handle when he was stumping for the legislature. His friends carried him from the courthouse on their shoulders. There was a new feeling for him about being carried on men's shoulders. It was like wrestling, but different. Once he rode to a meeting with a Democratic candidate in a rig that belonged to the Democrat. At the meeting, he told the farmers, "I am too poor to own a carriage, but my friend has generously invited me to ride with him. I want you to vote for me if you will, but if not, then vote for my opponent, for he is a fine man." The Whigs took Sangamon County away from the Democrats by an average majority of 400 votes, Lincoln in the lead. The famous Long Nine went to Vandalia, 9 Whigs averaging 6 feet in height and over 200 pounds weight. They were for big schemes, commensurate with the wants of the people. A railroad from Galena to the mouth of the Ohio River, running the north and south length of the state. A railroad from Alton to Shawneetown, from Alton to Mount Carmel, from Alton to the eastern state line, running the east and west breadth of the state. From Quincy to the Wabash River, from Bloomington to Pekin, from Peoria to Warsaw, in all about 1,350 miles of railroad. They would spend $100,000 to improve the Rock River, $4 million to complete the Illinois and Michigan Canal, $250,000 for the Western Mail route. Altogether, the scheme would cost $12 million. Lincoln was among the leaders arguing for it. They would sell bonds to raise the $12 million. They would raise the money in the same way Lincoln and Berry bought their stores in New Salem, by promises on paper. The bonds would sell like hotcakes. The Rothschilds and the Baring brothers over in London would snap up the bargains. The scheme won out in the legislature, and the legislature was in close touch with the people of the state, who as a mass were silent and had their silence taken for consent. The Black Hawk War had put $4 million in circulation. Land speculators and real estate dealers were busy. On open prairies, many towns and cities were laid out in lots. Men joked each other that soon no land would be left for farming. The governor of the state had officially declared, "Under the blessing of a bountiful providence, Illinois is fast ascending in the scale of importance, and will in a short time take her station among the first states in the Union. The steadiness and grandeur of her outward march will, however, in a great degree, depend on her future legislation." A boom was on, overloaded and sure to collapse. It was the pioneer stock taking its chances, believing in the future, and believing that future would come sooner if boomed. That Lincoln, who could not finance himself, should show no ability in financing the state of Illinois in a vast economic project, was to have been expected. And yet he had a vision of himself at this time as a constructive statesman, pushing through plans in Illinois for transportation ways, schools, and education. He told his friend Joshua Speed at Springfield that he aimed at being called the DeWitt Clinton of Illinois,
achieving for his state what a constructive Irishman had done for New York in getting the Erie Canal built and in bringing school improvements. Lincoln led the Long Nine in finding the votes in the legislature to pass a bill moving the capital of the state from Vandalia to Springfield. Other counties besides Sangamon were hustling for the location. It went to Springfield mainly because of the patient and skilled manipulation of Lincoln. A few members voted for the bill because they liked Lincoln, but most of the voters came through trades, deals, log rolling. You scratch my back and I'll scratch yours. And yet, as a manipulator, trading, fixing, coaxing, Lincoln operated by a code of his own. An all-night session was held by the members favoring Springfield for the state capital, and Lincoln was told of a block of votes he could have if he would give his vote for a certain measure that he considered against his principles. The members went home at daybreak without having brought him their way. A second meeting was called. Again they tried to ride down Lincoln's objections. Midnight came. The candles burned low. All were tired. Lincoln began speaking amid silence, seriously and with feeling, telling why he couldn't in such a case trade his vote. As Old Man Henderson remembered the speech, it ended, "You may burn my body to ashes and scatter them to the winds of heaven. You may drag my soul down to the regions of darkness and despair to be tormented forever. But you will never get me to support a measure which I believe to be wrong, although by doing so I may accomplish that which I believe to be right." After the bill passed and Springfield was named as the future capital city of the state, the Democrats charged the Sangamon County Whigs with bargain and corruption. At an extra session, General L.D. Ewing, who favored Vandalia, declared the Springfield crowd had sold out to the internal improvements men. Lincoln then delivered a speech that bristled with keen thrusts. He tore the hide off Ewing. And Ewing, who was an army general and a proud man, was ready for a duel. Friends stepped between and saved bloodshed. With drawling and whimsical good nature, Lincoln opened his discussion of a resolution offered by Linder to investigate the state bank, saying, "It is not without a considerable degree of apprehension that I venture to cross the track of the gentleman from Coles, Mr. Linder. Indeed, I do not believe I could muster a sufficiency of courage to come in contact with that gentleman, were it not for the fact that he, some days since, most graciously condescended to assure us that he would never be found wasting ammunition on small game. Whenever I shall have occasion to allude to that gentleman, I shall endeavor to adopt that kind of court language which I understand to be due to decided superiority. In one faculty at least there can be no dispute of the gentleman's superiority over me, and most other men, and that is, the faculty of entangling a subject so that neither himself nor any other man can find head or tail to it. In the present case, if any gentleman whose money is a burden to them choose to lead off a dance, I am decidedly opposed to the people's money being used to pay the fiddler. No one can doubt that the examination proposed must cost the state some $10,000 or $12,000, and all this to settle a question in which the people have no interest, and about which they care nothing. These capitalists generally act harmoniously and in concert to fleece the people, and now that they have got into a quarrel with themselves, we are called upon to appropriate the people's money to settle the quarrel." Then he filed the declaration, "Mr. Chairman, this work is exclusively the work of politicians, a set of men who have interests aside from the interests of the people, and who, to say the most of them, are, taken as a mass, at least one long step removed from honest men. I say this with the greater freedom because, being a politician myself, none can regard it as personal." He was now meeting men of importance from all parts of Illinois. They came from towns and counties wanting appropriations, from banks, railroads, contractors, seeking legislation for special interests. Lincoln, the storyteller, the whimsical, good-natured philosopher, was asked to their game suppers and banquets. It cost $600 to pay for the supper, wine, cigars, whiskey, and damages at a party given by the newly elected United States Senator John M. Robinson. Attending the party was a brother of William Cullen Bryant, the New York poet, one John Bryant, sent from Princeton to help legislation for Bureau County. He wrote that after the company had gotten noisy and mellow on rye and corn juice, Mr. Douglas and General Shields, to the consternation of the host and intense merriment of the guests, climbed up on the table at one end, encircled each other's waists, and, to the tune of a rollicking song, pirouetted down the whole length of the table, shouting, singing, and kicking dishes, glasses, and everything right and left, helter-skelter. The Douglas referred to was a short, thick-set, blue-eyed man whose full name was Stephen Arnold Douglas, a young lawyer from Vermont. Neither he nor Lincoln took any special notice of each other, except that Lincoln remarked to others that Douglas was the least man I have ever seen. After a day of legislative sessions, committee meetings, conferences, study of bills and measures, and a game supper, Lincoln enjoyed sitting in a hotel room with friendly souls, sitting with his knees up to his chin, drawling out stories, talking about how they were breeding the Democrats, emphasizing a good point by drawing his knees again up to his chin and letting both feet down on the floor with a slam. Newton Walker had brought his fiddle from Lewistown. Lincoln would go over to where Walker was boarding and ask him for a tune. Then Lincoln would tell a story, and it would be a story and a tune till late hours. Walker said, when he grew weary of telling stories, he would ask me to give him a tune, which I never refused to do. Each of several taverns in Vandalia called itself a house of entertainment. Willis and Maddox issued a card to respectfully inform the public. They were located 2 doors from the post office, and they will serve up at any hour of the day or night fried ham, turkeys, grouse, or prairie chicken, partridges, venison, pig's feet, tripe, sausages, oysters, mackerel, herrings, and crackers, coffee, tea, and soups, together with many other knickknacks unmentionable, hot punch, eggnog, etc., at any time, all of which will be afforded with great goodwill and on the most accommodating terms. They have also on hand and for sale best teas, loaf and brown sugars, tobacco, oranges, lemons, figs, lobsters, olives, mushrooms, walnut and tomato pickles, catsups, Rochelle, cherry, champagne, cognac, peach, American and other brandies, claret, Tenerife, sherry, dry brown, port, Malaga and Madeira wines, seedlets and soda powders, firecrackers, etc., etc. There were yarns, true to fact, told among people then to pass the time. One was about Governor Duncan, who had a misunderstanding with the Jackson administration and switched his politics from Democrat to Whig. One plain old henchman came to him and spoke the regrets. "You was young, poor, friendless. We put you into high office and enabled you to make a fortune. You was like a poor colt. We caught you up out of the thicket, fed you on the best, combed the burrs out of your mane and tail, and made a fine horse of you. And now you have strayed away from your owners." Among politicians there was a tradition of legislature which passed a law forbidding small bulls to roam at large. Owners of such small stray bulls would get heavy fines under the law. The small farmers rose in anger, claiming that the law was all in favor of the rich farmers who had only big bulls, and the law let the big bulls roam as they pleased. At the next election the small farmers revolted, and threw out of office every politician who had voted against small bulls. Quaint tales out of green, moist solitudes passed around. One was of James Lemon, an old-time Baptist preacher and farmer in Monroe County, who made his own horse collars of straw or corn husks plaited together. While breaking stubble, with his wild son helping, he left the harness on the beam of the plow at dinner time. The son hid the horse collar so as to have a longer rest at dinner in the hours his father would plait a new horse collar of corn husks. But when after dinner the old man saw the horse collar gone, he pulled off his leather breeches, stuffed the pants legs with stubble, straddled them across the neck of the horse for a collar, and so plowed the rest of the afternoon, as bare-legged as when he came into the world. There was William Meharry herding cattle in Champaign County. He rode horseback, snapping off rattlesnake heads with a long cattle whip, sometimes killing 25 in a day. There was talk of farmers like Andrew McCorkle, not far from Springfield, who was afraid the railroads would scare his cows so they wouldn't give milk. Shooting matches, rifles, and marksmanship commanded attention. In the part of Indiana that Lincoln came from, hunters aimed for the head of the gray squirrel. A shot in the body was wide of the target. Some keen riflemen were known to the coons in the woods. One famous dead shot had a coon up the top of a tree. The coon hesitated and said, "Don't shoot, I'll come down." Friends of a hunter with a big reputation bragged that he could put a panther under one arm, a hedgehog under the other, and climb a thorn tree without a scratch. A topic discussed at many a tavern was whether or not the skin of the Indian chief Tecumseh had been taken off and used for razor strops, whether such material made a good razor strop, and if so, why. There had been weather to talk about one rainy day in December of 1836, when soft mud turned hard in an hour, and Washington Crowder, riding to Springfield, froze to his saddle and had to be carried into a house, saddle and all, to be thawed out. And it was told of various communities that a mob went to the house of a man and took him away and hanged him to a tree. It was a dark night, and when morning came, they saw they had hanged the wrong man. And they went and told the widow, "The laugh is on us." The end of the legislative session at Vandalia came on March 6, 1837, and the Long Nine, with their long legs and 200 pounds weight apiece, started home on their horses, with the exception of Lincoln, whose horse had been stolen, leaving him without cash to buy another. As Lincoln walked, the others pointed to the size of his feet. When he shivered, "Boys, I'm cold," another noticed, "No wonder. There's so much of you on the ground." Arrived at Springfield, the Long Nine sat down to a game supper while spokesmen for Springfield expressed gratitude to those who had arranged to move the state capital from Vandalia to their own city. One toast ran, "Abraham Lincoln, he has filled the expectations of his friends and disappointed the hopes of his enemies." And Lincoln offered the toast, "All our friends, they are too numerous to mention now individually, while there is no one of them who is not too dear to be forgotten or neglected." On the way to New Salem, he stopped at the village of Athens, the home of his colleague, Robert L. Wilson, of the Long Nine. At a banquet he was toasted, "Abraham Lincoln, one of nature's noblemen," and Wilson gave people this size-up of Lincoln. He was as much at home in the legislature as at New Salem. He had a quaint and peculiar way all his own of treating a subject, and he frequently startled us. He seemed to be a born politician. We followed his lead, but he followed nobody's lead. It may almost be said that he did our thinking for us. He inspired respect, although he was careless and negligent. We would ride while he would walk, but we recognized him as a master in logic. He was poverty itself, but independent. He seemed to glide along in life without any friction or effort. Wilson had spent many hours with Lincoln during the years they were together in the legislature, and with Athens and Wilson's home so near New Salem, they had seen a good deal of each other in action. When Wilson had occasion to tell later what he knew about Lincoln, he said, "I made a canvass through Sand Ridge. Mr. Lincoln accompanied me, and we called at nearly every house. At that time it was the custom to keep whiskey in the house. The subject was always mentioned, but with the remark to Mr. Lincoln, 'You never drink, but maybe your friend would like to take a little.'" In a conversation about that time, Wilson said, "Lincoln told me that although he appeared to enjoy life rapturously, still he was the victim of terrible melancholy. He sought company and indulged in fun and hilarity without restraint or stint as to time, but when by himself, he told me that he was so overcome by mental depression that he never dared carry a knife in his pocket. And as long as I was intimately acquainted with him, previous to his commencement of the practice of law, he never carried a pocket knife." When people talked about Lincoln, it was nearly always about one or more of these 5 things. 1.
how long, tall, quick, strong, or awkward in looks he was. 2. How he told stories and jokes, how he was comical or pleasant or kindly. 3. How he could be silent, melancholy, sad. 4. How he was ready to learn and looking for chances to learn. 5. How he was ready to help a friend, a stranger, or even a dumb animal in distress. Henry E. Dummer, a lawyer in Springfield, remarked, "Lincoln used to come to our office, Stewart's and mine, in Springfield from New Salem and borrow law books. Sometimes he walked, but generally rode. He was the most uncouth-looking young man I ever saw. He seemed to have but little to say, seemed to feel timid, with a tinge of sadness visible in the countenance. But when he did talk, all this disappeared for the time, and he demonstrated that he was both strong and acute. He surprised us more and more at every visit." Chapter 43. During the winter at Vandalia, Lincoln had written a drawling and half-bashful love letter to the daughter of a rich farmer in Greene County, Kentucky. She was Miss Mary Owens, 1 year older than Lincoln, with a head of dark curly hair, large blue eyes, standing 5 feet 5 inches high, and on her first visit to New Salem 3 years before, weighing about 150 pounds. Her sister, Mrs. Bennet Abel, was anxious for the two to get married, but Mary Owens held off. She had been trained in Kentucky schools for refined young ladies. She dressed in what one of the Greenes called the finest trimmings I ever saw. And she took note in the case of Lincoln. His training had been different from mine. There was not congeniality. He was deficient in those little links which make up a woman's happiness. Once, when a party were riding to Uncle Billy Greene's, they came to a branch of the creek which was a bad crossing. Miss Owens noticed the other men helping their partners, while Lincoln rode ahead of her without looking back. "You're a nice fellow," she remarked when she caught up with him. "I suppose you did not care whether my neck was broken or not." And he had laughed back a defense that was a compliment, telling her he knew she was plenty smart enough to take care of herself. She climbed a steep hill with Lincoln and Mrs. Bowling Green, and Lincoln kept on joking and talking to her, not once offering to help carry the fat baby Mrs. Green had in her arms. It seemed to Miss Owens to be neglect on Lincoln's part. She was puzzled by him. In some things he was so soft-hearted. He told her he saw a hog mired down one day when he was crossing a prairie, and as he had a new suit of blue jeans on and was fixed up in his best clothes, he said to himself he would pass by and pass on without looking again at the struggling shoat in the mud. But after he had passed on, the hog haunted him and seemed to be saying, "There now, my last hope is gone." And he had turned around, gone back, and got the hog loose from the mire. It was puzzling to Miss Owens's ideas about chivalry that a man could be so thoughtful about a hog in that way, and at another time be so abstracted and lost in his own feelings that he couldn't stay alongside his woman partner when riding across a dangerous creek. They had parted without any particular understanding, except that they were good friends. She had gone home to Greene County, Kentucky, and talked with her father, of whom she said, "Few persons placed a higher estimate on education than he did." And if she told her father about Lincoln's personal speech, she included such information as the fact that Lincoln said "ain't" as often as "isn't," and that sometimes his pronunciation of "such" sounded like "sitch." Lincoln at Vandalia, making laws for the Commonwealth of Illinois, one cold, lonesome winter night, wrote her a letter which he called dry and stupid, which he said he was ashamed to send. The letter read, Vandalia, December 13, 1836. Mary, I have been sick ever since my arrival, or I should have written sooner. It is but little difference, however, as I have very little even yet to write. And more, the longer I can avoid the mortification of looking in the post office for your letter and not finding it, the better. You see, I am mad about that old letter yet. I don't like very well to risk you again. I'll try you once more anyhow. The new State House is not yet finished, and consequently the legislature is doing little or nothing. The governor delivered an inflammatory political message, and it is expected there will be some sparring between the parties about it as soon as the two houses get to business. Taylor delivered up his petition for the new county to one of our members this morning. I am told he despairs of its success on account of all the members from Morgan County opposing it. There are names enough on the petition, I think, to justify the members from our county in going for it. But if the new members from Morgan oppose it, which they say they will, the chances will be bad. Our chance to take the seat of government to Springfield is better than I expected. An internal improvement convention was held here since we met, which recommended a loan of several millions of dollars, on the faith of the state, to construct railroads. Some of the legislature are for it and some against it. Which has the majority, I cannot tell. There is great strife and struggling for the office of the United States Senator here at this time. It is probable we shall ease their pains in a few days. The opposition men have no candidate of their own, and consequently they will smile as complacently at the angry snarls of the contending Van Buren candidates and their respective friends as the Christian does at Satan's rage. You recollect that I mentioned at the outset of this letter that I had been unwell. That is a fact, though I believe I am about well now. But that, with other things I cannot account for, have conspired and have gotten my spirits so low that I feel I would rather be any place in the world than here. I really cannot endure the thought of staying here 10 weeks. Write back as soon as you get this, and if possible, say something that will please me, for really I have not been pleased since I left you. This letter is so dry and stupid that I am ashamed to send it, but with my present feelings I cannot do any better. Give my best respects to Mr. and Mrs. Abel and family. Your friend, Lincoln. Chapter 44. One day in March of that year of 1837, Lincoln visited the home of Bowling and Nancy Green at the foot of the bluff with its timber of oak growth climbing. And he and Squire Bowling Green talked about politics, and about Lincoln going to Springfield to be a lawyer, practicing law in the law firm of Stewart and Lincoln. Like all lawyers, he had been certified to the Supreme Court as having good moral character. He was licensed to write his name, Abraham Lincoln, attorney at law. So he was leaving the town of the hilltop at the curve of the Sangamon River, with its memories of the flatboats stuck on the dam, of the trip as pilot on the Talisman, of the Offutt store that petered out, of the Black Hawk War and the boys that stepped to the front and elected him captain, the wrestling match with Jack Armstrong, the horse races and rooster fights of the boys from Clary's Grove and Wolf Creek and Sand Ridge, the mastery of Kirkham's grammar and surveying, the store of Berry and Lincoln that winked out and left him struggling under debts it would take years to pay off, the winning of the girl with the wavy corn silk hair and the folding of her hands, and the taking her away, shadows speaking in thin whispers. Men talked about John McNamar, the first betrothed to Anne Rutledge, coming back, buying more land to raise more corn to feed more hogs, to buy more land. How quick McNamar was at figuring fractions and decimals, how sharp he was at reading mortgages and deeds, and one woman saying he was cold as the multiplication table. James Rutledge had died the same year as his daughter Anne. The new owner of the farm at Sand Ridge was John McNamar, and he told the widow Rutledge she would have to move. He couldn't use promises or hopes and would have to have rent money. And the daughters had told friends, "Mother is having a hard time. We're turned out, moving to Iowa to begin all over again." One morning Lincoln saddled a horse borrowed from Bowling Green, threw across its back saddlebags containing his copies of Blackstone and a change of underwear, and started on the 20-mile ride to Springfield. On this ride, his thoughts were different from the time when he moved from Kentucky up into Indiana at 8 years of age, and again when he moved from Indiana to Illinois at 21. Now he was 28 years old. He had talked with men on main travel roads, everlastingly asking questions. He had read newspapers and heard public speakers. He was watching civilization. In the legislature that winter just passed, he had done a thing as independent as the way he wore his hat. He had stood almost alone against the whole legislature. He had found only one other man to stand with him. Over the nation, the question had come up whether the slavery of the Negro race under the white race was right or wrong, and whether any man or woman believing it wrong should be free to say so. 40 peculiar and solemn men and women meeting in a house in Philadelphia 4 years previous had organized the American Anti-Slavery Society, calling on the free states to remove slavery by moral and political action as prescribed in the Constitution of the United States, and announcing, "With entire confidence in the overruling justice of God, we plant ourselves upon the Declaration of Independence and the truths of divine revelation as upon the everlasting rock. We shall organize anti-slavery societies, if possible, in every city, town, and village in the land. We shall send forth agents to lift up the voice of remonstrance, of warning, of entreaty, and of rebuke. We shall circulate unsparingly and extensively anti-slavery tracts and periodicals." In the Southern states, it was no longer lawful to speak against slavery. Any person found guilty of an agitation that might cause an insurrection of slaves would be hanged, in accordance with the statutes. Governor Lumpkin and the legislature of the state of Georgia offered $5,000 for the person of one Boston agitator to be brought to Georgia for trial. The 3 million Negro workers in the Southern states were property, livestock valued by tax assessors at more than $1,000 million. In the Senate at Washington, Henry Clay had named the total slave property value at $1,200 million. The Cotton Belt was spreading westward, adding thousands of acres every month. The Richmond Whig of Virginia urged, "The people of the North must go to hanging these fanatics if they would not lose the benefit of the Southern trade, and they will do it. Depend upon it, the Northern people will never sacrifice their present lucrative trade with the South, so long as the hanging of a few thousand will prevent it." The New York Courier and Enquirer declared, "They, the abolitionists, have no right to demand protection of the people they insult. Ought not, we ask, our city authorities to make them understand this, to tell them that they prosecute their treasonable and beastly designs at their own peril?" President Jackson had told Congress, "I would respectfully suggest the propriety of passing such a law as will prohibit, under severe penalties, the circulation in the Southern states, through the mail, of incendiary publications intended to instigate the slaves to insurrection." The Augusta Chronicle of Georgia offered the prophecy, "We do firmly believe that if the Southern states do not quickly unite and declare to the North, if the question of slavery be longer discussed in any shape, they will instantly secede from the Union, that the question must be settled, and very soon, by the sword, as the only possible means of self-preservation." Riots in Philadelphia lasted 3 nights, ending with 44 houses smashed, a colored Presbyterian church battered, 1 Negro beaten to death, another drowned in the Schuylkill River. In Boston, an agitator who came to a meeting of the Female Anti-Slavery Society had his clothes torn off, was dragged at a rope's end through the streets, and after being rescued by the police, had to borrow coat, hat, and pantaloons to go to jail for further safety from those hunting him, who were respectable, well-to-do citizens of Boston. When Miss Prudence Crandall opened a school for Negro children at Canterbury, Connecticut, she was sent to jail for violation of the state law forbidding the teaching of colored children from other states. At Concord, New Hampshire, an academy was wrecked where colored children were being taught reading and writing.
The meek, mild, soft-spoken little Quaker, Benjamin Lundy, editing a paper with the meek, mild, soft-spoken title, "The Genius of Universal Emancipation," was beaten by a Baltimore mob. And James Gillespie Birney, Kentucky-born and raised, a brilliant young lawyer who had been an Alabama planter and had given all his slaves freedom papers, couldn't get a paper printed nor hire a hall for a speech in Owensville, Kentucky. The Philanthropist, which he was publishing in Cincinnati, was refused delivery by postmasters in the state's South. He had traveled southwest and met dreams of Southern empire while listening to planters talking about the big land stretches west of the Mississippi River and how to make them slave territory. He wrote, "There will be no cessation of conflict until slavery shall be exterminated or liberty destroyed. Liberty and slavery cannot live in juxtaposition." And while Birney and his group tried to bring gradual emancipation by lawful and constitutional methods, the Garrison group demanded immediate emancipation by moral suasion and Christian wisdom, or somehow otherwise, maintaining that the United States Constitution, in its silent assent to slavery, was a compact with hell. From week to week, the abolitionist papers published articles and items about mobs north and south, about auctioneers of slaves calling for bids near the steps of the Capitol in Washington, the tactics of John Quincy Adams in Congress against the so-called gag rule, a resolution passed by Congress providing that all petitions relating to slavery should be laid on the table without being referred to a committee or printed. Events were splitting the churches into northern and southern divisions. Far down in Texas, men of southern kin were fighting, the Alamo garrison of 187 men dying to the last man and trying to hold out against a Mexican army of 5,000. It was part of the march of the South, or the Southern planters, to wider regions, more cotton-planted land. Sam Houston's men took victory from a Mexican army at San Jacinto and won independence for Texas. Planters had come. Slave ships had arrived at the coastline of Texas direct from Africa. A woman wrote of fresh arrivals shipwrecked near Galveston Bay. As soon as the beeves were skinned, the Negroes acted like dogs. They were so hungry. They laughed and chattered like monkeys. They did not understand a word of English. All the men and boys in the neighborhood came to see the wild Africans. So windy and clamorous forces blew across America. The future held unknown cross paths. While the hot blood of the South tingled to the sneers and curses of the abolitionists, and while the South was now openly phrasing its defense of slavery as an inevitable institution and a necessary practice, there had not yet come a clear vision of a Southern empire. The nearest to that was the attempt of South Carolina to break out of the Union of States in 1832. Medals were struck reading, "John C. Calhoun, first president of the Southern Confederacy." The flag was ready, the palmetto tree coiled with a rattlesnake. "Don't tread on me." Arrangements for troops and defense operations were underway. Governor Hayne proclaimed, "I recognize no allegiance as paramount to that which the citizens of South Carolina owe to the state of their birth or their adoption, if the sacred soil of Carolina should be polluted by the footsteps of an invader, or be stained with the blood of her citizens, shed in her defense. I trust in Almighty God that no son of hers, native or adopted, who has been nourished at her bosom, or been cherished by her bounty, will be found raising a parricidal arm against our common mother." This while President Andrew Jackson publicly appealed, "To say that any state may at pleasure secede from the Union is to say that the United States are not a nation. Fellow citizens of my native state, let me not only admonish you, as the first magistrate of our common country, not to incur the penalty of its laws, but use the influence that a father would over his children whom he saw rushing to a certain ruin. In that paternal language, with that paternal feeling, let me tell you, my countrymen, that you are deluded by men who are either deceived themselves or wish to deceive you." And privately Jackson said to a go-between from South Carolina, Tell them if one South Carolina finger be raised in defiance of this government, that I shall come down there, and once I'm there, I'll hang the first man I lay hands on to the first tree I can reach." As that small yet significant storm died down, Andrew Jackson wrote a letter to his friend, the Reverend A. J. Crawford of Georgia, reading, "Nullification is dead, and its actors and courtiers will only be remembered by the people, to be execrated for their wicked designs, to sever and destroy the only good government on the globe. Hammond's gallows ought to be the fate of all such ambitious men who would involve the country in a civil war, and all the evils in its trains, that they might ride on its whirlwinds and direct the storm. The free people of the United States have spoken, and consigned these demagogues to their proper doom. The tariff, it is now well known, was a mere pretext, and disunion and a Southern Confederacy the real object. The next pretext will be the Negro or slavery question." By the ballots of voters North and South, a New York Tammany Democrat, Martin Van Buren, took office as President of the nation on March 4, 1837, telling the country he was an inflexible and uncompromising opponent of every attempt on the part of Congress to abolish slavery in the District of Columbia against the wishes of the slaveholding states, saying he was determined to resist the slightest interference with it in the states where it exists. And without mentioning abolitionists or mobs, he took notice that a reckless disregard of the consequences of their conduct has exposed individuals to popular indignation. From the government at Washington and the national church organizations on down to business partnerships and families, the slavery question was beginning to split the country in two. At one far end was the abolitionist agitator who wanted to take away $1 billion worth of property from the Southerners, and at the other far end was a Southerner who cried, "The people of the North must go to hanging these fanatics." At two far opposite ends of an issue were passionate, reckless, stubborn men whose grandfathers had fought side by side in open combat to overthrow by violent revolution the government of the British Empire over the American colonies. Aggravations between people South and North were getting worse. Across the northern states had been organized the Underground Railway, a series of routes from the slave states across the free states and over the line into Canada. An anti-slavery man would keep a runaway slave in his house, cellar, or barn, and drive him to the next house or tell him the way. Officers of the law and slave owners came north with warrants hunting their runaway property. Illinois was seeing them often. Also, there were bogus slave hunters scattered through southern Illinois. They kidnapped free Negroes, took them to St. Louis or across the Ohio River into Kentucky, and sold them. Wagons from Tennessee and Kentucky drove across southern Illinois with movers who called out from the wagon seat that they were driving to Missouri, where a man had a right to own a nigger if he wanted to. Hostile feeling developed between Illinois and Missouri people. The Missourians called Illinois land a suckhole and its people suckers, while the Illinoisans let it pass by alluding to Missouri residents as pukes. In St. Louis, a Negro, McIntosh, killed a deputy sheriff, and a large mob took and burned him one night, and the next morning boys threw stones to see who could hit the skull most often. At the trial of the mob leaders before Judge Lawless, he charged the jury, if the destruction of the murderer was the act of congregated thousands, seized upon and impelled by that mysterious, metaphysical, and almost electric frenzy which, in all ages and nations, has hurried on infatuated multitudes to deeds of death and destruction, then I say the case transcends your jurisdiction. It is beyond the reach of human law. A young Presbyterian minister, Elijah P. Lovejoy, a halfway abolitionist editing a paper in St. Louis, had written, "Today a public meeting declares you shall not discuss slavery. Tomorrow another meeting decides it is against the peace of society that property be discussed. The next day a decree is issued speaking against distilleries, dram shops, or drunkenness. And so on. The truth is, if you give ground a single inch, there is no stopping place.
I deem it therefore my duty to take my stand upon the Constitution and declare my fixed determination to maintain this ground. The editorial, which discussed Judge Lawless, was answered by a mob that smashed his press and threw his type out of the window. Lovejoy got the press repaired, decided to move up the river to Alton, Illinois, loaded the press on a boat, and was met at Alton by a mob that threw the press into the river. Events slowly changed Lovejoy to an immediate emancipationist. He wrote, "As well might a lady think to bail out the Atlantic Ocean with her thimble as the Colonization Society to remove slavery by colonizing the slaves in Africa." These drifts were known to Abraham Lincoln as he spent the past winter months in Vandalia. He knew the legislature was mostly of Southern blood and point of view. In the first legislature in which he had served, there were 58 members from Kentucky and Tennessee, or south of the Ohio River, 19 from the Middle Atlantic states, and only 4 from New England. He knew that there was this crimson kinship of like blood between populations in southern Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and in states south of the Ohio River, and that beyond blood kinship there were the closely interlocking interests of the southern planters buying immense quantities of pork, corn, and produce from the northern frontier states, and the New England power loom mills buying increasing millions of bales of cotton each year. Legislators of 4 southern states were asking that states north effectually suppress all associations purporting to be abolition societies. Governors of New York and Massachusetts had asked their legislatures to take such action. A mass meeting of 1,800 of the wealthiest, influential citizens of Boston had declared the abolitionists to be dangerous meddlers. The years were short and few since John Randolph of Virginia had pronounced slavery a volcano in full operation. Amid this welter, Lincoln could understand his fellow members of the legislature when they passed resolutions declaring, "We highly disapprove of the formation of abolition societies. The right of property in slaves is sacred to the slaveholding states by federal constitution, and they cannot be deprived of that right without their consent." Lincoln voted against these resolutions, and was joined by only one other member. Dan Stone and he recorded a protest spread on the Journal of Proceedings as follows: "Resolutions upon the subject of domestic slavery have passed both branches of General Assembly at its present session. The undersigned hereby protest against the passage of the same. They believe that the institution of slavery is founded on both injustice and bad policy, but that the promulgation of abolition doctrines tends rather to increase than abate its evils. They believe that the Congress of the United States has no power under the Constitution to interfere with the institution of slavery in the different states. They believe that the Congress of the United States has the power under the Constitution to abolish slavery in the District of Columbia, but that the power ought not to be exercised unless at the request of the people of the district. The difference between these opinions and those contained in the resolutions is their reason for entering this protest." Just 5 weeks before filing this protest, Lincoln had delivered an address before the Young Men's Lyceum at Springfield, taking as his subject the perpetuation of our political institutions. He had spoken windy sentences such as, "Shall we expect some transatlantic military giant to step the ocean and crush us at a blow? Never. All the armies of Europe, Asia, and Africa combined, with all the treasure of the earth, our own excepted, in their military chest with a Bonaparte for a commander, could not by force take a drink from the Ohio or make a track on the Blue Ridge in a trial of 1,000 years. With this he connected the solemn, quiet murmur. "At what point is the approach of danger to be expected? My answer, if it ever reach us, it must spring up amongst us. It cannot come from abroad. If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and finisher. As a nation of free men, we must live through all time or die by suicide." He went on, "Accounts of outrages committed by mobs form the everyday news of the times, from New England to Louisiana. In Mississippi they first commenced by hanging the regular gamblers. A set of men certainly not following for a livelihood a very useful or honest occupation, but one which, so far from being forbidden by the laws, was actually licensed by an act of the legislature passed but a single year before. Next, Negroes suspected of conspiring to raise an insurrection were caught up and hanged in all parts of the state. Then, with men supposed to be leagued with the Negroes, and finally strangers from neighboring states going thither on business, were in many instances subjected to the same fate. Thus went on the process of hanging, from gamblers to Negroes, from Negroes to white citizens, and from these to strangers, till dead men were seen literally dangling from the boughs of trees upon every roadside, and in numbers that were almost sufficient to rival the native Spanish moss of the country as the drapery of the forest. When men take it into their heads today to hang gamblers or burn murderers, they should recollect that in the confusion usually attending such transactions they will be as likely to hang or burn someone who is neither a gambler nor a murderer as one who is, and that, acting upon the example they set, the mob of tomorrow may, and probably will, hang or burn some of them by the very same mistake. And not only so, the innocent, those who have ever set their faces against violations of law in every shape, alike with the guilty fall victims to the ravages of mob law. And thus it goes on, step by step, till all the walls erected for the defense of the persons and property of individuals are trodden down and disregarded. Good men who love tranquility, who desire to abide by the laws and enjoy their benefits, who would gladly spill their blood in the defense of their country, become tired and disgusted with government that offers them no protection. Whenever the vicious portion of the population shall be permitted to gather in bands of hundreds and thousands, and burn churches, ravage and rob provision stores, throw printing presses into rivers, shoot editors, and hang and burn obnoxious persons at pleasure and with impunity, depend on it, this government cannot last. He touched on the topic of human glory, how men of ambition spring up with towering genius. It thirsts and burns for distinction, he said, and if possible, it will have it whether at the expense of emancipating slaves or enslaving freemen. Is it unreasonable, then, to expect that some man possessed of the loftiest genius, coupled with the ambition to push it to its utmost stretch, will at some time spring up among us? And when such a one does, it will require the people to be united with each other, attaching to the government laws, and generally intelligent to successfully frustrate his designs. Sprinkled through the address were sentences imitating the famous orator Daniel Webster of Massachusetts, and the other famous orator Henry Clay of Kentucky, besides still other famous orators of that day. He closed in a manner modeled on Webster, saying, "Upon these let the proud fabric of freedom rest as a rock of its basis, and as truly as has been said of the only greater institution, the gates of hell shall not prevail against it." An honest poetry of his own heart, an inevitable mournful rhythm from the shadows of his own melancholy, stood forth in a passage where he had spoken of the generation just gone to rest, and how near that generation was to the passionate fighting men who accomplished the American Revolution. Each scarred and mutilated form that lived through the Revolution was himself a living history. But those histories are gone. They can be read no more forever. They were a fortress of strength. But what invading foemen could never do, the silent artillery of time has done, the leveling of its walls. They are gone. They were the forest of giant oaks, but the all-restless hurricane has swept over them, and left only here and there a lonely trunk, despoiled of its verdure, shorn of its foliage, unshading and unshaded, to murmur in a few more gentle breezes, and to combat with its mutilated limbs a few more ruder storms, than to sink and be no more. He was growing, young Abraham Lincoln. He was a learner, calling himself, and called by others, a learner always. As he rode with his long legs straddling a borrowed horse that day in March 1837 toward Springfield, where his name would be put on a lawyer's shingle, he had $7 in cash in his pockets, and he was more than $1,000 in debt. On certain March days in Illinois, the sky is a ragbag of whimsies. It may whisper of spring to come with soft slants of sun, while baby pearl-shell clouds dimple and drift, and then let blusters of wind blow up, followed with flurries of snow, a little sleet, a drizzle of rain, then sunshine again, and baby pearl-shell clouds dimpling and drifting. Chapter 45. Springfield, with its 1,500 inhabitants in 1837, was the big town of Sangamon County, selling to the 18,000 people of the county a large part of their supplies, tools, groceries, handling grain, pork, beef, and produce, with stores, churches, schools, banks, newspapers, courts, lawyers, offices of government, taverns, saloons, places of entertainment. It was a city. Its people ready to say there was no more wilderness in that part of the country. The land had been surveyed and allotted. The farm women who came to town wore shoes where they used to go barefooted. The men had changed from moccasins to rawhide boots and shoes. Farmers no longer spent time killing deer, tanning the hide, and making leather breeches to tie at the ankles. It was cheaper and quicker to raise corn and buy pantaloons which had come from Massachusetts over the Ohio or the Mississippi River or the Great Lakes. Stores advertised velvets, silk, satin, and Marseille vestings, fine calf boots, seal and Morocco pumps for gentlemen, and for the ladies, silks, barèges, crepe lace veils, thread lace, Tibet shawls, lace handkerchiefs, fine prunella shoes. Carriages held men riding in top boots and ruffled silk shirts, and women in silk and laces. It was civilization which Abraham Lincoln, 28 years old, saw as he rode into Springfield that March day in 1837, to be a lawyer. Its people were mostly from Kentucky, coming by horse, wagon, and boat across country not yet cleared of wolves, wildcats, and horse thieves. And there were in Sangamon County 78 free Negroes, 20 registered indentured servants, and 6 slaves. The center of the town was a public square, with the courthouse, jail, stores, churches, banks, harness makers, and blacksmiths lined about the square. The streets and sidewalks were plain black Illinois soil underfoot, except for gravel here and there for dry footing in rain or snow, and stones and sticks for street crossings. Lincoln pulled in his horse at the general store of Joshua Speed. He asked the price of bedclothes for a single bedstead, which Speed figured at $17. "Cheap as it is, I have not the money to pay," he told Speed. "But if you will credit me until Christmas, and my experiment as a lawyer here is a success, I will pay you then. If I fail in that, I will probably never pay you at all." Speed said afterward, "The tone in his voice was so melancholy that I felt for him. I looked up at him and thought that I never saw so gloomy and melancholy a face in my life." Speed offered to share his own big double bed upstairs over the store. Lincoln took his saddlebags upstairs, came down with his face lit up, and said, "Well, Speed, I'm moved." His meals he had arranged to take with Bill Butler, one of the Long Nine, who said Lincoln could put his feet under the table at the Butler home as long as he wanted to. They wouldn't worry about the board bill. He joined Stewart, and their professional card read, J.T. Stewart and A. Lincoln, attorneys and counselors at law, will practice conjointly in the courts of this judicial circuit, office number 4, Hoffman's Row, upstairs, Springfield, April 12, 1837. In his new copy of Webster's Dictionary, he wrote to see how it would look, on the flyleaf, A. Lincoln, Esquire, attorney and counselor at law. The county courtroom was on the lower floor of a 2-story building in Hoffman's Row.
Upstairs over the courtroom was the law office of the new firm of Stewart and Lincoln, a little room with a few loose boards for bookshelves, an old wood stove, a table, a chair, a bench, a buffalo robe, and a small bed. Stewart was running for Congress, so Lincoln handled all of the law practice in range of his ability. His first case was one he had helped work on during the previous year, defending David Woolridge in a suit brought by James P. Hawthorne. Hawthorne claimed Woolridge was to furnish him 2 yoke of oxen to break up 20 acres of prairie sod ground. Also, he claimed Woolridge was to allow him to raise a crop of corn or wheat on a certain piece of ground, and Woolridge had failed him in both cases. Furthermore, Hawthorne claimed damages because Woolridge struck, beat, bruised, and knocked him, Hawthorne, down, plucked, pulled, and tore large quantities of hair from his head. Also because, with a stick in his fists, he struck Hawthorne many violent blows and strokes on or about the face, head, breast, back, shoulders, hips, legs, and divers other parts of the body, and because he had with violence forced, pushed, thrust, and gouged his fingers into Hawthorne's eyes. Such were the allegations on assumpsit and trespass vi et armis, including also replevin action demanding return of a black and white yoke of steers, 1 black cow and a calf, and 1 prairie plow. Lincoln's first move was to bring up a board bill for 8 months which Hawthorne owed Woolridge, amounting at $1.50 a week to $45.75. Also, for the same 8 months, he had used a wagon and team for which he should pay $90 besides a cash loan of $100. The case never came to trial. Peacemakers settled it out of court. The plaintiff and defendant divided the court costs. In the record, Lincoln spelled wagon W-A-G-G-O-N and prairie P-R-A-I-R-Y. Between law cases, he kept up his political fences, writing such letters as this to John Bennett at Petersburg. Springfield, August 5, 1837. Dear Sir, Mr. Edwards tells me you wish to know whether the act to which your town corporation provision was attached passed into law. It did. You can organize under the general incorporation law as soon as you choose. I also tacked a provision on a fellow's bill to authorize a relocation of the road from Salem down to your town, but I am not certain whether or not the bill passed. Neither do I suppose I can ascertain before the laws will be published. If it is a law, Bowling Green, Bennett Abel, and yourself are appointed to make the change. No news, no excitement except a little about the election of Monday next. I suppose, of course, our friend, Dr. Henry, stands no chance in your diggings. Your friend and humble servant, A. Lincoln. Mrs. Joseph Anderson, a widow, came into the office of Stewart and Lincoln to ask if they could help her. She had come to Springfield to sell 10 acres of land left by her husband, but she found that General James Adams claimed the 10 acres had been signed over to him by her husband for a debt he owed General Adams as a lawyer. Lincoln worked on the case, searched the records, and then published a handbill opening with the statement, "It is well known to most of you that there is existing at this time considerable excitement in regard to General Adams's title to certain tracts of land, and the manner in which he acquired them." He then went into a tissue of facts to show that Adams had falsified documents in order to swindle a widow woman out of 10 acres of land. General Adams wrote a reply which filled 6 newspaper columns, and Lincoln returned with a 1-column answer analyzing affidavits offered by Adams, saying they were all false as hell, and adding, "In conclusion, I will only say that I have a character to defend as well as General Adams, but I disdain to whine about it as he does." When Adams again filled 6 newspaper columns with his defense, Lincoln commented, "Let it be remembered that when he first came to this country, he attempted to impose himself upon the community as a lawyer, and actually carried the attempt so far as to induce a man who was under a charge of murder to entrust the defense of his life in his hands, and finally took his money and got him hanged. Is this a man that is to raise a breeze in his favor by abusing lawyers?
If he is not himself a lawyer, it is for the lack of sense, and not of the inclination. If he is not a lawyer, he is a liar, for he proclaimed himself a lawyer and got a man hanged by depending on him." His scorn of Adams was put into a clear lingo. "It is true I have no children nor kitchen boys, and if I had, I should scorn to lug them in to make affidavits for me." He declared further newspaper argument closed. "Farewell, General. I will see you again at court, if not before, when and where we will settle the question whether you or the widow shall have the land." In the trial he won for Mrs. Anderson her 10 acres of land, shortly after which an editorial supposed to have been written by Lincoln was published in the Sangamo Journal, containing a copy of the indictment found against General Adams in Oswego County, New York, in 1818, the crime charged being forgery of a deed. "A person of evil name and fame and of a wicked disposition," was the journal's allusion to Adams, who at the August election had been chosen probate justice of the peace. The affair with General Adams was taken by some people as a noisy rumpus that could have been conducted more decently by Lincoln, while others held it as a sign that chivalry was alive, even if it came in drab blue jeans with a grin. Veiled accusations were published in the Illinois Republican, a Democratic newspaper, that Lincoln's friend, Dr. A. G. Henry, the acting commissioner in charge of the construction work on the new State House, was hornswoggling the taxpayers. A committee of Whigs marched on the editorial rooms of the newspaper. Warnings and threats were exchanged. It was said that among the Democratic leaders who got their hair mussed was Stephen A. Douglas, reported to be the writer of the unsigned articles attacking Dr. Henry. Lincoln helped organize a mass meeting where he offered a resolution pointing at Dr. Henry as being accused of squandering uselessly and wastefully the public money appropriated for the State House. Therefore, said Lincoln's resolution, a committee of 7 should be appointed to investigate whether the work under Dr. Henry was progressing in the most economical and judicious manner. The committee was appointed and did its duty in a report vindicating the Whig commissioner, Lincoln's friend. It was a year with branches thickening out into the air, struggling for fresh lines for the run of the sap. The young lawyer and politician could look out from the office window on the main street and the public square, with freedom to read that would be read in the passers-by, the forms and faces, the doctor going to a birth, the hearse leading a burial party, children going to school, the town drunkard dragged by the town constable, bankers, landowners, squatters, carpenters, well-diggers, washerwomen, Kentuckians, Virginians, Yankees, French-Canadians, Pennsylvania Dutch, Irish, and Germans. Passers-by. Past the window of the law office of Stewart and Lincoln came farmers hauling corn, wheat, potatoes, and turnips in wagons. The axles creaked. Husky voices bawled at the yokes of steers, while the whip thongs lashed and cracked. Droves of hogs came past, in muddy weather wallowing over their knees, the hair of their flanks spattered, their curls of tails flipping as they grunted onward to sale and slaughter. And there were horses, and men riding and driving who loved horses. It was a horse country. They too were passers-by. Roans, grays, whites, black horses with white stockings, sorrels with a sorrel forelock down a white face, bays with a white star in the forehead. In a letter to Levi Davis, Esquire of Vandalia, Lincoln wrote one April day, "We have generally in this country peace, health, and plenty, and no news." Chapter 46. One day Lincoln had dipped a pen in an ink bottle and written the words, "State of Illinois, Sangamon County and Circuit, of the July term of the Sangamon Circuit Court in the year of our Lord 1839. And he had since dipped his pen and written the same words, changing only the date, dozens of times, and he knew if he lived he would write them thousands of times. He could almost write those words in his sleep. Likewise with the form he scratched off, reading, I do hereby enter myself as security for costs in this cause, and acknowledge myself bound to pay, or cause to be paid, all costs which may accrue in this action, either to the opposite party or to any of the officers of the court in pursuance with the laws of this state. He could repeat that almost backward. Money came to his hands, fees of which half must go to Stewart. He wrote in memorandum such as, I have received $5 from deed of Macon, 5 from Lewis Keeling, 5 from Andrew Finley, 1/2 of which belongs to Stewart and has not been entered in the books. Safety was an anxious keyword in one letter. I am unwilling to make any conveyance until I see the assignments and original certificate. If Mr. Underhill will bring that certificate, I will do all an honorable man should do. It is not money, but safety I desire. Enclosing the letter, he repeated, If Mr. Underhill will come and bring the certificate, I will do all in safety I can. A caller came one day, representing the United States government and its post office department. The caller wanted to ask about a certain number of dollars and cents that had come into the hands of Lincoln as postmaster in New Salem. Lincoln stepped to a corner of the office, dug out a sack, and counted the money in it, the exact amount asked for by the inspector, who took the money, gave a receipt, and went away satisfied. His grocery days were an advantage to Lincoln in the case where the Hickox brothers had sold flour to the defendant as good, merchantable, superfine flour, against which Lincoln pleaded that 20 barrels were not, at the time of sale, good, merchantable, superfine flour, but on the contrary, greatly inferior in quality. In one of his first murder cases, tried in Hancock County, Lincoln failed to save William Frame, who was convicted on April 25, 1839, and by court order hanged by the neck till dead, just 23 days later. Murderers, horse thieves, scandalmongers, and slanderers came at various times and poured out their stories amid the walls of the Stewart and Lincoln law office. There came bothered and puzzled people. George Stockton walked in one day and told how a cooking stove was spoiled, $100 worth, he guessed, and Lincoln brought suit against Tolby for that amount of damages to a cooking stove. But he had many quiet hours when there was little business, because there was little crime. In the office record of expenses he made an entry, Lincoln paid for wood, 50 cents, and Lincoln paid for saw, $2.25. If not busy at law practice, he was sawing wood. A boatload of corn coming down the Sangamon River ran onto a fish trap dam and sprang a leak so that the corn was wet. On being unloaded, the corn got rained on and further damaged. Lincoln brought suit for the owners of the boat and the corn against the fish trappers for obstructing the navigation of the Sangamon River and unlawfully damaging the boat and the corn as property. One hot summer day, Harvey Ross came. In order to prove ownership of his farm at Macomb, he had to have the testimony from a witness near Springfield. Court had closed for 6 months, Lincoln explained, but they would go out to Judge Thomas's farm a mile east and see what he could do. Lincoln took off his coat, laid it on a chair, and with a bundle of papers in one hand and a red handkerchief for wiping sweat off in the other hand, he and the witness walked out to the Thomas farm, asking the way and taking the shortcuts. The judge's wife said the judge had gone to the north part of the farm, where he had a tenant house, to help his men put up a corn crib. If they went the main road, it would be a half mile, but if they cut across a cornfield, it would be only a quarter mile, Mrs. Thomas said, and on Lincoln asking her to show them the path, she came out of the house and pointed to where the shortcut led across the cornfield from their barn. They struck out Indian file, Lincoln with a bundle of papers in one hand and a red handkerchief in the other, till they came to where the judge and his men were raising logs to make a corn crib and hog pen. Lincoln put the case to the judge, who looked over the papers, swore in the witness, and, with pen and ink from the tenant house, signed the documents. All were in shirt sleeves, and Lincoln remarked it was a kind of shirt-sleeve court they were holding. "Yes," laughed the judge, "a shirt-sleeve court in a cornfield." The main business being over, Lincoln asked the judge if he didn't want some help in rolling up the logs. The judge guessed 2 of them were pretty heavy and he could stand a little help.
So Lincoln and Ross pitched in and helped, and when Ross offered to pay the judge for his services, the judge said he guessed the helping of the logs was pay enough. On the road back to Springfield, Lincoln could have told Ross some of the stories passing among lawyers and judges, of the man, for instance, charged with sheep killing, who was asked by the court, "Are you guilty or not guilty?" And the man wouldn't answer. The court kept at him and at last said, "You must do something. What do you do?" The man answered, "I stands mute," and pushed further, would only answer, "I stands mute." On trial, the case was decided against him, but he was told he could carry it higher up to the Court of Errors. And he murmured, "If this here ain't a court of errors, I'd like to know where you can find one." In the case of a defendant charged with mistreating a livery stable horse, a witness testified, "When his company rides fast, he rides fast, and when his company rides slow, he rides slow." "I want to know," said the important lawyer for the other side, "how he rides when he is alone." "Well," said the witness, a slow talker, "I never was with him when he was alone, so I don't know." And there was a case told among lawyers of a defendant, losing, who stood up and called the court unjust, corrupt, and false. He was fined $10 for contempt of court and handed the clerk a $20 bill. "I can't change this," said the clerk. "Never mind about the other $10, came the hot reply. "I'll take it out in contempt." Chapter 47. One day early in May, when the stir of new grass was green over the prairie, and lazy winds came in the jack oak brush and among the prongs of the oak and the shag bark in their spring coat of leaves, Lincoln took his pen and wrote a quaint letter out of an odd, lonely heart. It was another letter to Miss Mary Owens down in Greene County, Kentucky. She would have to be poor and show her poverty if she married him. He was willing to marry if she so wished. His advice would be not to marry. The letter read, Springfield, May 7, 1837. Miss Mary S. Owens, Friend Mary, I have commenced 2 letters to send you before this, both of which displeased me before I got half done, and so I tore them up. The first I thought was not serious enough, and the second was on the other extreme. I shall send this, turn out as it may. This thing of living in Springfield is rather a dull business after all, at least it is so to me. I'm quite as lonesome here as I ever was anywhere in my life. I have been spoken to by but one woman since I have been here, and should not have been by her if she could have avoided it. I've never been to church yet, and probably shall not be soon. I stay away because I am conscious I should not know how to behave myself. I'm often thinking of what we said about your coming to live at Springfield. I'm afraid you would not be satisfied. There is a great deal of flourishing about in carriages here, which it would be your doom to see without sharing it. You would have to be poor without the means of hiding your poverty. Do you believe you can bear that patiently? Whatever woman may cast her lot with mine, should any ever do so, it is my intention to do all in my power to make her happy and contented, and there is nothing I can imagine that would make me more unhappy than to fail in the effort. I know I should be much happier with you than the way I am, provided I saw no signs of discontent in you. What you have said to me may have been in the way of jest, or I may have misunderstood it. If so, then let it be forgotten. If otherwise, I much wish you would think seriously before you decide. What I have said I will most positively abide by, provided you wish it. My opinion is that you had better not do it. You have not been accustomed to hardship, and it may be more severe than you now imagine. I know you are capable of thinking correctly on any subject, and if you deliberate maturely upon this before you decide, then I am willing to abide your decision. You must write me a good long letter after you get this. You have nothing else to do,
and though it might not seem interesting to you after you had written it, it would be a good deal of company to me in this busy wilderness. Tell your sister I don't want to hear any more about selling out and moving. That gives me the hypo whenever I think of it. Yours, etc., Lincoln. Mary Owens came on a visit to her sister near New Salem that summer. She and Lincoln saw each other and talked and came to no understanding. After they parted, and on the day they parted, Lincoln wrote her another letter. It read, Springfield, August 16, 1837. Friend Mary, you will no doubt think it rather strange that I should write you a letter on the same day on which we parted, and I can only account for it by supposing that seeing you lately makes me think of you more than usual. While at our late meeting we had but few expressions of thoughts. You must know that I cannot see you or think of you with entire indifference, and yet it may be that you are mistaken in regard to what my real feelings toward you are. If I knew you were not, I should not trouble you with this letter. Perhaps any other man would know enough without further information, but I consider it my peculiar right to plead ignorance, and your bounden duty to allow the plea. I want in all cases to do right, and most particularly so in all cases with women. I want at this particular time, more than anything else, to do right with you, and if I knew it would be doing right, as I rather suspect it would, to let you alone, I would do it. And for the purpose of making the matter as plain as possible, I now say that you can now drop the subject, dismiss your thoughts, if you ever had any, from me forever, and leave this letter unanswered without calling forth one accusing murmur from me. And I will even go further and say that if it will add anything to your comfort or peace of mind to do so, it is my sincere wish that you should. Do not understand by this that I wish to cut your acquaintance. I mean no such thing. What I do wish is that our further acquaintance shall depend upon yourself. If such further acquaintance would contribute nothing to your happiness, I am sure it would not to mine. If you feel yourself in any degree bound to me, I am now willing to release you, provided you wish it. While on the other hand, I am willing and even anxious to bind you faster, if I can be convinced that it will, in any considerable degree, add to your happiness. This indeed is the whole question with me. Nothing would make me more miserable than to believe you miserable, nothing more happy than to know you were so. In what I have now said, I think I cannot be misunderstood, and to make myself understood is the only object of this letter. If it suits you best to not answer this, farewell. A long life and a merry one attend you. But if you conclude to write back, speak as plainly as I do, there can be neither harm nor danger in saying to me anything you think, just in the manner you think it. My respects to your sister. Your friend, Lincoln. And the months passed by till the first day of April came in the next year, and the comedy of man, woman, and destiny, the fact that marriages are often incidents, was lighting up his brain as his imagination reviewed events. He wrote a letter filled with the chuckles and oddities of a storyteller telling a story with the laugh on himself. Among his men acquaintances and friends, there was not one he could pour out the story to. He chose a woman, Mrs. O.H. Browning, the wife of a fellow member of the legislature, to hear his confessions that he had vanity, that he had stupidity, that he had made a fool of himself, that he believed he had had a narrow escape from a marriage that would have been comic. The letter. Springfield, April 1, 1838. Dear Madam, without apologizing for being egotistical, I shall make the history of so much of my life as has elapsed since I saw you the subject of this letter. And by the way, I now discover that, in order to give a full and intelligible account of the things I have done and suffered since I saw you, I shall necessarily have to relate some that happened before. It was then, in the autumn of 1836, that a married lady of my acquaintance, and who was a great friend of mine, being about to pay a visit to her father and other relatives residing in Kentucky, proposed to me that on her return she would bring a sister of hers with her on condition that I would engage to become her brother-in-law with all convenient despatch. I, of course, accepted the proposal, for you know I could not have done otherwise had I really been averse to it. But privately, between you and me, I was most confoundedly well pleased with the project. I had seen the said sister some 3 years before, thought her intelligent and agreeable, and saw no good objection to plodding life through hand in hand with her. Time passed on. The lady took her journey sure enough. This stomached me a little, for it appeared to me that her coming so readily showed that she was a trifle too willing. But on reflection, it occurred to me that she might have been prevailed on by her married sister to come, without anything concerning me ever having been mentioned to her, and so I concluded that, if no other objection presented itself, I would consent to waive this. All this occurred to me on hearing of her arrival in the neighborhood, for be it remembered I had not yet seen her, except about 3 years previous, as above mentioned. In a few days we had an interview, and although I had seen her before, she did not look as my imagination had pictured her. I knew she was oversized, but she now appeared a fair match for Falstaff. I knew she was called an old maid, and I felt no doubt of the truth of at least half of the appellation, but now when I beheld her, I could not for my life avoid thinking of my mother, and this not from withered features, for her skin was too full of fat to permit it of contracting into wrinkles, but from her want of teeth, weather-beaten appearance in general, and from a kind of notion that ran in my head that nothing could have commenced at the size of infancy and reached her present bulk in less than 35 or 40 years. And in short, I was not at all pleased with her. But what could I do? I had told her sister I would take her for better or for worse, and I made a point of honor and conscience in all things to stick to my word, especially if others had been induced to act on it, which in this case I had no doubt they had, for I was now fairly convinced that no other man on earth would have her, and hence the conclusion that they were bent on holding me to my bargain. Well, thought I have said it, and be the consequences what they may, it shall not be my fault if I fail to do it. At once I determined to consider her my wife, and this done, all my powers of discovery were put to work in search of perfections in her which might be fairly set off against her defects. I tried to imagine her handsome, which, but for her unfortunate corpulency, was actually true. Exclusive of this, no woman that I have ever seen has a finer face. I also tried to convince myself that the mind was much more to be valued than the person, and in this she was not inferior, as I could discover, to any with whom I had been acquainted. Shortly after this, without coming to any positive understanding with her, I set out for Vandalia when and where you first saw me. During my stay there I had letters from her which did not change my opinion of either her intellect or intention, but on the contrary confirmed it in both. All this while, although I was fixed, firm as the surge-repelling rock, in my resolution, I found I was continually repenting the rashness which had led me to make it. Through life I have been in no bondage, either real or imaginary, from the thraldom of which I so much desired to be free. After my return home I saw nothing to change my opinions of her in any particular. She was the same, and so was I. I now spent my time in planning how I might get along through life after my contemplated change of circumstances should have taken place, and how I might procrastinate the evil day for a time, which I really dreaded as much, perhaps more, than the Irishman does the halter. After all my suffering upon this deeply interesting subject, here I am, wholly unexpectedly, completely out of the scrape. And now I want to know if you can guess how I got out of it. Out clear in every sense of the term, no violation of word, honor, or conscience. I don't believe you can guess, and so I might as well tell you at once. As the lawyer says, it was done in the manner following, to wit. After I had delayed the matter as long as I thought I could in honor do, which by the way had brought me round into last fall, I concluded I might as well bring it to a consummation without further delay. And so I mustered my resolution and made the proposal to her direct. But shocking to relate, she answered, no. At first I suppose she did it through an affectation of modesty, which I thought but ill became her under the peculiar circumstances of her case. But on my renewal of the charge I found she repelled it with greater firmness than before. I tried it again and again, but with the same success, or rather, with the same want of success. I finally was forced to give it up, at which I very unexpectedly found myself mortified almost beyond endurance. I was mortified, it seemed to me, in 100 different ways. My vanity was deeply wounded by the reflection that I had been too stupid to discover her intentions, and at the same time never doubting that I understood them perfectly, and also that she, whom I had taught myself to believe nobody else would have, had actually rejected me with all my fancied greatness. And to cap the whole, I then for the first time began to suspect that I was really a little in love with her. But let it all go. I'll try and outlive it. Others have been made fools of by the girls, but this can never with truth be said of me. I almost emphatically, in this instance, made a fool of myself. I have now come to the conclusion never again of thinking of marrying, and for this reason. I could never be satisfied with anyone who would be blockhead enough to have me. When you receive this, write me a long yarn about something to amuse me. Give my respects to Mr. Browning. Your sincere friend, A. Lincoln. And a few months later, when Mrs. Bennett Abel of New Salem, Illinois, visited her sister Mary Owens in Greene County, Kentucky, Miss Owens told neighbors that Abe Lincoln said to Mrs. Abel in Springfield, "Tell your sister that I think she was a great fool, because she did not stay here and marry me." And when one of the Greenes at New Salem was asked later to write a letter telling what he knew about Miss Owens and especially her looks, he wrote, "Bill, I'm getting old. I have seen too much trouble to give a lifelike picture of this woman. I won't try it. None of the poets or romance writers has ever given to us a picture of a heroine so beautiful as a good description of Miss Owens in 1836 would be."